3, 2, 1, 0. Let's start the party.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Morning, white trash infidels living in the West. This is Sunday Long Live Radio. I guess that gives you some idea what's on the agenda. Right, today is Sunday the 10th of March. It's just gone 3 a.m. in Los Angeles. It's just gone 6 a.m. in New York. It's just gone 10 a.m. in London. It's just gone 6 p.m. in Perth, Sydney. Just gone 9 p.m. Sydney and 11 p.m. Christchurch. We're going to be playing you some great tunes while people get in the chat. Morning, white trash infidels. It's all right though, we're safe because they're only selling knives. No, they're going to stop selling knives one at a time, so we're all safe now. The government measures are just outstanding, so big up to the government. We're going to start the day off with an easy one, right? It's all right, we're all safe, infidels. We're all okay. We're all good to go. I've got some great stories for you lined up. I'm Ria Bow, just outside London. Hey FM, wherever you're listening on. We're going to take the chat. We're going to be going on. It's a long one today, but I'm going to play us a tune to get your Sunday off, whether it's morning, afternoon, night time. I say a quick hello to It's Kerry, Kieran Morning, Rhesus Christ, Lindsay Williams, Joss Ambrose, but Black-Hearted Souls. Yeah. Paul Starmer, Dean Crossland, Night and Day Morning, Stuart Walker, yeah, white trash infidels, yeah, but like I said, we're all right because they're going to stop selling knives one at a time. Oh, you can't pay for that kind of competency from the government, can you? Let's enjoy this tune. I think you'll recognise this.
Like a flower waiting to bloom, like a light bulb in a dark room. I'm just sitting here waiting for you to come on home and turn me on. Like the desert, waiting for the rain. Like a school kid, waiting for the spring. I'm just sitting here, waiting for you to come on home and turn me on. Poor heart, it's been so dark since you've been gone. After all, you're the one who turns me off, but you're the only one who can turn me back on. My hi-fi is waiting for a new tube. My glass is waiting for some fresh ice cubes. I'm just sitting here waiting for you to come on home and turn me on. Turn me on.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Morning, lovelies, infidels. What are you up to? It's Sunday again. Wow, that comes round so quick, doesn't it? So quick. Let me say hello to the lovelies in the chat here. Morning, Kerry and Global 2030. Can I go with that one? That's much easier to say. Kieran Ambrose. Morning, my darling. Rhesus Christ, Lindsay Williams, Joss Ambrose. Good morning. Ria and other black hearted souls. Oh, messages of love coming in from the infidels. Paul Starmer, morning all. Dean Crossland, morning Dean. How you doing? Night and Day Plumbing Solutions, or just Night and Day to us. Thank you for doing what you do night and day, and big love to you. Stuart Walker, hi adorable deplorables. That's a lovely one, isn't it? You're a nice guy, Stuart. Love you, man. Carol Wilkes, morning all. William Robinson, stop knife crime, legalise guns. Jamster, they get the knives out. Mam's cutlery drawer, isn't it? Isn't it? Funny old thing, isn't it? It's a funny old thing. Morning, Mikey B. How you doing? Terry Ann's commentary. Morning. How you doing? Terry Ann says, good morning, mates. Wow, it's 3:04 a.m. Is that too early for a beer and dancing? Do what makes you happy, sweetie. That's what I say. Can't have too many happy people in the world. KH from Canada says, Ria, the world is crazy when men smoke. What's that? Hookahs thinking Muhammad is cool. Takes all sorts, I guess. Hippie Earth Mother Ambrose. Morning, guys and girls. Morning, Joy. One flew over the cuckoo nest. Most people, so there is where you all are. Yeah, no, it's where we are. Romy Tomlinson. Morning, Romy. How are you doing? Oh, it's moved. Oh, it has moved. What else have we got? Robert Paris. Morning, darling. Mikey B. Night and Day. Jake Wright. Morning, Mikey B. Romy Thompson. Mikey B. Bad attitude. Morning, my darlings. So, you had a good week? What's the big story of the week, do you think? Soul Finder. Morning, Soul Finder. How are you doing? We're just getting in the room, and I was just giving a message out to the Western white trash infidels, and whether you're black, white, or whatever, or not an Islamic person. But the big story, well, certainly one story that's going around is they're setting standards. The government have praised a supermarket outlet for not selling single knives, so we're all okay now. You can't buy that kind of competency. I've got to tip my hat to the person that interviewed the person that's looking after our welfare, the Interior Minister, whoever that may be. Ria, you must read the messages properly. What have I said wrong? I can't see them that well, actually, so I'll find a morning read. People on Twitter are saying Tommy Robinson has been arrested. Not sure if it's true or just rumours. Yeah, no, I don't know. Messages properly. What did I read wrong, Romy? Jen Goldfinkel. Morning. Morning, darling. How you doing? Says morning, beautiful. Tommy Robinson, Jake, right, Mike BH, okay, right, how long ago? Right, so we're going to go over with, right, so you're straight on the Tommy number. Let me get a Tommy thing lined up for you. Cast iron measures, Right. I love reading the titles out on some of the news articles. I'm going to bring one up for you. It's a bit of commentary here. Romy Thompson, Romy glasses are... What did I read out wrong then? I don't even know what I've done wrong. Just about everyone, unless it's just me. This and just right. I'm going to bring you up this guy, and he's going to go through the charges that that Tom is going through. So apparently, so just to add clarity, I guess most of you guys know, right? But this is just to make it clear, and he brings up the paperwork as well. Morning, Chris Murphy. How you doing? What we got here? Morning, everyone. First time here. Never heard this radio station before. I'm looking forward to listening. Welcome, my darling. I'm beaming you some love because you're new in the house. But she got a sexy pair of glasses on. Right, okay, all right, doing a bit of that. Right, okay, so let's just check this out. I'm going to bring it up on screen. I'm going to introduce you to this guy. He is very dry, okay? So this guy is Britishly dry, okay? But what he does is really quite useful. Morning, Lady C. So what else have we got here going on? KH it is the most degenerated of all the forced teachings. Oh, okay, all right, we're going straight on the Muslim one. Maybe I shouldn't have opened with morning white trash infidels. I don't know. Is it set the tone? Maybe not. I want to introduce you to this guy. He's very dry, but bear with him because what he does I think is quite good. So check this out. And this is about Tommy Robinson, don't you know, and the fresh charges. And he's going to bring up on screen what these charges are, and I won't play you the whole thing because it's 7 minutes, but there's some stuff on here I wanted to clarify, and this guy's gone into the documents to take a look at the new charges. Check this out. I'll bring it up on screen. And here we go. Check this out.
And we're back.
Very dry.
The dog with the bone it absolutely will not let go of at whatever cost, to whatever remaining vestiges of credibility and justice or fairness, which in all reality were long gone a long time ago. The Tommy Robinson contempt of court case. I said back then I didn't think this would reappear, and in defence of my own appraisal of the situation back then, it hasn't. It has completely changed. Everything that there was back then at the Old Bailey is gone. Nothing is remaining. The main charge was the contempt of court charge, and that appears to have vanished, according to the live stream he put out earlier. Why has it vanished? The day after Judge Marson sent him down, the Muslim gang rapists applied to the judge to have their trial thrown out on account of the apparent prejudice caused by his live stream. And in seeking to ensure that that didn't happen, the prosecuting barrister said thus to Judge Marson. There are two separate issues, it appears to me. Firstly, the issue of bias. The suggestion seems to be that the jury may be biased against the defendants by things they might have heard. We respectfully submit, first of all, that there is no evidence of that, and secondly, there is nothing they could have seen that could in any way prejudice them against the defendants. Judge Marson replied, in my judgment, there is no evidence at all before me that the jury may be biased against the defendants or that they may be prejudiced against the defendants. And that kills the contempt charge. The judge said there was no contempt. Gone. The second charge back then at the Old Bailey was referring to the religion of the defendants, the ethnicity of the victims in the context of his opinion, presented as fact that those of the defendants' religion were disproportionately likely to commit crimes of the sort for which the defendants were being tried. All of which was fact, not opinion. All of which is now gone. Highlighting as significant the sexual references of the abuse that he had elicited from the defendants that he had confronted. I would grant you that there was a little bit there to go with, but no matter, it's gone anyway. More generally, making highly derogatory comments about the ethnic and religious backgrounds and associations of the defendants. That was their final trump card, the Islamophobia charge. Help, we've got absolutely nothing, please just bang him up, 'cause we don't like him. And that's gone too. Everything from the Old Bailey that they put appears on the basis of what he released in the live stream. All that appears to be gone. What a surprise. To be replaced with this. You caused substantial risk that the criminal defendants would be harassed by followers of the defendant who had seen the video, or that the criminal defendants would reasonably be led to believe that they might be on the way to court, and that they, the followers that is, might create distraction and anxiety. I don't like conspiracy theories, but if ever there was fertile ground for a conspiracy theory, it's there. Muslims might have been upset or worried about being upset. That's the point of my point B there, that Tommy's murderous followers with their pitchforks and torches might, in the minds of the rapists, be on the way to court, and that thought would cause them anxiety. Anxious rapists. Apparently they also say, you would have seriously impeded their ability to participate in the trial, which, for the avoidance of doubt, required them to be able to travel to and from court without fear of molestation. The trial was indeed ongoing, but they were at the jury deliberation stage. The jury was deliberating. They had no further required participation. All they had to do, all the defendants had to do, was to stand up at the end and receive the verdicts. They had no more input in the trial other than that. Let's just read over those charges again. You caused substantial risk that the criminal defendants would be harassed by followers of the defendant who had seen the video, or that the criminal defendants would reasonably be led to believe that they might be on the way to court, and they might create distraction and anxiety. You would have seriously impeded their ability to participate in the trial, which, for the avoidance of doubt, required them to be able to travel to and from court without fear of molestation. So we have concern about Muslims being worried about being offended and potential inability on their part to attend a trial they no longer had any required participation in. That is all they have. That is where we're at. This is desperation stakes. This is a lot like Count Dankula. It's the same kind of persecution where the state absolutely must get a result. This trial doesn't attract a jury. That's not a conspiracy. It's perfectly normal for this kind of thing. It obviously puts a lot of onus on the judge to not be the man who lets Tommy Robinson go after the state has invested so much time, so much effort, so much taxpayer money into this. He will be thinking, am I really going to be the man who lets Tommy Robinson go? It is highly unlikely that Tommy will walk away from this, I'm afraid. Obviously, apart from the risks of being in prison and the sheer horror of being in prison in the first place, even without potential risk to your life. Aside from that very big caveat, this will only boost his profile tremendously, the way that the trial last year did. So there is an upside to it at the end of the day, assuming he comes out of it unscathed. I will be going up. It's on the 22nd of March, which is a fortnight tomorrow, which is a Friday, which makes me wonder whether they think it's all going to be over in one day.
Right, guys, I'm going to jump in there. So I want to give it... It looks as though most of you know him. Well, you could have told me about him. Do you know what I mean? Share around, share the love and everything. So this guy is Politico, and he's on YouTube. I just want to bring up his YouTube channel because I like his style. Dry, but I like it. That's what it looks like. 9,400 subs. I've subbed, clicked the bell, did the thing, and there's some good stuff on there, you know. And I like that dry thing. I can get on with that dry thing. If you're in the sort of frame of mind where, look, just ease up on the opinion, let's just see what it's about, I think he's a good guy. So if I've got that frame of mind on, and I'm not sort of, oh no, he is entertaining. No, I don't mean that to be derogatory, but he just cuts to the chase, and I like him for that. Let's get some of the chat going on over here. See what you lovelies are saying in there. Mikey B says Tommy won't go to prison. ST Labs, hey ST Labs, how are you doing? Candy Cane, how are you doing? How are we going to take our country back? That is that's $1 million question, that one, isn't it? I think it is $1 million question. Maybe the chat can help you out with that, Candy. What else have we got? Donna Tibby, morning Donna. Cambridgeshire Police have already offered 2 out-of-court settlements. Yeah, I was aware of that. Tommy has been refused to take their offers. Yeah, no, totally. He will see them in court. Yeah, apparently that's this week, is it? I think someone said in the chat. 2030, I don't know him. Okay, Politico, his name is 2030. Yeah. Peter Morris, morning Peter. Our government should take note. Tearing out a man's tongue only proves the fear what he might... Yeah, I didn't even see that went off screen. Sorry, darling. What else? Oh no, it didn't. What he might say. Totally, freedom of speech doesn't mean anything if nobody hears you, does it? I've got a censorship video coming up from a really nice guy, and I think he's got a big... I'll go into that in a minute. Romy, Mikey Bell, you're talking Paul Short. Morning, Paul. Remember, it's a Friday. Courts can do anything. Just be prepared for him to be banged up, says Paul Short. Okay, Paul. Yeah, I don't want to think like that, really. I want to be positive if I can. William Robinson, morning. The civil unrest on its way. Jake Wright, Tommy Robinson is in court this week in Cambridgeshire. Yeah, we got that. Thank you, Jake. LCB, anyone checked out the condemnation of Stacey Dooley? So there's one on the radar as well, guys. Check that out. Mikey B, Politico is great. I've been listening to him for about a year. Yeah, I've only just discovered him, so I'm a bit late to the party. Sorry, guys, but I've got him. He's on the radar now. We've got him. What else have we got? Night and Day. 2030. We can only hope Tommy survives the round of charges, but one way or another, they're after him. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Lady Steph says, I remember when Tommy did the whole Coryllium stuff on Majid Noes. He was interesting. You think we could get him here too? Maybe, you never know. You know, I'm uber busy here, guys. So I've just taken on a show on Republic Radio 5 days a week as well. So I need your help with pulling people in, if you'd be so kind and be a lovely. I'm sort of on a limit now with how much I'm on air, pretty much. Romy Thomason, Martin Luther King said, "A riot is the voice of the unheard." That is a fantastic comment, isn't it? Candy says, "I'm waiting for Tommy to put out a video about the white van outside the house. Listening to him." Yeah, I haven't seen that. Joss Ambrose, morning Joss. What does that say? At William Robinson, "Civil unrest is what our elite owners want. Problem, reaction, solution." Jake Wright, good old Stacey Dooley. I don't know Stacey Dooley, right? So I can't help with that. Stop the Censorship says it's Carrie. All right, so I'm going to go to another tune, guys. I'm going to bring up this video of just the loveliest guy. Morning, Enigma. How you doing? I hope you're doing well, healthy and everything. I'm going to bring up a tune for you. I'm trying to think. We came in with a nice, easy one this morning, didn't we? I think I'm going to go with a nice groove, medium to low tempo, but really easy on the ears on a Sunday morning. And if you're just tuning in, this is Ria Bow. You're listening to Sunday Long Live Radio. Just type that in your browser, Sunday Long Live Radio, and you'll learn more about us. There's a 24. So we have 2 station outputs, but check that out and you'll know more. But meanwhile, we're going to catch up with a bit of Rio de Janeiro blues. I like this. Enjoy, guys.
Everyone knows I can't make online radio that makes you happy.
Hey lovelies, we're back. How you doing? Yeah, it was Marvin Gaye and the one before that was Randy Crawford. Two evergreens if you've ever heard them. They're lovely tunes, aren't they, for a Sunday? I think they really sit that Sunday vibe. Hey, morning LCB, how you doing? William Robinson, someone else turned up in the chat as well. I've got to say hello. Someone just popped by and said hello. I must say hello to everybody. I'm rewinding back up the chat as I speak, and I'm looking for someone who popped by and said hello, and I can't find them, so I'm not doing a very good job here at all, and I'm still going back. Was it that far? I don't know. Come say hi. I'm sorry if I missed you and you come in and said hello and I didn't say hello. That is so rude. Morning, so what? How are you doing? Paul Wright Ria, check out Steve Attridge. Talking about Tommy. Yeah, we'll do. The Tommy thing, the sentencing, I don't know. Here's an issue that I have with it. You all know Jeffrey Cox, right? He's the one that signed this off. Now, right, so this is nothing more than my own meandering thoughts. I saw Jeffrey Cox, and I think maybe some of you did, and it was when they were trying to sell the privacy factor, the censorship factor within the House of Commoners, and he did this big Shakespearean speech, really laying it on thick to the point where, you know, there was a lot of satire came out, they were taking the mickey of him, da-da-da-da-da. So he does this big Shakespearean Keith Burton type speech in the House of Commons, but he didn't win them over. So he lost the vote, and then the next time you see him, he's got a big fat wobbly bottom lip. It didn't work. There's sort of some of that going on, and he took a sting there, I tell you. That hurt that dude, because he thought he was on fire, and he just didn't pull it off, you know, simple as that. Well, as far as I know, he's the Attorney General, and he's the one that signed off taking Tommy Robinson back to court. So with this, that concerns me, because it does look awfully like, because of the reasons given from Politico, it looks like state persecution, doesn't it? It's just such a bizarre world that we live in, and it gets more bizarro all the time, I've got to say. Each day comes along, and I think it's a creeping kind of thing where you can become desensitized to what's going on. I think everybody in that court case that Tommy was outside, except for one, because one did a runner back to Afghanistan, I believe, but the rest were found guilty. I think the charges mounted to 225 years in prison or something. And the hearing had been held that I think it was the last day or the last couple of days where they just had to stand up and hear their sentencing. And then Jeffrey Cox signs off on an order saying they could have been fearful to go to court. It's like a bizarre thing, isn't it? It's just super bizarro to me how that stands up. Peter Oasis, morning Peter, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Ruby Tuesday, how are you doing? I'm looking at another chat now. What else have we got? Romy, me too. Stacey, right, you're on about Stacey. I obviously need to learn about Stacey. Peter Oasis says, hello, it's a pleasure to listen to you this morning. Morning Peter, how are you doing? You having a lovely Sunday? I hope so. What else have we got? Enigma, great song, Ria. I'm seeing the Cooley Rising performance in my mind. Yeah, I need to read the other chat. Where's it gone? Wait a minute, where are we? Great song, Ria. I'm seeing the Cool Raisins before. Oh right, the advert. Yeah, I'm with you, I get you. I sort of remember it just. Determined, but it makes life fun. It does make life fun. We've got to enjoy this on the way as well, and that's what today is about, really, having a bit of enjoyment. We go there, but we have fun doing it, right? Because the news game is like a gift that just keeps giving. There is so much ready for humour and satire and to take the mickey out of. You know, I've ended up naming, or if I say occasional corset, you know what I mean, right? I don't know where that come from. I've got no idea, but I've ended up calling it occasional corset. I've got some news on her a bit later. What else have we got? Robin Williamson, a bit of luck. They will be thinking about their own families that may be mixed up in the mess. All right, that's out of context. Sorry, guys. My daughter always watches Stacey. Okay, Ruby Tuesday. Brian Harvey is back. Okay. Yeah, he's had a tough time, hasn't he? Peter Morris, create the problem, the engineer the solution, martial law by the back door. Peter, morning love, morning darling, how are you doing? I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Mikey B, Tommy was not. So this Jeffrey Cox character who signed off these fresh bunch of charges, I'm not a fan. It's taken a hit really publicly in the Commons, like a global, well, was it a global broadcast? That's a bit strong, but it was a big broadcast. A lot of eyes was on it, and he took a defeat publicly after going full Shakespearean, and the satire that followed it was pretty damn funny. Jack Wright says, I've got a bad feeling Tommy will go back to prison. 2030 says Mikey B. ST Labs, I don't know, the courts are well after Tommy. Right, so on the same subject, I think we need to take a look at, so these are nothing but, I can't know this, what I'm about to say, these are just my meandering thoughts. When he got off and he was outside the Old Bailey and he presented evidence about the case, and it was good evidence, you know, other people reported on it, bloody blah, all that stuff. When that was felt somewhat and the dust had settled, it was kind of over and done with. And then I'm thinking, and I said it on air as well, I don't think they're done with you, sweetie. I don't think they're done with you at all. And I'm thinking the timing of the charges, did they know? Well, my feelings are, I think they knew what they were going to do back when he walked out the Old Bailey and everybody was outside the Old Bailey. I think they knew they were going to do something, and I think there's some of the magician hand going on here where a lot of attention has now gone on to Tommy Robinson. Not that he's lacking it anyway, but a lot of the press has gone on to it, and we're leading right up into Brexit. You know, it's quite a distraction actually when it's soaking up that amount of energy as the UK comes up to Brexit, and is it, isn't it, what, this, that and the other. We see subversion of democracy by many people. The mainstream media are largely giving platforms to Remainers. Within the political sphere, the word leave has almost been eradicated. It's been exiled to the hills somewhere for the time being. They don't say leave, they just say no deal. They just, oh, whatever we do, we can't do a no deal. Wait a minute, that is leave. So by hijacking the language, but that's what we've got going on. If you're outside the UK, that's what's getting the airtime in the UK. It's Remainers screaming no deal. Yeah, it's sort of true. KH gave Santa Claus a hard time because scaring dogs had to stop. Tommy Robinson, God, it's late with you, KH. Ruby Tuesday, watch Richard D. Hall's documentary on Joe Cox. Okay, Ruby, will do. What else we got? Enigma, California Raisins. Hilton, morning Hilton, how you doing, darling? Good morning, Rio Bowen listeners. It's good when it comes up in red, I can spot it easier. Jake Wright, 2 reasons I reckon Tommy Robinson will be put back inside. 1, because of Brexit, and 2, because of the things he has been exposing over the past 6 months. Totally, the BBC thing was quite damning, wasn't it? Soulfinder, if Tommy goes back to prison and the Brexit vote gets delayed, I'm gonna go bonkers. Yeah, no, I get that. I don't think you'll be alone. Joss Ambrose, at William Robinson, the chances of our own military won't be used to keep us British cattle in check. It'll be the EU army doing that. That's a bizarre thing, isn't it? I've got to say. Mikey B, they have admitted their guilt by offering him out of court settlement. So that's the Cambridge one, isn't it? Sorry, listeners on audio, I'm a bit out of context. I'm just catching up with the chat here. Mikey B says they've admitted their guilt by offering him out of court. Oh, right, okay. Peter Morris, morning all. Jeffrey Cox failed to claim 400,000 in extra earnings. Who is the real criminal? That's a good one, Peter. I didn't know that. What else have we got? Dars Hughes. Morning, Dars. How are you doing? Tommy needs a Greenham Common outside a prison where they hold him until he gets released. He's not inside though, is he? He's not inside, is he? Dars Hughes. Dars, darling. He's not inside. Does anybody know? He's still on the outside, isn't he? Night and Day. I think the BBC Panodrama would love to fund Tommy's prosecution if they could. Okay. 2030, Brexit will get delayed anyway. Ruby Tuesday, Donna Tibby, especially the last half of part. Oh, right, you're talking about something else. Bad attitude. The EU army will be fair game if they come over here. Mikey Bear, Kin El Ria. Oh, okay, that's sort of like an abbreviation thing. I need to watch that. Morning, Stockport, Andy. How are you doing? I hope you're enjoying your Sunday. Romy Tomlinson. Tommy needs to learn to stand back when they throw their bait at him. He keeps falling for the honeypot. Romy Tomlinson, that's a good one. I've heard people talking about it, but it's, you know, for a guy and his family to be away from home, and then there is what feels like an attack on his family, perhaps not physical, but you know, you got a group of people going around. That is pretty extreme provocation. That is primal stuff, isn't it? I would put forward that is pretty primal stuff. And if you're going to trigger a dude, that would be one way to do it, wouldn't it? To sit back off that, that's a tough gig as far as I can see. Jack Wright, they want Tommy Robinson killed. Donny Tibby, yes, Rudy, he is a great reporter. Love now. KH, real criminals are Mohammed Mum, who let sunbathe 9-year-old. Yeah, no, okay, KH, we got that. Revo, morning Revo, it's all a distraction from the Brexit letdown. Good point, Revo, good point. Dars Hughes, if he gets put inside, we know it's coming. Yeah, maybe. I want to try and be more positive than that, though. Mark Wilson, the EU army is already here. They are called the police. You got a round of applause for that one. No, we're not living in a militarised state. No. Papers, please. They won't even need to do that. Facial recognition is all rolling out. Mikey B, his children have suffered enough already. Yeah, God, that's not an easy gig for a kid to be Tommy Robinson's kid, is it? Let's face it, it's not. That is not an easy thing to do. It's hard enough to be a kid in 2019 anyway. Never mind being Tommy Robinson's kid. Blimey. Big love to you, my lovelies, if you was to be listening to this. Certainly my thoughts, and I bet many others are with you. Stay safe, right? Stay safe. 2030, Tommy's children are always hiding and crying scared. That's a tough one, that one. I don't know what to say to that other than beaming them some love. I don't know. It's not easy with a dad like that, I bet. And for his wife, out of court settlement is legal right. Okay, bad attitude. Tommy Robinson, he admits that. I agree with you, but I fully understand why he reacts, because I would not be able to stop myself. It's a primal thing, isn't it? God, do you know what I mean? We're ignoring primal instinct enough as it is. The substrates of nature. And yeah. It's primal stuff. If I was on a jury and I heard that, I would be thinking, that's primal stuff, you know. Just is. Just saying. The adorable Turin. Morning, darling. How you doing? I don't see the UK rising up over Tommy. The UK still have a good standing of life to risk it. Yeah, they're not pretty fat and happy, I think, is sort of the layman's terms for it. But great quote, adorable Turin. Joss Ambrose, what else have we got here? All the more reason to defund the BBC. Kieran Ambrose, did anyone in the UK heard the wind last night? I did, and we've got it coming in bad as well during the day, so you may get some background noise. Jake Wright, still remember the day I was in Cambridge and police chased Tommy Robinson and his kids from the pub with camera at the football. That's nuts. Chippy's T, a storm is coming. Yeah, literally and metaphorically. Morning, Chippy T, bad attitude. They would be dog meat. ST Labs at Kieran, it's still windy here. Stephen Dunn, morning Stephen Dunn, how are you doing? We must all pray together for Tommy, absolutely. What else have we got? Romy, praying won't help. Yeah, that's a point of view, I guess. I'm just running down the it blew all motorbikes over. It's coming in today as well. Chris Murphy, very windy here in Kent as well. Yeah, we had some teethy ones last night, and apparently it's going to kick in here at the studio this afternoon as well. William Robinson, self-defense is an instinct and therefore a God-given right. Yeah, totally. You know, you can't just ignore primal drivers, can you? Blimey. Well, I suppose, well, no, you can certainly try to apply a veneer over the top with accusations and so on, which they're quite successful on. Right, we're going to move on to another one. Changing the subject. Everybody watch the chat. I want to see what happens here. I want to bring up a clip. The latest clip of Nigel Farage returning. The title is Nigel Farage returning to save Brexit. Okay, I'll bring it up on screen, so keep an eye on your screens. Those on audio, I'll narrate if it goes quiet, but I think there's audio all the way through this. Nigel Farage.
Nigel, fellow Brit, how are you? So I'm from Stanmore, London, and emigrated to the States in the 70s. So we have a situation right now where from America we're looking at Brexit, fallen apart. Theresa May, obviously very, very weak. What are we seeing right now as far as the power that you and the Leave have left?
Well, I tell you the power that we've got. It's with the people. That's where the power we've got is. We haven't changed our minds. In fact, I tell you something. If we come to the worst case scenario, which is we get an extension to Article 50, and they somehow force us to vote again on this issue, outrageous though that concept is, I promise you, we'd vote by an even bigger margin to leave. People are not changing their minds. That's the good news. The bad news is that our political establishment, right from that morning on June 24th, 2016, never accepted the result. They never accepted it. They've done everything they can to water it down, to delay it. And the biggest tragedy of all is that the British Prime Minister, having promised that she would deliver the Brexit people voted for, has come up with a withdrawal agreement, which is more like a surrender document.
So when you talk about it being a surrender document, you also see a huge, massive wave of protest against this. What did you have, 700,000 people that showed up in London against this?
No. I mean, classic spin and lies. 250,000 did, yes.
Okay.
You know, funded by George Soros and all the rest of it. All right, you know, we have got a lot of young students in the UK who have been brainwashed into thinking that the European Union is the right way forward. But look, you know, one of the reasons that our people don't go out and protest in such numbers is our people work. Right. our people have jobs.
Right, we see that in the States
our
too.
Our people pay taxes, you know.
Yeah.
Look, don't be conned by any of this.
Okay.
You know, public opinion is rock solid. We're 29 days away from what should be a moment of liberation, a moment where we take back the independence of our nation. I can't stand here now and tell you that it's going to happen, because I just don't know. I suspect they will take the easy option, which for politicians is always to kick the can down the road. If they do that, and they extend Article 50, they extend our leaving date by a year or more, then there will be more battles to fight. And all I can tell you is, I'm in training. Okay. I'm ready. If we have to fight them again, I damn well will.
That's my next question for you, because you kind of backed off a little bit from my perspective, from a lot of people's perspective after it passed, which I understand. You worked your tail off.
Well, I'd worked for 25 years for it.
Right.
I've worked for 25 years.
So you're back in.
We won the referendum. We had 500 MPs vote for it in Parliament. I thought we were done.
Right.
I genuinely thought we were done.
You went on holiday, and it's well deserved, by the way.
Well, thank you, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. Look, I am ready. I am poised over them right now, like the sword of Damocles.
Okay.
And if they want to underestimate me, they do so at their peril.
That's good. Where's Boris Johnson fit in all this?
Boris was very late to the Leave argument, but he came to the Leave argument, and it was very important that he did. And I'm pleased to say Boris has been pretty good throughout this. Okay,
who else? Real quickly, any other names that we should look out for to support this?
Well, I mean, Boris and I are clearly the most high profile of it. But the people to really look for are the 17.4 million Britons who, despite President Obama and the whole world telling them not to do it, they did it. They don't regret it for one moment. And if they ask us to do it again, we'll beat them again.
Nigel, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Best of luck with everything.
Terrific.
Okay, guys, there you go. Sorry about those just on audio. Apologies for the fading audio, but they're walking down a corridor. Is it the EU? I don't know. There's a lot of people. It looks a bit, conferencey. Maybe there was a conference. Well, yeah, no, I'm guessing there was a conference going on. But you've heard from Nigel Farage. I was sort of perusing the chat as I was watching and listening to that. and the chat is mixed. Morning, Simon Coates, and if anybody else is listening and you're not a typer, just come say hello and I'll give you a shout out on the radio, right? And morning, London, morning, Macedonia, there are FM masts, and if you're just tuning in, this is Ria Bow, just outside London. We are Sunday Long Live Radio. We're live every Sunday. Starts at, I think it's going to move soon, but 5 a.m. Eastern Standard US, 10 a.m. GMT UK, 9 p.m. New South Wales, Australia. Live every Sunday. Come and say hello. Come hang out. The statement to sum up Sunday Long Live Radio is we go there, but we have fun doing it, okay? So it's a lighter kind of take on the week's news, people's thoughts in the chat. I read them out badly. I've even got a new chat thing here on my new iPad, and which I had to get, and no, that's no help either, because that keeps switching off. So work in progress. I'm working on it, and while I remember as well, before I take the comments, I tried to do a stream, because I'm always out and about on a Saturday. That's my out and about day. Get out the studio, because I spend enough time on air, and I tried to stream from the iPad and it didn't work. Right, for one, I can't even label, so the iPad is not looking like an option to stream while I'm on the move. It sort of could be, but it didn't work. I think it ran for about 12 seconds when went down the tubes. So I'm working on that so I can stay in touch over the weekend as well. And don't forget to check us out, Mike Phillip, Americanic Radio. Mike Phillip and my good self are going live 5 days a week on Republic Radio. I think they're based in Texas, US. So we're going to be covering the news. Mike's a sort of redneck American, Canadian, cowboy kind of dude. Loud, lovely guy. I love Mike. We go back a long way. So check that out, Republic Radio. You'll find that in our chat room. And you'll find the clicky tab to our chat room in our website, Sunday Long Live Radio. So check that one out. Right, okay, so I've seen the mixed comments on you'll work out the iPad here, says Lady C. Maybe. You can stream from the iPad, Steph, but the screen, to record the screen, which is all I'm interested in, failed. Anyway, but apparently it's notoriously difficult anyway. But where was I? I lost my sort of train of thought there. Right, Nigel Farage. So I've seen the mixed comments in the chat. And that's fair enough. It's for everybody to navigate, isn't it? There's still value there, guys. So this is my take on it. There's still value there, okay? When you have someone with, like Nigel Farage, or actually any exec, anybody in the political sphere that's tuned in their delivery, which maybe we don't like, people don't like maybe. I like Jared Batten as well, Revo. But Nigel Farage can get the camera, you know, and he's kind of got that bombastic, vivacious, extrovert kind of thing about him that Jared doesn't have, although he's getting a bit better. But that aside, when you have a politician like Nigel Farage, whether you think he's good, bad or indifferent, and that's up to you, I would say to you, if you have a politician like that goes out on camera and says our youngsters have been brainwashed by the EU, that to me still has value. He still has value. Whether I agree with everything that he says or whatever, his new party, doesn't really matter. But when you have a mainstream politician coming out and saying stuff like that, to me, he still has value. I've got to watch that space. I've got to watch it unfold, see where it goes. I'm not as down on Nigel Farage as maybe some of you. I wasn't happy about the comments that he made, but we've all got to navigate our own way forward. So that's my proposal to you. Nigel Farage still has value. He still has value. Indigenous says Nigel is on our side, but not for our interests. That's fair enough, Indigenous. I don't mind anybody, you form your own opinion, but that still has value to me. We're short on politicians that'll even say the word leave. Do you know what I mean? They won't even say leave. It's nuts. But we've got the likes of Nigel Farage saying things like, our kids have been brainwashed by the EU. And you got that young US girl, the new golden girl of the Democrats, occasional corset. She's like, these new people are coming through, these young cadets that have been indoctrinated in a different way. I feel So therefore it is. That thing. That bunch are just coming through. An Occasional Corset is one of them. I've got to say, she is. And I heard an SJW. Right, I'm going to take a song, right, and then I'm going to talk about, if I remember, Morning Hilton. What else have we got here? My other chat isn't working properly either. Occasional Cortex wants to introduce the $3.50. Really? AOC Crazy Eyes. Yeah, you wouldn't know whether to saddle a horse up. Yeah, I'm not even going to do that. Bad Attitude says fair. It is a fair point. We've got to grab value wherever we can get it. Well, it's true, you know. And when was the last time you heard an MP stand up and say, our kids have been brainwashed by the EU? How many MPs are saying that? Like, one. I've never heard another MP say that. Never mind an MEP. Do you know what I mean? Please don't let me off my loose about that one. Lady Steph, what? Occasional Corset? I don't know where it come from. I was doing a show and her name comes up and we all know my reading out the comments is not a strong point, but it is what it is, you know. And I just read it out as Occasional Corset. All right. Hey, lovelies, we're going to take another tune. I'm going to come back with another story. We're going to move it on. But don't forget that about Nigel Farage. We are lacking MPs that'll even say the word leave. Never mind, our youngsters have been brainwashed by the EU. Just a thought, just sharing it with you, right? Okay. Enjoy the song. I love story songs. I know people that will like this. Richard Marx, Hazard.
I need to make it
touch me, I can feel how much you love me, and it just blows me away. I've never been this close to anyone or anything. I can hear your thoughts, I can see your dreams. I don't know how you do what you do. I'm so in love with you. It just keeps getting better. I wanna spend the rest of my life with you by my side, forever and ever. Every little thing that you do, baby, I'm amazed by you. The smell of your skin, the taste of your kiss, the way you whisper in the dark, your hair all around me, baby, you surround me, you touch every place in my heart. Oh, it feels like the first time, every time. I wanna spend the whole night in your eyes. I don't know how you do what you do. I'm so in love with you. It just keeps getting better. I wanna spend the rest of my life with you by my side, forever and ever. Every little thing that you do, baby, I'm amazed by you. Every little thing that you do, I'm so in love with you. It just keeps getting better. Oh, girl, I wanna spend the rest of my life with you by my side, forever and ever. Every little thing that you do, every little thing that you do, every little thing that you do, baby, I'm amazed by you.
Tractor systems are offline.
Number one for today's hits and all-time favorites.
And we're back. How you doing, guys? Let me say hello to some people that have arrived. Powder, hiya, Powder. Texas in the house. I'm coming to a radio station near you, Powder. I'm doing 5 days a week on Republic Radio, so I'm down your way pretty soon. I hope you're well and healthy, my darling. Let me say hello. Maria Lopez. Morning, Maria Lopez. How are you doing? Speaking for Finland, don't know much about Finland, to be honest, other than Tommy was there the other day highlighting some censorship. What else have we got? I want to pick up on a comment that somebody wrote, and I think it was a really good point. Stuart Walkerman, morning. Peter Morris, I think I've said hello. Anybody else? Come and say hello, and I'll try and say, I want to say hello to everybody. I'm going back up the chat as I speak. Harvey Groves, morning, Harvey. And Jackie Preston, morning, Jackie, darling. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday, and you, Harry. What else have we got about them? I've got to be careful, so don't swear in the chat. So if I read it out on radio, I'm going to be in like deep doo-doo, so I can't do that. Valerie Cummins, morning, Valerie Cummins. Thank you for joining us. Right, so who was it wrote in? Someone said I made a good point about value. Thank you. And was it Peter? I think it was you, Peter, maybe. but he shouldn't play the divide and conquer. I completely agree. About Nigel Farage, if you are just joining us, and I think some are. I completely agree. What do you do, though? I mean, it's just as old as the hills in terms of a strategy, isn't it? So we just got to bear that in mind. But there's still value there. But I agree with you. If it was Peter that wrote it, Peter, I agree. The last thing, I mean, anybody who joined us last Sunday, we got someone new in. Lorna, is it Lorna? Luana Lovell. Luana, am I saying that okay? I hope I'm saying that okay. Luana. Can I roll with Luana in Cornwall? Lovely Cornwall. What am I thinking? Perranporth. That's what I'm thinking. Lovely Cornwall. I hope you enjoy your surroundings and appreciate them because they're super lovely. Right, so that's the night. I'm going to move on to another one. I'm going to move on to a couple, actually. But I want to pick up on something that I heard on the radio. LCB, surely you know who Stacey Dooley is. No, cards on the table. I don't. And that's, I don't know what else to say. I can't add much more to that, can I? Other than I'm guilty. That's it. I'm just guilty. I don't know. I've only just discovered Politico and all you guys knew he was. So that's where I am. That, my friends, is the ugly truth. There's no getting away from it. Karen Lost. Morning, Karen Lost. How you doing? Come say hi and I'll say hello to you, you know. You don't have to be really typey if you don't want to. That's fine. But it is what it is. What else have we got? Candy says, sorry, I'm back, girlfriend. Wanted the grass cut. I said no because I'm speaking to Rhea. And she likes who's Rhea laughing out loud. Okay, I think that's a positive thing. Hey, Candy, thank you for that. I've got text messages coming in as well. Some of the text messages I've had are really quite rude, but I'm not gonna go there. Where are we going? Amber Rudd is where I'm going. Amber Rudd. So this goes off during the week. She's on a show somewhere. I think I saw it on the BBC. And Mark Wilson, morning Mark Wilson, how you doing? You need to watch more BBC Three, Rhea. Is there a BBC Three? I don't know. God, we know what we know and we don't know what we don't know, and I don't know that one, so I'm in a constant state of education. Anyway, Amber Rudd. Kieran, hi, loving the show, first time here. Welcome, my darling. I'm beaming you some love, special love on a Sunday, and to any newcomers. Amber Rudd, let me get onto this because I love reading your comments. Right, so Amber Rudd during the week in the UK, if you're outside the UK, comes out and she's dissing racism. She's saying, oh, you know, basically racism is a bad thing. In this quote, she comes out and she says a coloured woman, being that whatever her name is, they're always taking the mickey out of Jeremy Corbyn's left hand. What's her name? Come on, chat, help me out here. What's her name? They take the mickey out of her all the time. Black woman. So anyway, Amber Rudd comes out and says, bloody blah, 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 racism's a bad thing. And this woman, Jeremy Corbyn's left hand sort of thing, gets it all the time because she's a coloured woman or a woman of colour, something like that. Man, she gets it. She gets it big time. And this SJW comes on to the biggest radio station in Abbott. That's it. Well done. Well done. Diane Abbott. She's really likeable, isn't she? Anyway, so she gets dissed fully. SJW on the phone on the biggest radio station in the UK in the afternoon. 10 million listeners, something like that, like big time FM radio. Colourful Diane, says Hilton. Oh, that's lovely. Corbyn's, I can't read that out. Allegedly, Jack Wright says Corbyn slept with her. Right, okay, so anyway, so she comes up, this SJW is on the phone. Man, she's going guns. This young girl, she is one of these new ones that's coming through that Nigel quoted, been brainwashed by the EU. I feel, so therefore I am. That kind of type. They're giving her a bunch of airtime, dissing Diane Abbott, regardless. And she comes out and she said, no, the context doesn't matter. The fact that she's telling people racism is a bad thing, no, that is of no consequence. So, and she's coming across as 100% in believing what she's saying. It's like a proper nuts thing. You know, in law, if you refer back to law, intent makes a huge difference in a charge. A huge difference in a charge. You know, it's a difference. If it was a serious case, it's the difference between murder and manslaughter. GBH with intent or without intent. You know what I mean? It's a huge thing. No, not according to this SJW. She's going guns on this phone. And then this older black dude calls it. Did anybody hear it? This older black dude calls in and goes, whoa a minute. Just hold the phone. He said, if we followed her rules, this SJW's, no one's going to be able to talk to anybody. Everybody's going to be outraged at every single thing that's said. And we are going there, aren't we? We are going there. And we're going there really rather quickly. You know, usually these things take generations, but we're seeing it in our own generation. You know, the days of Alf Garnett and the like. Ain't Half Hot Mum. Well, so, you know, those days are long gone, aren't they? But anyway, I wanted to bring up these SJWs, these kids that Nigel Farage referred to that have been brainwashed by because you don't know you've been brainwashed, do you? Do any of us know that we're addicted to social media? No. What do you mean? Don't even suggest it. But it's a really hard thing to get out the comfort zone and look at yourself and go, you know, I've got some issues here. Yeah, she's not doing that. This SJW is not doing that. And so her example of the intent, how she rebutted the intent quote by the host was, if someone treads on my foot and my foot bleeds, whether they do it with intent or not, my foot still bleeds. And that's how she was justifying that in context, Amber Rudd was dissing racism, but at the same time, it just made no difference in the argument. It's like, what is happening to the world? It's absolutely crazy, isn't it? And like I say, we're going to live, fingers crossed, to witness these youngsters coming through with these points of view that it's their way or the highway sort of thing. Let me take some of your comments. What else have we got? Soul Thunder. Hey, Diane Abbott blames that. Oh, it's gone off screen. Sorry, my darling. Revo. I woke up approx 2 years ago and feel I'm now living in a parallel universe to what I grew up in. That happens to me every morning. I told you the story before, didn't I? Love thy neighbour and all that stuff, Hilton. All that. I'm not allowed to sort of say that on the radio at the moment. But remember that? That was so funny, wasn't it? That was no messing about. Lovely. Yeah. Okay. Where was I going with this? Yeah, we're seeing this come through. Let me get your chat. I'm going to read out some of your chat. The last Diana Abbott wants to raise up the minimum wage to £1.50 an hour. Oh, what, Hippie Earth Mother. There was a Sun report on Abbott saying she was worried about being raped and murdered because of Joe Cox. I didn't get all of that, but it's gone off screen. I've got more text coming in. So what? And this is why I'm what does that say? An ethno-nationalist. Right, okay, say no more. What else have we got? I'm just reading down here. Oh, right, more about Stacey Dooley. I need educating on those kind of things. Yeah, but we're moving into a world where this happened. Right, let me change the story. We're going to go on to another one. Here's a stonker. Look, I'll bring it up on screen so you can see it, so you can see where it's from. Let's bring it up on screen. Here you go. Look, you can see it. Here's a stonking headline. This will get the chat fired up for those just on audio that can't see the chat. Quote, greatest scam in history, unquote. Greenpeace co-founder thrashes global warming, quote, brainwashing campaign. Can I read that again? Can I just read that again? Quote, greatest scam in history, unquote. Greenpeace co-founder thrashes global warming brainwashing campaign. The climate catastrophe is strictly a fear campaign. Well, fear and guilt. More told by Breitbart Radio. So for a start, I didn't know there was a Breitbart Radio. Did you lovelies know there was a Breitbart Radio? So there's lessons learned by me as well. And then it goes on to say, more told Breitbart Radio host Rebecca Mansour, I'm afraid you're killing your children because you're driving them in your SUVs and emitting carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and you feel guilty for doing that. That's no stronger motivation than those two. The abomination that is occurring today in the climate issue is the biggest threat to the Enlightenment that has occurred since Galileo. Wow, they're big statements, aren't they? Do you think? Do you think? Yeah, you don't read that every day, do you? You hear people sort of talking about, the climate change is a scam, or certainly the man-made side of it. You don't often get someone, Greenpeace co-founder, coming out saying global warming brainwashing campaign. And I know they've pretty much built the infrastructure for the new carbon credit stock exchanges coming out as well. Let's see what else we've got going on here in the chat. What have we got going on? Labour must not be allowed to run in this country. Dissed, William Roberts does. Simon Coates, Joe Cox knew too much about the Panama Papers. Thank you, Simon. I hadn't connected that. Word of the day, stonk. No, it's not stonker, it's stonking. Or stonker, I guess. Simon Reyes, keep up. That's gone offline. That's gone offline. Mikey B. Jill Sandy was... All right, I don't want to read that out, but fair enough, Mikey B. Paul Wright, did you see Cowboys for Trump on Breitbart? I didn't. I don't check Breitbart, so I need to probably do that. Powder, sometimes coming here is like learning another language. I don't always understand what people are saying. Yeah, I get that, Powder. I get that. Yeah, hopefully you get the idea though. I've tried a Texan accent, but it was pretty bad. If I could do it quite well, I might break into a Texan style, but I don't think you would appreciate it, or it would make it understandable anymore. What else have we got? Rudy Tuesday, did you say the Twitter lawyer lying through her teeth on Joe Rogan's show? I did. I've got a clip of it, actually. Where is it? Let me bring it up. Let me just have a quick look. Am I still on the screen? What screen am I on? Let me change that while I have a dither around. A second. Pushing buttons, changing my stories. Where are we? Twitter. Oh, I've got the... have you guys seen the Project Veritas? So I'll play that one up next. Let me say hello to some others. Right, Stockport Andy. I think I will go and burn some car tyres. Really? Feeling frustrated, Andy, this Sunday. Hippie Earth Mother. Climate change is a complete hoax. Maybe Greenpeace are finally waking up. Maybe. William Robinson says, we've had around 8 natural climate changes throughout Earth's history. Oh, it's gone off screen for me, darling. Sorry, Powder. Oh, Riabo, you have heard my lewing southern drawl. We liked your accent, Powder. It was you that didn't like it. I liked it. I love accents, though. Any accents, really. Stormshell Entertainment. Morning, Stormshell. God bless Tommy Robinson. If you've just joined us, we was covering Tommy early. But morning, Stormshell. Beaming you some love on this Sunday. Jake Wright, who's burning something? Maria Lopez, smiley face. LCB. Morning, LCB. Labour MPs David Lammy condemned white lady as being a racist white saveur for taking part in a comic relief because she had a photo with a black baby. Really? Gordon Redding. Morning, Gordon. How you doing, darling? Good morning, Rhea and family from beautiful sunny Bournemouth, West Beach, West Cliff. I've had some really good times in Sandbanks, Gordon. Let me tell you. Younger days. People running down the road naked and all that kind of stuff. Really upsetting the locals. But I'll move on from that. Ruby Tuesday. Someone else is using my name. My Republic, Ruby. I'll put an R in front of future posts. Okay, Ruby, no worries. LCB, yep, climate change, pure scam. Jack Wright, I love the presenter accent, very sexy. You're very kind, my darling. Hippie Earth Mother at William Robinson. It's the same thing that has been happening for millions of years. Absolutely. Global warming and cooling, isn't it? I believe. Enigma, yeah, William. What are they doing with the money? Man, that's a big question, isn't it? What are they doing with the money? I smell rubber, says Mikey B. Powder, I heard me yuck. So embarrassing. Jake Wright, is the presenter accent from London or Essex or American? Don't mean to be rude. I'll leave the chat to answer that. Let's see what the chat say, what my accent is. Candy, what? At night and day. Oh, right, you're talking to Powder. So what? Can we burn Trudeau, maybe? Well, He needs dealing with. I don't know if burning's a good idea, though. So what? Stuart Walker, climate change. We are having 4 seasons in one day here in Scotland. Bonnie, Scotland. Big up to Scotland. Good times in Scotland. Hogmanay. Edinburgh for lunch. Glasgow for the nightlife. Simon Coates. Africa population has been propped up by 500% of last 40 years by the West, whilst our population falls. Okay, I got you. Sandbanks, Rock. We spent a lot of time there years ago, says Joss. You should have seen the house we had, man. Oh my God. You know those flash houses down in Sandbanks? It was one of those. What else have we got? William Robinson, getting fat. Jake Wright, accent. American. What, is my accent American? Far out. I'll just say no to that is the most honest answer I can see. The Green Knight. Morning, the Green Knight. Her accent comes from Papua New Guinea. Powder says, K&D, you are easy to understand. It's how people word what they say. Oh, Jack Wright, nice. Revo, Ria, we are trying to place your accents. Candy, Ria, Essex. No, it's not Essex. Hippie Earth Mother. Joy Ambrose, we have a skin the lions after. Oh, we have to skin the lions after that. Don't forget. Mikey B, Sandbanks is posh. No, my accent isn't Essex. I'm afraid you'd have to watch. I don't know. There's an Essex programme on, isn't there? They sound like Essex. Well, so we've got Mark Wilson. Morning, Mark. Big barbecue planned for EU leaving day. It's going to be like New Year all over. Laughing out loud. Fingers crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed. Absolutely. Candy Kane, Brighton. Yeah, Brighton's got a great nightlife. Bad Attitude, Ria, Carl Sholton. Jake Wright, Towie. Do I sound like Essex, do I? That's far out. Outcast, far out. Love it. Yeah. I was a hippie chick and everything. Cardiff. I don't think you're helping people place my accent. Simon, we live in an age where pizza gets to an hour before the police. Yeah, no, that's an old one. Roll it out though, darling. I enjoy those. Jake Wright, Towie is the Essex show. I've seen an advert for it. Soul Finder, get rid of the dirty diesels before blaming cow popping off and messing up the ozone. Smedley Dowright. Smedley Dowright. Can I call you Smedley? Smedley. Newfoundland accent. Nope. Joss Ambrose. House in Sandbanks, ? We had a tent and a transit van. That's much cooler. Joss. I knew somebody that had one of those posh houses on Sandbanks. Powder Candy, I might be hard to understand. Be others. Oh, that's gone off screen. Jack Wright, bit like Essex accent. I like that Essex accent and Essex ladies. Ha ha. Definitely not Essex. Stuart Walker, I think Ria's accent is like Essex accent and the Essex ladies. Ha ha. Sure, okay. Ria, if anyone gets your accent correct, give them a big mention and play them a tune. Powder Ria Bow, I love your accent. It's so sexy. Okay. I don't think that helps locate where I'm from though. Jen, what's that? Jen, morning Jen. Goldfinkel. Morning Jen. God, I'm really blurry this morning. Jen Goldfinkel. Morning Ria. Morning Jen. How you doing? Candy Cake. Come on Ria. Where are you from? Candy Cow. Not Bristol. Okay. Robbie Crow. Home counties accent. No accent at all. Just correct. I'm always correct. If I meet anybody, it's the disclaimer. I could tell you a funny story about that, but I won't. Jacqueline, North London accent. William Robinson, Ria, Kent. Nope. Outcast, Yorkshire. Excellent. No, Outcast is not Yorkshire. So what? Everybody writes Essex because there's sex in it. Stephen Stevens, I'm from my mother. Okay. That's kind of a nice thing. God, Joss, what does that word even say? Estuary. Okay, Stuart Walker at Ria. I never said that. I said your accent was a non-accent. Okay. Yeah, you have to correct me. It's not a strong point, is it? Come along. Jake Wright, I go to London then. Okay, you're going to London, Reading. Mikey B, what about the Middlesex? Okay. South London. Okay, Jen, Lincolnshire. Wow, far out. Sussex. Hippie Earth Mother. Maybe you should put your glasses back on. I've got them on. Shush. In fact, I've got about 3 pairs that are all different strengths. I've got my sewing glasses on because I'm really blurry. North London. Am I warm? Kind of. Martin Hughes, sorry I'm late. Have an excuse, was unblocking a drain. Yuck. Ooh, accent somewhere between London and Birmingham. Okay. Jake Wright, no, I go London accents. Ruislip, Buckinghamshire. Isle of Man. Wow, we've got Isle of Man in the house actually. Chris Murphy, Cambridge. Revo, St Albans. Wow. Simon Coates, Watford. Yorkshire, Isle of Man, Hippie Earth Mother, New Bins for real. I've got some new ones. Cheshire. No, it's not actually. It's not. Midlands, Birmingham, in the garden. No. Keep it cut. This is funny because you don't know how people perceive what you sound like, do you? You just kind of don't. You just kind of guess. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's from the middle of nowhere. Probably warmer powder. Only 3 pairs. Well, I have reading glasses store where I have so many. Okay, Hertfordshire. Mikey B. Doddington Services. Pass, Liverpool, Oxford area, Kingsbury, Liverpool. There is actually a correct name for my accent. There is, but nobody's said it yet though. Joss Ambrose, you're not a Surrey lass, are you? I was born in Croydon. Okay, no, I wasn't born British. I win. You are using your radio accents. Martin Houston. Hey, Martin. Okay. Jen, I bet you're not from here. Beam me up, Scotty. No, I'm definitely not from Scotland, am I? Tim Potter, On a Hellish World. Jack Wright, Australia or Canada, ? Chris Murphy, Swindon. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Queen English, getting warmer. I'm in partly, your accent is Druid. Ooh, yeah, no, Druid, I would go with that. And I want to give a shout out as well while you're guessing in the chat to Hippie Earth Mother Joy Ambrose. As she mentioned in the chat earlier, some of you guys may know I was in the music game quite a while and I've auditioned a lot of singing, and I heard Joy trying to warm up to go and do a show, but she'd not sung in ages and she'd been poorly. Nerves, I don't know how else to say it. They were proper nerves, Joy. So you not doing that, darling, you get my full empathy and sympathy with it. I must say. You were so nervous, darling. Do you know what my wisdom advice was to try and deal with it? Drink. It was, sweetie, just go and drink. There's no miracle. Milton Keynes, says Simon Gates. Wow. Paul Wright, your accent is Druid. Jack Wright, sexy Patriots accent. Okay. Reese's Christ, Windsor. I love reading. It's quite good fun. How people perceive what you sound like. Obviously, there's the jokey ones as well. Revo, Oxford. Yeah. Okay, let's take another song. We're going to pull a groove down on here and go Lowrider. I love this.
fantasy. Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip with me. See that girl, she does something to my chemistry. And when I'm close, I'm sure she raised my temperature by 3 degrees. Every day, in every way she makes my motor burn. And I reciprocate my love, I dedicate to loving her. For we've got a good thing going, a real good thing going, yeah. That girl and me. And I don't have to ask, I know that it's gonna last eternally. Understanding whenever handing me the alibi. Oh, you know what to do, where you've been, so what's the use in telling lies? For we've got a good thing going, a real good thing going, yeah. That girl and me. We got it good, got it good, got it good. So let's get it on, get it on, get it on. Yes, we've got a good thing going, a real good thing going, yeah. That girl and me. And I don't have to ask, I know that it's gonna last eternally. Yeah. Hey. We got it good, got it good, got it good.
Soak this up, guys, and feel the good times on a Sunday, right? Just soak this up. Goodness in a pot.
That girl and me. And I don't have to ask, I know that it's gonna last eternally. Yes, we've got a good thing going, a real good thing going, yeah. That girl and me. And I don't have to ask, I know that it's gonna last eternally. Yes, we've got a good thing going, a real good thing going, yeah. That girl and me.
Number one means you're always on top. Your number one radio.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
We are the ultimate power in the universe. Yep, you heard it. Sunday Long Live Radio. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday, guys. I'm Ria Bow, just outside London, Wimbledon. I love your comments, by the way. They're absolutely fantastic. And you're listening to Sunday Long Live Radio. We go there, but we have fun doing it. What's the problem with that? It's Sunday. There is no problem with that, is there? So I'm going to carry on reading out some of the comments. I've got Northampton. Apparently, this is where my accent sounds as though it comes from. Loving the old school music. You're welcome, Mark Wilson. I've got loads of it. Stockport Andy says Lewisham. Jake says London Starn. Chelsea Village, Bournemouth was a good thing going on. It was a good thing going on. I have very, very fond memories of Sandbanks. Powder, Hippie Earth Mother, South African accent. That's really interesting. Bad Attitude says Eton, just outside London. Powder, you nailed it. No, you didn't nail it. The Green Knight, it's a regional neutral accent used on British radio and TV, a variety of RP. You got it. Green Knight got it. He beat you to it. Toaster, look at that. What, as in, yeah, no, I'm not even going to go there. Let me put the heater back on because it's still quite cold. Gordon Redding, I met Janet Kay once at the Wilkeswood Reggae Festival. Your voice sounds similar. Reggae festivals, man. Reggae festivals. Clapham Common. Did anybody ever go? Those huge speakers. Did you see them? They were like cars upended. And you could just see the drivers on these speakers going in and out as it moved your chest. Reggae festivals on Clapham Common back in the day. Good times. Good times. Really, really good times. Stuart Walker, Richmond. Okay, so we're going to take another story. Green Knight, got it. Green Knight, let's do one for Green Knight. You got it. Well done, Green Knight. Yes, you nailed it. What else have we got? Those were the days, says Bad Attitude. Did you go to them? They were awesome, weren't they? Awesome. Rastafarians with the dread things going on, rocking the big dog rockets, as Mike would call them. Just the smell of cannabis in the air everywhere. And the cops didn't really care. They were cool. Back in the day, no cameras and all that kind of stuff. Mikey B, yeah, I went there. Bad Attitudes, those were the days. Mikey B, 80s. Stuart Walker, no, but I used to sneak into Glastonbury. I did as well. I saw the Osric Tentacles there. The True Patriot, any piece of metal spoon, handle, etc. can be sharpened into a knife. It's called a shank. Okay, Jack Wright, what did Green Knight say your accent was? Bad Attitude, well done, Green Knight. What does that say? Simon Coates. Smashy and nicey, yes. Fake accent news. What, mine? I don't know. Scott Free, Orkney. You got it, Scotty. Blimey, are you up late or early? I don't know. We've got Expat from Oz down in the chat there, guys, as well. A bit of Cynthia. What does that say? Scholars, please. Oh, okay, request. If I haven't got it in my playlist, I won't play it. Okay, I'm going to go over to another story. Glastonbury before the fence was good. Yep, Mikey B, I know it well. 85 and 86 I went. And I saw the Osrics and was just blown away by it. Different to Outer Mongolia. Nice. Who else? We got anybody else in the chat I haven't said hello to? I've said morning, Scotty, haven't I? Osric Tentacles rock. God, I loved it. It was a big eye-opener for me. I think it was 85 and 86 I went. And it just wasn't the thing it is today. I'm looking for stories here. I'm hustling. Here we go. Late for me, Ria. Yeah, it's late for you. Yeah, no, I thought so. I should have brought up my world clock. Jake says, I was not born till December 93. Okay. Well, you missed out, darling, on the good times. I remember walking in. Right, I'm going to share a story with you, okay? I've got through, this is the days, there was sort of a fence on Glastonbury, 85, 86. But some of the hippies had got in, right? Not the good hippies, and they were charging people at the fence. So they'd created a hole in the fence, and they were taxing people to go in, right? Anyway, we managed to get round there, got in as a freebie, and there's a dude walking around. He's got balloons in his hand, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 balloons floating up on string that's about 3 feet high or something. And can I read what they said on the balloons? This for sale, and that for sale, and this for sale, and all the prices and everything. you imagine that today? It's not going to happen, is it? I'll read out some of your chat before I take this Veritas video. Stuart Walker, Mikey B, know it well too. Scousers used to go round with a ladder and charge you a $5 to climb fence. Absolutely they did. One flew over the cuckoo's nest, Stonehenge, and then over the fence to Glastonbury. Totally. And it was Joss that educated me on about Stonehenge and Druids. That Avebury, you don't pronounce the V in Avebury. And I've been calling it Avebury for enough years. Wish they'd sort of tell you stuff like what Joss did, but nobody pulled me up on it before. Joss Ambrose, Steady Cowboy, Eat It While It's Hot. Can we all try and guess how old you are now? No. I'm 21. Des Hughes, Convoy Skankers. Okay. Yeah, we called them crusties, I think. Soulfinder, Bring Back the 80s. Great decade, Rhea. Cracking. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. My university days in London. Pre-cameras. Anyway, let's take another. I'm having loads of flashback. Bad attitude. Oh my God, I remember the Balloon Man. Do you? Do you remember that? Oh, that is so cool. Synchronicity. Valerie Cummins, scot-free. How's it going? Jake Wright, who said guess her age? Shut up. Mikey B, hi Rhea, is Mikey's daughter. Hiya Mikey's daughter, how are you doing, darling? I'm beaming you some love. Beam. There you go, some love. Thanks for joining us, darling. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. You got a smiley face and you can spread some smiles and some love on a Sunday, right? Make a bit of room for it in one's life. Simon Coates, the V is silent like the P in swimming. Okay. Tim Potter, I remember the Hells Angels policing Stonehenge. They did a good job. They did do a good job. Bring back the 60s, says Stockport. I wasn't around then. Harry Groves paid the Angels £1 to get escorted in the first time they had security in Glasgow. Really? When was the first year then? Mikey B, 54. Shut up. Stockport Andy, 41. Getting there. Jake, I say mid-40s. Powder, hey Mikey. Jake Wright, oh no, this is going downhill really quickly. Jake Wright, or 40. Mikey B, I've got it back. Okay, just eat it. 47. Okay, all right. Easy with that kind of talk. Easy, tiger. Right, let's take some news, shall we? So I'm just reading out your comments. And Silos, I'm on with Silo today. There's no DB today, so I'm on with Silo. I'm on for a long while today. I'm on with Silo, and I'm also on with Nan, and then the Canadian boys are up later, and hopefully I learn about some Canadian news. 56. All right, so somebody's not going to go down well. No claps for you. Powder, I won't try to guess Rhea's age. We have we've already went there. Have you? You're so naughty, honestly. First to Glastonbury, Jack Wright, always us blokes should never ask a woman's age. You got it, sweetie. It's in the contract. Didn't you read it? And if you didn't, I'll bring it up on screen. Hilton, as old as you feel. There you go. Scotty says 44. 49. Forever 35. 25. Jake. There you go. You got it, sweetie. You're in the good books. There you go. Simon Coates, 11 in Cliff Richard's cellar. Daz, old head, young shoulders. Stuart Walker, 46. Andy, 39. Better. Bad attitude. No, that's my age. Oh, okay. Good. We'll put that in there then. That helps. Gordon Reddin, way more than time with Rhea. What does that say? Way more time with Rhea. Okay. I didn't really understand that. Rhea is younger than me. Is you hint. Okay. Tim Potter, Rhea, I'm 57, so please don't make me feel like an old git. I'm not going to make you feel like... Do you feel young when you listen to the show? Come on. Plenty of life left. Yeah, Jack, right. 20. Oh, you're 25. Okay, Jack. Really? Scott Free, I want to be identified as a teenage attack helicopter. I can do that, Scotty. That's not a problem. And stop posting pictures of spiders, will you? Freak. In the chat room. Oh, I looked over and don't even do that. Jay, right, I say with lovely accents like yours, 25. Oh, Jay, you're a star. Mikey Beer, Rhea is on fire today. I slept. That's the difference, my darlings. I slept. That's what happened. Usually I do the show on a couple of hours sleep, but I slept last night. So this is me when I've had some sleep. What else we've got? Tim Potter, just lost a few years listening. Thanks for it. Yeah, there you go, my darling. Tune into that kind of thing. That's only going to help, isn't it? The chalice of youth, isn't it? The chalice of youth. Powder, Ria, you are... Ria, are they making you feel young? Okay. I feel pretty young. Beverly White, old enough to know better, but young enough to do it again. Hallelujah, sister. And Joss, you can join me, sweetie. Let's hit those clubs. So what? That is good, Tim Powder, bad attitude, good man, but where did the years go? That's a good quote. There's a little man speeding up time. In a room somewhere, isn't there? Come on, let's do some news. Otherwise, I'm just going to spend... And I've got long left. Silo's on in 10 minutes. You are hot. That is correct. Who's hot? It's a hot day. I could do with the summer, I tell you. Right, let's take the Project Veritas. Let's do some news. Right, so I'm not looking at the comments for a mo. If you want to come and say hi, come say hi. You know, that's... I love saying hello to new people, particularly. Even if you're not that typey, it's all good. It's all good. Okay, so we're going to take Project Veritas. Twitter execs on Joe Rogan Experience contradicted by undercover video of Twitter engineers is the headline, my darlings. I'm going to bring up the screen for you to see, so eyes down on the screen. You are very kind, so what, but I'm not going to read that out. Right, here we go. Project Veritas. Let's have a look at this and let's get some Twitter in there. And let's go. Here we go.
You may have heard by now that the CEO of Twitter, Jack Dorsey, went on the Joe Rogan podcast yesterday, along with his colleague Vijay Gadde, head of trust and safety, who does legal work for Twitter. Check out what these two say to Joe Rogan about monitoring your direct messages.
Do you read direct messages?
We don't read direct messages.
We don't read them unless someone reports a direct message to us that they have received.
Does anyone in the company have access to direct messages other than that?
Only in the context, again, of reviewing reports.
Oh, yeah, we can actually read your DMs.
So we may have a contradiction between what Vijay Gadde told Joe Rogan and what our undercover cameras captured Mr. Clay Haynes, senior network security engineer at Twitter, telling us.
Like everything? Like even like DMs?
Oh yeah, we can actually read your DMs.
I've seen way more penises than I've ever wanted to see in my life.
On DM messages?
DMs, tweets, yes.
Penises?
Lots of dicks.
Not only does Clay Haynes talk about how he peruses private messages and looks at private pictures, he says that there are hundreds of people at Twitter dedicated to reading direct messages for this purpose.
There's teams dedicated to this. I mean, we're talking at 3 or 4, at least 3 or 400 people. Yes, they're paid to look at dick pics.
And not only are there hundreds of people dedicated to doing this, a guy named Pranay Singh, who works on Twitter's direct messaging team, says they store all of this stuff from private direct messages on their server for analytical and advertising purposes.
So all your sex messages and your like dick pics are on my server now.
You talking about just regular tweets or the DMs or both?
Everything. Anything you post online.
Wow. So even what you think is private, direct message.
Yeah.
They're analyzing it and selling that.
Hey, what?
A machine's gonna look at it. An algorithm will look at it.
Why?
And they'll make a virtual profile about you.
And if that isn't a contradiction, how about this closing remark from Twitter's Clay Haynes?
It is creepy, Big Brother.
Does anyone in the company have access to direct messages other than that?
Only in the context, again, of reviewing reports that...
There you go, guys. You heard it there. You may have seen it. Oh, I wish it wouldn't do that. Let me just sort this out.
So let me ask you.
Right, we've done that one. Okay, so there it is. We've got the Twitter exec, and some would call her a handler, dealing and speaking on behalf of Jack Dorsey. And at the same time, we've got this undercover footage that Project Veritas is so good at. Major conflicts going on in the house. Major conflicts going on in the house. Let me get some of the comments. Tim Potter, NSA monitor everything, don't they? Question mark. They do. That all the spy agencies do. I don't believe my own view is there isn't any privacy on the internet from a State Department of some kind, be it the NSA, be it GCHQ. There is no privacy. So if you start there, that's probably a good place to be. Try writing a letter if you want privacy. What else have we got? Joss Ambrose, scot-free. You're not innocent. You were involved. Guilty as hell. Stop posting pictures of spiders because I don't like them, like a lot. Scot-free. Who, me? Yeah, shut up, Scotty. We know who it was. I saw it was in the chat. Ugh. Mark Wilson, all the way in or all the way out, seems fitting by Cynthia. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Famous sad movie. Oh, we got The Storm coming in. The lady is a pure legendary. Okay, more learning ground for me, my darling. I've got so much to learn. And my learning's going to take a bit of a back step because of all the time, because I've taken on this new radio gig at Republic Radio. What else have we got here? I knew it. Martin Houston, that thing lies. That thing lies. You're getting Cockney on me, Martin. Stuart Walker, big tech are the new intelligence agencies. Technocracy replaces democracy. Amen to that, brother. I've been talking about that for years, since I started broadcasting, to the point where I was bleating on about it so much I was told to shut up, but I didn't. Valerie Cummins, I'm not really surprised after all we've found out. It's not a huge surprise, is it? But for anybody new listening, I want to deal with that pink pill thing. People that are teetering on the edge, isn't it? Is it all conspiracy? That kind of stuff. And when you pull out that kind of undercover video, is pretty damning stuff in my view. What else have we got? Stockport, scot-free. It was me and Joss Ambrose. An admission of guilt from Stockport. I shall speak to you boys later. If you get in the therapy chat, that'll be $20. Simon Coates, GCHQ has monitored all internet traffic since 2011. I think possibly before that as well, Simon. A true patriot. Morning, true patriot. How are you doing? Yeah, Politico, very good, but I have a very dry sense of humour. He is dry. I do like him. And I've only just discovered him, and it turns out that everybody knew about him all along anyway, which is a little bit annoying. But hey, we are on our own timelines, aren't we? Every day a school day till the day we die. Amen to that, 2030. Tim Potter, I hate Facebook. Spend so long on Facebook prison because of nasty snowflakes. It's no place for political discourse. That's not it anymore, is it? So what? The whole web is Skynet, developed by Martin Maretta. Martin Maretta, is that? Maybe? Don't know. Thanks. So what? I hope you're doing well, Mikey B. Nothing can stop what's coming. I had to take a deep breath on that one, Mikey. Powder, I post everything on Facebook and nothing is done. I use Fluffbuster. What does that say? Fluffbuster Purity add-on. It has a lot of blocks. Oh, okay. I never heard of that. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't use Facebook. Tim Potter, yes, we are censored, conspired against. Yes. Powder, invasion of privacy is against the law. So why isn't it shut down? It's not on the internet, my darling. Not as far as I know. I'm on about State Departments, though. I think you can be private from Joe public user. I think that's a doable thing. But the big State Department said that you can't be private from them, can you? I don't think so anyway. So what? Yes, now Lockheed Martin. You've seen the stock price since December the 24th. Mad. Dars Hughes, 20 minutes ago, I banned on fascist book. Yeah, that's not a surprise if it's political. Simon Coates, GCHQ started to monitor certain traffic in 2008 and all traffic in 2009. Simon, you sound in the know, my darling. What else have we got? Jack Wright, never knew about any of this really. There you go, Jack. It's live and learn. We're all learning, right? I've got my L plates on and I learn from these lovelies in the chat, and it's hard to dispute that many minds are better than one. Many minds are definitely better than one. Powder, answer to that question is FB. Revo Luton, I met Politico at the day of Freedom March. Oh, nice. So you got a personal contact there. Good guy, right, I think. Right, first time to learn something new every day. Absolutely. Harry Groves did 24 Glastos only paid once. The underground piano bar had a tunnel. Wow. Earliest way was turn up a week early. God, I read that badly. Sorry, my darling. Best bit of the festival was clean up and good wages. Free bit. Oh, he's working now. Okay. Yeah, I can't read that out anyway. Yeah, no, it's the place to be. Well, it's what it made it what it is today, but it's turned into a corporate event, which is such a shame, isn't it? But there's loads of other good festivals, though. You don't have to go to Glastonbury. Simon, you are correct. Bad Attitude. William Robinson, your life story and associates is on Facebook. They have your DNA on Ancestry DNA. Mobile phones track your movements. Government agencies know everything about you. That is really quite a damning statement. Right, guys, I'm going to take a tune, so I'm going to go and pick up The Convict being in the shape of Silo. We're going to try and get some Aussie news. That's the idea. I'm going to pull the music down on a groove. I love this song. I think it's a cut above the rest when it comes to this kind of thing. I'm going to be back shortly with Silo, and we're going to be covering some Australian news shortly. Enjoy this tune, guys. I love it.
you never had. But that's not always true, and it's sad to find myself missing you when I did. But who knows the reasons you did what you did? I can't help but to wonder why you live your life as a big fat lie. You act like you had no responsibilities, cause if you did, it's a bet that you wouldn't be stealing, begging, hustling, and scheming. You could've got a job, but did you know the meaning of work? I'm talking about an honest day's pay, but you was too lazy to be that way. Always trying to take the easy route. That's what they tell me, so I don't doubt. In for a moment, not for a sec, because you lacked all your self-respect. But it's too late for you, that is. Tomorrow I'll be going on about my biz, and so it's time to put the past behind, erase the anger and clear my mind. I wanna forget the little bit I know and make sure that I never sink so low, cause I want my kids to grow up and know that I was always there because I loved them so. And that's the least thing that I could do, but that's a lot more than I got from you.
Papa call himself a jack of all trades. Tell me that was sent Papa to his early grave. Folks say Papa would beg, borrow, steal to pay his bills. Hey mama, folks say Papa wasn't much on thinking. Spend most of his time chasing women and drinking. Mama, I depended on you to tell me the truth.
We now bring you breaking news and Governor Abercrombie's continuing search for President Obama's official birth certificate.
Because conspiracy theorists will never be satisfied, I've given up looking for President Obama's birth certificate. At first, I didn't find it at all. Then I found proof that it exists somewhere in the archives, but didn't actually find it. Now I absolutely positively know where it might be, but I can't release it because I just realized I never had the authority to do so in the first place. Thank you.
The governor's office and the state of Hawaii sincerely hope that this clears up any doubts or misconceptions about Barack Obama's country of origin, or Neil Abercrombie's ability to find his way out of a wet paper bag. And now, Saving the World with Al Gore Jr.
Hello, this is Albert Gore Jr. If you've been wondering what I've been doing with my time lately, well, my friends at East Anglia sent me off on an important emergency scientific mission to measure the snowfall here in Rio de Janeiro. Right now, I know it may be hard for some of you to believe that global warming still exists, but it does, right here in South America. So to prevent further warming, just think of the snow as nature's bounty, cooling the earth, helping her heal. Using chemicals or snowplows to melt or remove it is counterproductive to the ecosystem. So avoid blemishing it in any way by just staying inside and allowing the snow to melt naturally. Carlos, could you bring me another pinas coladas?
It's pronounced pina colada.
Carlos, don't argue with me. I'm a professor.
Join us next time as we once again save the world with Al Gore Jr.
I'm a professor. Professor.
I can't carry this backpack. It's too heavy.
Ooh, it makes me sweat. And it messes up my hair.
It's a long, long road to
Across America, children are crying out for help. Do you hear them? We do. We're the What a Load Foundation, a progressive organization of parents and teachers who recognize the stress and discomfort our children experience due to overloaded backpacks. At What a Load, we look to create solutions to this growing problem, like lighter books with less information and making homework voluntary. Because what could possibly be more important than our children's comfort?
It ain't heavy if it's empty.
Now a message of hope to homeowners from Congressman Barney Frank.
Are you still underwater in your home? Does a greedy Republican bank still insist that you pay principal and interest? Do you resent those who have stellar credit because they can refinance at low rates and you can't? Then listen to this special offer for my friends at Fannie and Freddie and the Bank of Obama. For a limited time only, you can refinance your home for less than you paid for it, even with bad credit. First, we will force banks to write down up to 63 cents on the dollar and pass the tax-free savings on to you. Then we'll refinance the balance at a ridiculously low interest rate of 4.25%. No appraisal required. Your word is good enough for us.
If you're stuck in a house you really couldn't afford in the first place, count on the Bank of Obama HARP program to bail you out.
Now's the time to keep that dream home you've never deserved.
Barney Frank is a well-paid spokesman for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Borrower assumes Republicans will go along with this limited-time offer. The Bank of Obama is closely affiliated with Obama for President 2012.
Your online radio. The new online radio that makes you happy.
Everybody smiles.
new online radio that makes you happy.
And we're back. How you doing, lovelies? This is Ria Bow, just outside London. I've got Silo on with me. Aussie from Perth. We're going to find out what's going on in Australia with any luck. All going well, but I hope you're having a lovely day so far. Silo, how are you doing, my friends?
I'm doing really well, darling, and been enjoying the show so far and glad to be a part of it. Would you like me to take up a few stories, or what would you like me to do, Don?
Just say hello to the people in the chat first, and then off you go with the story and see if I can tune into it. Silo, you still there?
Sorry, Don, I've got an echo going for some reason.
You've got an echo?
I'm just trying to work it out as we speak.
Okay, let me take up the chat here. Let's not do dead air. I don't know where the echo's coming from. It seems okay in the background. I'll take some chat here while you're sorting that out. Jake Wright, there's quite a few tweets on Twitter saying Tommy Robinson has been arrested. Oh, it's gone off chat. Where's it gone? So I need to take a look at that, guys, to see if that's the case, see if anything's broke on the news somewhere. Hello, Silo. Cheers from Queensland, says Beverly White. Are you ready to go, Silo?
Let me take it up from there, Don. Night and Day Plumbing, Bad Attitude. Have a great day, matey. Yeah, Bad Attitude. See you later, mate. I caught his little comment just before I jumped on. Susie Lady. Yep. ELO. Great band. Jake Wright. G'day, Jake. There's quite a few tweets and Twitter saying Tommy Robinson has been arrested. Yeah, that's been going around for the last couple of hours. And I tried to do a bit of digging into it, but there's people saying it's fake news. So I'm not quite sure. Hopefully by the next couple of hours, someone will have that and post it up for us. Hippie Earth Mother, hello, Mrs. Ambrose. Hey, Susie Lady, she's saying hello to others. Soul Finder, g'day, Soul Finder. Simon, nice one. I gather that's an internal conversation. Beverly Wright, watched Bohemian Rhapsody today, loved it. Yeah, my kids seen it the other day and they've both been raving about that. So anyone that wants to go and see a good flick, apparently that's quite good. Harry Groves, got locked in TP Field one muddy year. Someone found dead. Had a police bring us tea, ice cream and hot dogs. Poor. That's not much of a trade-off really, guys. Stuart Water, look like we are having a mini Gladstone here. And you were mentioning earlier, Rhea, you got a big storm moving in. Is that how heavy is that upon you?
Oh, yeah, no, this is a big storm and it is coming in hard right now, really quite teethy, so we'll have to see how it plans out. Let's take a look. That's not an echo, that's a boomerang, says... who wrote that? Let me find it. It's gone off my screen. Sorry, guys, I can't read that out. Hello, Silo. Cheers from Queensland. Simon Coates, that's not an echo, it's a boomerang. So we've got Aussie jokes coming straight away, but no convict jokes, so we don't want to upset Scotty with his sensibilities. Susie Lady, I'm using my phone, not working. Really? We're all good here. I've got bandwidth meters on and we're all systems go this end. Jake Wright says, Lucy Brown, who worked with Tommy Robinson, just wrote this on Twitter. Tommy Robinson being arrested again, ? Reese's Christ says, hello, Silo. Stuart Walker, Kieran and Lost, take care. Good to see you. Karen, good to see you. Karen Lost, ? Good to see you, my darling. Hope you're having a lovely day. We'll check out the Tommy stuff. Do you want to hit us with a story down in Oz there, Silo?
Yeah, I certainly will, Dan. I might start with everyone I'm pretty sure knows Milo Yiannopoulos. Well, apparently he was here in 2017 and did a tour of Australia, and there's a bit of malarkey about him getting in the country. Well, apparently he has to go through all that again. A decision to block right wing. See, once again, they're calling him right wing. Star Milo Yiannopoulos from Australia has enraged Pauline Hanson, which is one of our politicians that is fighting for the common man, I feel, after watching her for the last year or two. She's a Queensland politician. Started One Nation, and they actually put her in jail, but she won't let her beat them. Well, she won't let them beat her down. So when she got out of jail, she's back into political game again and is fighting back to where she was. And the fact that she loves these things. Anyone that is going against the grain, I noticed our government's trying to Sargon Akkad, Tommy Robinson, even Avi. If you got all these people that are just expressing the truth and getting out there, our government's trying to crush them just like they're trying to do over your way, just like they're doing in America. The government has reportedly rejected Milo's application for visa. Now, when I was looking into this story, came out about 4 days ago, and me and Outcast were looking into this, and there's reports that his visa's actually been confirmed. So I'm going to have to double check that. But it's like he actually talked in our parliament, went and had a big speech in front of our parliament when he was here last. So I don't understand why they'd make a big deal out of trying to ban him again after already been through it. Once again, I think it may be misdirection because we've got a federal election coming up and they're all running around at the moment, promising us the world and trying to get back into power. Okay, I'll leave Milo alone. Hopefully he's coming over. I would love to go and watch one of his tours if I get the opportunity. What's next? Yeah, as I mentioned, we do have a federal election coming up, and all our politicians, I'm finding, I try and look underneath what's going on, like what they're, one side sort of promising to leave the health system in the hands of public, and they're saying we're not going to build new stadiums and things like that. And the other side of the table, they're sort of saying we want the majority of our renters and the dream to owning a house to come back. So what I'll find will happen, whoever gets in will do the opposite to whatever they're promised. So I'm a bit scared of what they're promising us at the moment. There's a bit of anger over the politicians. Prime Minister Scott Morrison has responded to criticism about comments he made about female empowerment on International Women's Day. That just reminds me, International Women's Day. I did come across an article which Piers Morgan did the other day interviewing, here we go, British television host Piers Morgan has branded Australia as the optimum of misogyny and sexism during an interview with former Labor Prime Minister Julia Gillard. Now, I read through this article. It goes on a bit, but basically, I don't know if all of Britain sees us as that way, but Julia Gillard, she actually stood up and said, no, it was a little bit harder, basically, but we're not that misogynist and we're not that sexist. Morgan, a former tabloid newspaper editor, was opening the interview with Gillard, and she was actually there with Rose McGowan. I think it had something to do with this International Women's Day. The US actress, who is among dozens of Hollywood figures to accuse producer Harvey Weinstein of a sexual assault ahead of International Women's Day on Friday. There you go. Can we start? I gather this is Piers. What does International Women's Day mean to you as where you're Australian first woman Prime Minister? Morgan asked Gillard. Okay. Yes, I was to date only female Prime Minister. And once again, it's like she wasn't actually voted in, guys. She was, we voted in Rudd, and after he'd been in for a little while, his party backdoored him and put Julia Gillard in power in replacing him. So, and she was only in until the next federal election come up, and they actually replaced her with Rudd again because they didn't think she'd be able to win the election back. So they were just basically playing us for a few years there. In a country that many people no longer presume was kind of an epitome of misogyny and sexism, he interjected before asking how she found the experience and the process of equality and feminism around the world.
Okay, I'm going to jump in there with you as well. There's a comment in here, Silo, from Beverly White. Gillard stole $3 million off Aussie taxpayers and gave it to the Clinton crime family. Have you got any background on Gillard and his relationship to the Clintons, Sile?
Yep, I brought that up back early in our Sunday Long Life show, done. Hillary, I'm going through my memory. Hillary Clinton come here about 3 months ago, and she was only here. I think she did a visit to New Zealand, and this was prior or just after Obama done the same thing. And I think it was not 3 million. I heard it was around the $40 million mark. But we also gave her money when Julia Gillard was in power as our Prime Minister. We gave him a big giant chunk to the Hillary Clinton Foundation. So that $3 million, yeah, that sounds like a little bit of, because once she was out of power, like when she was a Prime Minister, it was almost like she was trying to work for a job with the UN, or you know how these politicians work. And I'm thinking that she was promised all these things from the Clintons, thinking they were going to be in power. But yeah, that's a bit of a vein in us Australians when they do things like that to us. And it was not like we could have any say in it. It was like just done. I didn't remember any discussion about it. Even after the Clinton Foundation had been found out and all this information had come out and how the Americans had annulled it, and we're still handing them cash, I thought it was a bit strange.
Well, yeah, no, I get that. There's some comments in the chat. Let me take the comments in the chat regarding this. Tim Potter says Clinton Crime Foundation will surely go down. That's a good one, Tim. How are they still out? I mean, once you've listened to Charles Altell of charlesaltell.com, God, it's just like, while she still walks free, in my view, this is just my view, justice can't seem to be done. That's the big tamale, isn't it? To see the US step in, or at least Donald Trump, President Trump, step in and do something about all this information that many have, including Charles Altell. So if no one's checked that out, if you're wherever you're listening, check out charlesaltell.com. charlesaltell.com. You'll find interviews with him on the Lionel Nation channel, or Lionel. I bet you know Lionel. So check that out. Check out an interview that he's done, or several interviews that Charles Altell has done with Lionel. And he's saying he wants to be subpoenaed into court to deal with the Clintons. He's saying he's got documentation that proves that they were swindling the charity, as it were. So it's quite damning stuff. Have we got any more comments here in context? Tim Potter, wasn't Gillard born Welsh? ? I have no idea. Do you know that one, Silo, or not?
No, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure she was Australian. And I don't actually think she's married either. Like, she's lives with a man, but she's not actually married. She doesn't have kids. And yeah, Julian Gillard, I never trusted her. She's way up there in my view with the Clintons, the Hillary Clintons of the world. It's all about the power and the control. I'll read a few comments if you like, Dale. Tim Potter, Clinton Foundation will surely go down. See, I'm hoping when we take down all these cabal, with all the money they've been accumulating over all these years, imagine that being handed around to sort out all these poor countries and get the world all onto an even keel. That's what I would like to see. Anne Barnes, Susie Lady 22nd in his court hearing, and we got Britics on the 29th, plus this ISIS girl too. They're trying to get her back in the UK. Yeah, there was a couple of stories in Australia, but it doesn't seem to be getting much traction. I don't think many people really care, but apart from the mainstream media. Anna Barnes, Lionel is awesome. Yeah, I love Lionel. Susie, Anna Barnes, well, it's definitely possible. Oh, that reminds me, Ria, over in Australia today, over in Melbourne, we had a protest to free Julian Assange, and I heard, while we were trying to get a bit of info on that, there was a protest outside the embassy over in London. Have you heard much about that regarding Julian Assange?
I've heard it was going on, but I don't know any details. I think it's a huge deal, though, Silo. Do you have any details on it?
No, Outcast and myself were looking into it. It was very hard to find. Like, we went to the website of the people organising it, but it was hard to find any live feeds. Like, I was hoping to get something for the show that we could run. But no, very little on my side of the world done.
Okay, you do some stuff. I'm going to see if I can find anything, because I'd like to know about that, and I'm sure other people would too.
Yep, beautiful. Thanks, Don. I might just take up. Hopefully, this is from Tim Potter. Hopefully, Trump is about to crush the deep state. Now the Mueller report is finished. Yes, and also for those Q followers, today we got a couple of lovely drops, very encouraging, about how the indictments are going to be unsealed. And yeah, it was very empowering. Actually, I might go to the Q and just bring up a few. No, it's dropped me off the old Q file. Sorry about that, guys. All right, I might bring up a Master Stroke behind Labor's secret plan to topple. Yeah, this is something I just come across. Now, Alex Jones, he's a radio commentator, a bit of a controversial guy, quite powerful, been around for a long time. And yeah, if I had a choice, I'd probably strive to be similar to him, but it'd take me years of practice on the radio to get to his sort of caliber. But I'll just go through this because it sounded like, for a brief and exciting moment in late 2007, Labor had a political royal flush. Now, Labor's like the American Democrats. I think that's how we sort of look into them. When Kevin Rudd, who I was telling you about, which we voted in and then got replaced by Julia Gillard, won the federal election in November, and it meant the the Australian Labor Party held power in every single state and territory in Australia, as well as the national capital. So that was in 2007, guys. These were happier and healthier times, when political hacks and power brokers still drank and swore, and there was such a thing as off the record. Oh, the good old days, eh? The so-called New South Wales disaster of rolling leadership assassinations was yet to hit Canberra, and painfully earnest yet explicit vortex of social media was yet to fully consume political debate. Yeah, good old days. For any political party, government of course means power, but it also means jobs. Suddenly there was room to give every Labor operative in the land a role in one office or another, scattering amongst them the loose collection of rogues who jokingly called themselves ideas men. Because they had power of everything, they just started filling it up with all their people. That sounds pretty common, doesn't it?
Okay, look, can I just jump in there with Julian Assange? Sorry, go on, Silo.
No, jump in, Don, if you got something about Julian.
This is kind of an outline that I've got. It's on World Socialist website. I've heard of it before, I think. And it reads as follows. Sydney rally issues strong demand for the freedom of Julian Assange. And this was on the 4th of March this came out, so I'm guessing it was last weekend. A demonstration organised by the Socialist Equality Party in Sydney yesterday made a powerful demand for the Australian government to end its collaboration in the prosecution of Julian Assange and take immediate action to secure the freedom of the WikiLeaks publisher and Australian citizen. In the week preceding the rally, predominant independent journalists, artists and defendants of the democratic rights issued endorsements of the event. Those who lent their support including filmmaker John Pilger, singer-songwriter Roger Waters, civil rights advocate Professor Stuart Rees, Pulitzer Prize Award journalist Chris Hedges, I like him, Elizabeth Voss, editor-in-chief. So there's a long list of names. Is there anything that's sort of newsworthy there? The protest was attended by a diverse audience of some 300 people, Wow, can you remember how much impact Julian Assange had on the lead up to the 2016 US elections, and only 300 people turned up? That's pretty nuts, isn't it? Those who participate included individuals who have supported WikiLeaks for the past decade, as well as students and young people who have only recently been alerted to Assange's plight, along with workers, retirees and academics. You get the idea. 300, not so pleased with the number, as it were, but I guess it is what it is. I don't know if that's new news. Let me just grab some of the chat while we're here. Martin Houston says, we've got some 5G news for you coming up in a mo, because someone wrote about 5G. Martin Houston, can't find anything newer than AG wanting him to leave another trial. Nothing new. Tim Potter, Joss Ambrose, strange, isn't it? Seems to work well on the job selection. Tony Allen, we really need to get off our butts for the 28th of March. Isn't that a fact? Amen to that, Tony. Stuart Walker, Martin Houston. Yes, I looked as well. I could not find anything. Ann Barnes, 28th. Flooding problems at home. I know a guy. Okay, but that's night and day. Beverly White, free Julian Assange. Gordon Redding, you don't vote for politicians, you vote for directors of a company. That's a good point, Gordon. Excuse me. Ann Barnes, Stuart Walker, hello. Simon Coates, research Assange and the family cult. That cult, yeah, family cult. Jake Wright, just had a lovely hot shower. Nice. Jake Wright says I'm back. So that's the latest that I've got on Julian Assange silo. Nothing particularly. Most of those names I would expect to be there, because they are Julian advocates, aren't they? But a lot of people have become unsure about WikiLeaks. It's just amazing how much the political sphere has tilted. Julian Assange and WikiLeaks, they were huge, in my view, huge players in the 2016 elections in the US. And now only 300 people turn up. Hardly anybody knows it was going on. It's kind of quite nuts, isn't it, Silo?
I see, this is what I don't understand, darling. It's like for 6 years they've been trying to get at him. And I feel like even when I was researching this for the show today, like I kept coming across, like Chelsea Manning's name kept popping up. And even like I was looking into her, and they've re-jailed her because she won't say that Julian Assange was like a third person in whatever they had going on. It's like they're trying to implicate him, almost like they're trying to do to Trump, like they're trying to do to Tommy. All these people, I'm just glad there's like Chelsea Manning, like the fact that she's going, well, send me to jail, do you know what I mean? But I'm not going to do that. And you got Tommy doing the same. So there is a lot of hope and a lot of strength and support out there, I feel. Even though they've been attacked, even Trump, I can't believe the man he's like a rock. Doesn't matter what they fling at him, he just stands tall. And it's very empowering for people like myself, you know. It's like I don't feel like I'm anyone special, and I've been empowered in a way. And hopefully people that are listening are all feeling the same. It's not so lonely anymore. That's what I'm starting to see.
I'm with you, sweetie. So there's nothing. I'm just reading through the report as well. And incidentally, I've had a quick look to see if I can, because people are writing in the chat that Tommy's been rearrested, apparently come from Lucy Brown. Guys, if you're in the chat and you can find any links, drop them in the chat so we can read them out, so it can go across the radio. But at the moment, I've come up with a big fat zero of finding anything that Tommy Robinson has been taken away. I can't find a single thing. Further on in the comment about, it's gone. Where's it gone? There's a comment in here about someone stating about Julian Assange. The only circumstances in which the Australian government will act to free Julian Assange is if the capitalist class in this country is more fearful of a mass movement of the working class. So I kind of get that. Nothing particularly new, but I'm a little bit disappointed with the turnout as well. And we've got Jake right in there saying it's on Lucy Brown's Twitter account. I still need a link, so don't follow Lucy, so that's probably not helping very much. Tony Allen, you would think Don Trump would give Assange a pardon. I've come to like Donald Trump Jr., actually, I must say. Ann Barnes, has he been arrested? We don't know, Ann, about Tommy Robinson. Jake Wright, don't know how to put link in chat. Just, okay, work in progress. No worries. If you can do it, you can do it. It's great. But there'll be people listening to this that can put it in the chat. So if you do find anything with info that looks for real, that Tommy's been arrested in the last, I don't know, few hours, day or so, please put it in the chat. That would be really useful. Harry Groves says, my son wanted cash to get a kebab. I told him the best ones were what's that say? Vlad's shish kebabs. Nearly let me go and order. Don't they teach history in school anymore? Morning, Bullrock. How are you doing? I hope you're having a lovely day. Anne says Don Trump Jr. is handsome. He is, isn't he? All right, Silo. What else have you got for us? Or I'm going to take a bit of 5G info.
I got an article here that I come across that tickled my my senses. There's a big measles outbreak in New Zealand. It's widened to 20 cases. Just get that out of the way. Thousands of vaccines are being delivered to health centres in New Zealand's Canterbury district as a measles outbreak has widened to 20 confirmed cases. Within health officials' warnings, the number is expected to rise over the coming days and weeks. Measles cases are rising globally, including in wealthy nations such as the United States and Germany, where some parents shun the vaccines mostly for philosophical or religious reasons or concerns debunked by medical science that the vaccines against measles, mumps and rubella can cause autism. With Canterbury Health Centres running out of vaccines since the start of the outbreak in late February, 3,000 MMR vaccines have been brought by Sunday, and 18,000 more are to be delivered to the region by Wednesday. It can now be assumed that measles is circulating widely in the community, the Canterbury District Health Board said in a statement. The latest outbreak came from people who were thought not fully immunised. People are considered immune if they have received 2 doses of the vaccine, have had measles illness previously, or were born before 1969. So what I'm seeing in that is because of our open immigration policies, a lot of these diseases, which were eliminated when I was a kid, are all starting to come back.
All right, let me jump in there a second.
I don't know how it is over in England.
Sorry, I thought you'd finished.
Sorry, Dan.
Oh, you finished. Yeah, for those who don't know, I'm sure you do know, but for those who don't know, Merck, the company, the corporate company Merck, own the patent on the MMR. I've spoke about this on the 24/7 radio with DB. They own the patent, the triple, so that's why you get a triple. And Merck wouldn't make the money if you had a single vaccine. Merck look as though they're in bed with the state. We've got that old revolving door where you have Merck execs that are in government, then they're back into Merck, and it goes for all sorts of corporate thing. It's the corporate state revolving door where they go and lobby. And Merck has a new patent out, or newish, on 10. It's a 10-in-1. So if you went to your local, I don't know, health advisor and said, look, I don't want the MMR, there's some elements about that I don't want, but I do just want the measles injection, you won't get it because Merck can't get a triple on one single vaccine. I'm going to go and take the chat to see what's going on. What couldn't you resist, Bullrock? I don't know. Jake Wright is not very good with putting links in. Okay, that's no problem, darling, at all. Tim Potter says the Dark Cabal loves to vaccinate, don't they? Look up if you don't know, look up SB Sierra Bravo SB 277 in California. What was it? Representative Brown, I think his name was, made it mandatory for your kids. Otherwise, you won't get any state help at all. It's a shocking state of affairs. What else have we got in here? Oh, it's gone off the screen. Where's it gone? Putting links in the chat. I've got that so far. My son had MMR vaccine. He's now 19 and completely useless. Kevin and Perry. I think we got some of that going on, haven't we? Tim Potter says the traitor politicians keep the rates of immigrants diseases secret. I hadn't thought of that actually. Skippy1, happy Sunday, Skippy. Thanks for joining us. Tommy not being arrested. It's old link to news he was being recharged. He is still free. Thank you, Skippy. You're a star. I had a quick look. I couldn't find anything anyway. Lawrence Thompson says, I got an email today saying Face Crack was going to start deleting people saying vaccines are bad. If you want to check out somebody on Facebook who covers this, her name is Miss D. D-E-E, Miss D. She's on top of the vaccine scene. Check that out. Skippy1, thanks. Yeah, I thought it was a bit dubious as to Powder. What is that link? Daily Mail. What's the link to? Just briefly, Powder, if you don't mind. Harry Groves. Mine's 19 and wears a onesie. Think I'm going to have to get him a nappy again. Oh, there's no hope. Hugh Just. Morning, Hugh. Canada in the house. How you doing, Hugh? God, is it late or early with you? One of the two, isn't it? It's sort of middle of the night-ish, isn't it? Maybe? Don't know. Or it's just early morning. Powder says, it's about Tommy, is it? Let's have a quick look then. Let me get the link. Cover some dead air while I bring this link up. Would you please, Sile?
I certainly will, darling. And g'day, Powder. How are you going, darling? Thanks for the drops during the week. Come in handy. Jake Wright, Daily Mail, link with me with my top off. Okay. Night and Day, g'day, Night and Day. Skippy, that's great news. Thanks for getting it on here. Hugh, 6:45 a.m. It must be the time where you are, buddy. 47 at night where I am. Tim Potter, Lawrence Thomas, next time I go back on FB, which is Facebook, I will post anti-vaccine stuff. Leave it anyway. Yeah, it's Facebook. I refuse to go back on that. I haven't done it for years. And it's a bit annoying when people post links to different stories and you go, why won't this play? And you realise it's a Facebook posting. It's a bit frustrating.
I'm with you.
Now,
I've got the Daily Mail stuff up.
Have you found it, Rick?
Yeah, thanks. Let me just block their thingy-madoodah. Okay, so this is published on the 10th. It's in the Daily Mail. This was sent to us by the lovely Powder in Texas there. EDL founder Tommy Robinson faced contempt of court charge over Facebook videos outside trial, but slams Attorney General's ruling that proceedings are a public interest, unquote. Robinson was arrested and jailed for allegedly endangering a grooming trial. He was later freed when appeal judges found case was fundamentally flawed. Just a shocking state of affairs it was, and still is. 10 months on, the Attorney General has now decided the case should be reheard. Well, it's not reheard though, is it? Because none of the original charges exist. According to Politico, reporting of the grooming case was restricted at the time of Robinson's arrest, but the case was later reported fully when 20 sex gang members were jailed. These were bad people, folks. Bad people, and it's just shocking to me. It goes on to read, former NDL founder Robinson will face contempt of court proceedings after he allegedly endangered the trial of an Asian grooming gang. That's code for rape gang. Robinson was jailed. All right, okay, we know all that. You got anything new? I'm just perusing down. Oh, here we go. The Attorney General said, which will be Jeffrey Cox, after carefully considering the details of this case, I have concluded that there are strong grounds to bring fresh contempt of court proceedings against Stephen Yaxley Lennon, aka Tommy Robinson. As proceedings are now underway, it would not be appropriate to comment further, and I remind everyone that it is an offence to comment on a live court case. You know what that says, people in the chat? Shut up. Stop talking about it. That's what he says there. Let me read that out again for you. There's the most damning piece of information there that maybe I didn't know. Robinson was... Oh no, where's it gone? as proceedings are now underway, right, so that's now, this was published on the 10th, it would not be appropriate to comment further, and I remind everyone that it is an offence to commit on a live court case. So shut up, stop talking about it. Silo, stop talking about it.
Don't blame me.
Let's get the chat. They'll talk about it. Tim Potter, Tommy Robinson retrial is not the interest of the public, but it will cause a public outrage. You're not wrong there. Divide and conquer, methinks. Skippy One. Exactly. All original charges dropped. New charges not being published due to reporting ban. We did them earlier, Skippy One. Politico covered it. If I took it off screen, I've took it off screen now. Sorry, darling, I can't play it again. Harry Groves, okay, Hugh Jass, I got attacked on Twitter the other day for saying I had a vax injury daughter. Really? Oh, Hugh. Anne Barnes, Harry Groves, and love out to you and your daughter here as well. Harry Groves, pee myself. Oh, okay, you're doing a jokey thing. Jake Wright, I reckon if Tommy Robinson goes back to prison, there will be a lot of trouble. I reminded one of the protesters in London for Tommy last Sunday. It kicked off lots. Okay, thank you, Jake. Simon Coates, it was reported on by the Huddersfield Examiner newspaper at the same time. Okay, Harry, maybe someone else needs nappies. Okay, Fred Globber, morning Fred, thank you for supporting us, Fred. Fred helps build this out with us as well, and anyone else that helps us out. And while I'm on that, help us build out the radio station, would you, lovelies? We're looking to build out and become competitive. Go to our website, Sunday Long Live Radio. You can help us out because we do need it. And as those funds come in, I can build this thing out. And it's super important we start to get a presence in the mainstream as soon as possible. Bullrock, everything becoming like picking your nose. No one talks about it. Yeah, nothing to see here. Move along, move along. Anne Barnes, Harry Groves, Tenor Lady. Hello, Fred. Tony Allen. No, it means when we lock him up again, no one can comment on it and you'll get nicked, says Tony Allen. Thank you, Tony. Hippie Earth Miner. Jack Wright, if he does get sent down again, I don't see how they can considering charges were arrested anyway. If they do, there will be more protests, more uproar. Absolutely, totally. Anything else in there? Tommy said it's because he caused stress, anxiety, etc. to the convict rapists. Absolutely, that's exactly what happened, isn't it? Skippy One, watch the Free Tommy Robinson march. Where's it gone? It's gone. I've lost it. God, that just disappeared. What happened then? That's a bit weird. Oh, 30,000 turnout, next one in Double. Jake, right, I think they are trying to add new charges to Tommy. They've already done it, Jake. It's already done it. We covered it earlier. It's been up on screen to show you what's going on. Simon, Tommy is a Brexit distraction. Absolutely, Simon. It's being played. It's like a pawn in a chess game, isn't it, as well? Silo, what else have you got for us, or would you like to comment further?
No, we've basically covered that. Yeah, and you're right about these distractions. I think Julian Assange is one of them as well, and also using Manning against him. All these distractions. Once, like all these people know, we're researchers. We're just trying to get to the base root of everything, and it's just so many layers. You think you get to it, and then they go and just unpeel a whole new chapter for you to go into. Little things like this story I come across this morning, right? On March the 7th, John Podesta snuck over here and had some kind of what's it called? Chiefly Research Centre, the Merkel Institute, and the Sydney Policy Lab invite you to attend. Well, that was 3 days ago. A special event. John Podesta in conversation. As we pass the hallway point of the Trump presidency, the halfway point of the Trump presidency, we are pleased to present one of the most important figures in American politics to discuss the latest development in the US and global politics. Now, that paragraph alone is just saying, like, this guy got out of jail for texting young girls and the stuff he's been involved in. And they're just bringing him over for lectures and things like that. Yet we've got these people like Milo. He's battling to even get a visa to come into the country. So this is why I know we will win. Because things like this just can't keep going on, can they?
Right-wing bigotry, hatred stuff going on. Harry Groves said, great comment, if we didn't laugh, Ria, we would all be in the loony bin. We might already be there, Harry. Perhaps that's what Sunday Long Live is, somewhere that you can bark at the moon and it's all okay. All right, guys, we're going to take a tune. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. I'm Ria Bowe, just outside London. We've got Silo in Perth giving us some Aussie news with his best reading out loud. Well done, Silo. Well done, my darling.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's like being a kid at school reading out loud. You at the back, read out loud now. You know, like a Jaws scene where the camera zooms in. Oh my God. Right, we're going to take a tune. We're going to pull it down on a groove. I know you guys love this tune. So we're going to get in there. Alanis Miles, Black Velvet.
Number one means you're always on top. Your number one radio.
Overcome her rocky performance in the Philadelphia debates.
You know, I felt that since you had a couple of tight moments at the debate the other night, well, I figured a little practice would build up your confidence.
Okay, let's get started.
Hey, Gary, she's ready.
Senator Clinton, you've said that you'll bring the troops home from Iraq and send other troops to replace them as long as it's necessary. Now, some people might say that you're taking both sides of the issue with that statement. Where exactly do you stand on Iraq?
Now what do I do?
Hey, don't worry. You're just getting warmed up. Shake it off and move forward. Next question, please.
The governor of New York recently tried to give driver's licenses to illegal immigrants. Do you agree with his position?
No. Illegal immigrants should not be able to get driver's licenses. But because of George Bush's failed attempts at immigration reform, there are many undocumented workers who must have them to be able to drive safely on our roads.
Once again, Senator, it seems like you're taking both sides of this issue.
Stop right now. I don't want any more of this driver's license. I don't give a flying whether those undocumented drive or not. What do you want? You don't want them to have licenses? Fine. I won't give them licenses. You want them to have a license and no insurance? Fine. I don't care. Just and vote for me. It's my turn. Do you know how many years I've had to put up with that husband of mine? Anything that breathes? Taking all kinds of from him on healthcare reform and more for saying that stupid vast right-wing conspiracy to save his sorry and my career. It's my turn, so vote for me.
Oh, not again. I'm gonna miss Gary. I was just starting to like him.
Get another one, now!
Join us next time when we go behind the scenes of the Clinton campaign.
The magic Negro lives in D.C. The L.A. Times, they called him that cause he's not authentic like me. Yeah, the guy from the L.A. paper said he make guilty whites feel good. They'll vote for him and not for me cause he's not from the hood. See, real black men like Snoop Dogg or me or Farrakhan have talked the talk and walked the walk, not coming late and won. Oh, Barack, the magic Negro, lives in D.C. The L.A. Times, they called him that cause he's black but not authentically. Barack, the magic Negro, lives in D.C. The L.A. Times, they called him that cause he's black but not authentically. Some say Barack's articulate and bright and new and clean. The media sure love this guy, a white interloper's dream. But when you vote for president, watch out and don't be fooled. Don't vote the magic Negro in, cause I won't have nothing after all these years of sacrifice. And I won't get justice. This is about justice. This is about justice. It's about buffet. I'm gonna have no buffets. There's never gonna be any church contribution. And there'll be no cash in the...
Some folks like to get away, take a holiday from the neighborhood, hop a flight to Miami Beach or to Hollywood. But I'm taking a Greyhound on the Hudson River line. I'm in a New York state of mind. I've seen all the movie stars in their fancy cars and their limousines, been high in the Rockies under the evergreens. I know what I'm needing, and I don't want to waste more time. I'm in a New York state of mind. It was so easy living day by day, out of touch with the rhythm and blues. But now I need a little give and take. The New York Times, the Daily News. It comes down to reality, and it's fine with me, 'cause I've let it slide. I don't care if it's Chinatown or on Riverside. I don't have any reason, left them all behind. I'm in a New York state of mind. Touch with the rhythm and blues. But now I need a little give and take. The New York Times, the Daily News. Whoa. It comes down to reality. It's fine with me, 'cause I've let it slide. I don't care if it's Chinatown or on Riverside. I don't have any reason, I left them all behind. I'm in a New York state of mind. River line. 'Cause I'm in a New York state of
What a great song. What a great selection. One of those adverts are really quite naughty, aren't they? I always toy with the idea, should I play it, should I not play it, should I play it, should I not play it, and I just let it run, you know, and then I listen to it and think, oh my God, what am I doing, playing that kind of thing? I'm chuckling, but whew, that is edgy stuff. Hey guys, if you're just tuning in, I'm Ria Bow, just outside London. We've got Silo from Perth. You're listening to Sunday Long Live Radio, and we've got a load of lovelies in the chat as well. We're going to take a 5G story here. And I think, and it's done by David Icke, so it's going to be quite controversial. I'm going to pick up on an end part that he does with Dan Dix from Press to Truth. So that's what's going on. Have we got any new in the chat? Come up, Rough Rider. Ryder, can I call you Ryder? It's Ryder, okay? Good day, Ryder. Beaming you some love on this lovely Sunday. I'm going to bring it up for you before I get any more comments in the chat. Let me line this up, which I'm just doing here. That's funny. What we got here? You're sort of chatting amongst yourself, which I get why the music is on. Anything. Billy Joel was small down to his way. Okay, that's a fun fact. LCB, how you doing, LCB? Mark Steele, Ian R. Crane, 5G. Anne Barnes says, hey, morning, Anne, as well. How you doing? I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Right, let's pick up on some of this 5G stuff. I'm going to bring up on screen the back part of an interview that David, or should I say Dan Dix, did with David Icke. And he says, this is worth seeing. Okay, I'll bring it. Can you see it on screen? Yeah. There's the title. The title is Global 5G Wi-Fi. You won't believe what they know, what they now have planned for humanity, ! With David Icke, okay? This is like the summing up of what he's been talking about, otherwise it's too long. Morning, Sassy Frass, how are you doing? USA in the house. We always need some more US in the house. Who else have we got? Right, so you're doing a thing. Let me play this up. David Icke, Dan Dix, talking about 5G, and this is David Icke summing up. Check this out.
Well, I would agree. It's absolutely crunch time, and we're still at a point where awareness is key. And one of the great ways you can do that, guys, is by sharing this video. There's a lot of great information contained within. Maybe some people out there who's never heard of the dangers of 5G will learn a lot about this and then go on to become, thought leaders in the movement. So spread. Yeah.
I'll just say one thing.
Yeah.
Maybe I could put it like this to finish. People say, what about 5G and what's the problem? The human body is an energetic field. DNA is a receiver transmitter of information. This is well known now. The brain processes information electrically. So we are electromagnetic organisms. And if that electromagnetic balance is in any way affected or distorted, then we are going to get physical or mental, psychological, emotional consequences. 5G, because of the frequency and the power on which it operates, is going to seriously distort the body's communication system, electrically and electromagnetically, and it's going to have a long list of consequences because of that. And it might be worth just finishing on this to put it into perspective. This 5G frequency is what, at a higher power, is what US military and law enforcement use to scatter crowds of protesters. They have these trucks now where they fire out a frequency, and the skin is an antenna. It's an antenna. That's what it is. And the sweat ducts are antennas, and that's what this technology is based on. So they bang out these millimeter waves at the crowd. The skin and the sweat ducts decode them and give the people the feeling that their skin is on fire. And then they run. Of course they run. And if you are disabled or something and you can't run, well, you're sitting in a situation where your skin is on fire because of this frequency. Now, this is the same stuff that they want to fire from satellite, and are putting satellites up to do it. It's the same stuff they want to fire at homes from lamp standards outside. You know, this is really, really important that people realize the scale of what we're about to go into and kick up one hell of a fuss and make people aware that this is what is happening, because there are going to be a lot of people take a lot of consequences from this stuff if we allow it to be rolled out.
Humanity is faced with the biggest threat that technology is bringing, and agreed, this is pure insanity. Information is still absolutely crucial that we raise awareness about what's going on. So I thank you for continuing to doing that. You've been doing great work in regards to 5G with that. So yeah, once again, thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, Dan.
Right, there you go, guys. So there's David Icke doing a summing up with Dan Dix. I listened to the whole thing and it was really good. You know, you navigate it how you see fit, however David Icke fits in your equation, but it was a good listen, you know, and it's for you lovelies to navigate and work out what you arrive at. But there's the title of the video, and it's on Press for Truth channel on YouTube, Global 5G Wi-Fi. You won't believe what they now have planned for humanity with David Icke. That's the title of the video. Silo, what are your thoughts? And you lovelies in the chat on 5G. Silo.
Yeah, I love David Icke. He's educated me on a few things over the last few years. As far as 5G, we've all been following this because we all know the consequences. And David was right where they're using it against us with these mass protests. They set up the machines, but they are high-powered and designed for that. My fear is they've got these towers out there, they're setting up these 5G towers, and one signal backwards and forwards to your phone I don't think is the problem. It's the fact that they could probably use 3 or 4 towers and get a triangulation on you. So it's more the pinpointing of a signal that I fear. Like, the signals have been around us ever since we had mobile phones. We had analog, they've gone to digital now, and they're just making the signal a higher frequency, shorter wavelength, so it's faster and rah, rah, rah. But it's once they start controlling it and start focusing it on individuals, and people say, well, how do you focus it? Well, we're all carrying around a signal carrier in our pockets, so they just pick out your phone number and that's what they focus on. Maybe just turn the power up on those 3 towers to that specific point. And even Hawaii, remember that was a month ago, we were talking about that, and they were arresting that lady in Canada, the head of the Hawaii with the 5G. And in my country, they were offering like free Wi-Fi to public transport. And we all pulled out of that because of that. But then I'm in Perth the other day and I'm walking around and I noticed there's free Wi-Fi stickers on the ground now in all the bus terminals and train terminals. So they're telling us one thing, but they're doing something else completely opposite, I feel.
Absolutely. I'll jump in there. Oh, sorry. I thought you'd finished.
No, I had up to you, Don.
Okay, can you get a bit closer to the mic? Are you where you usually are?
Is that better?
Yeah, just get a bit closer to where you'd usually broadcast. Let me get some of the comments here as well. Stuart Walker, 5G is an energy weapon. A voice of God machine. Sassy Frass, a basic research shows this was discovered in the late 1800s, and the guy who, discovered it died young from cancer. Damning statement in from Sassy. Thanks, Sassy. Simon Coates says, I studied microwave antenna design at university. These frequencies can be dangerous. We had to keep our distance as there was a risk of getting a blood clot that could lead to a stroke. Whoa. Joss Ambrose, 5G, Project Bluebeam. Never heard of it, Joss. Any links, anything you can help us out with, or I can get further informed than anybody else, Joss? That would be great if you can. Jake Wright, just drinking my cup of tea and eating my chocolate biscuits. Oh, lovely. That's a Sunday thing, isn't it? Possibly should be a daily thing, but what else have you got here? Bullrock. More on that. Radio waves are microwaves. He likely was too close to the transmission tower. I can talk a bit about this. All radio waves are microwaves. Sweetie, I don't think that's quite right. They're not microwaves. All right, let me... I'll get some more chat. Put them in the chat, then I'll break down wavelength and stuff for you guys, because I do know a little bit about it. Let's see if any more turn up in the chat, and then I'll explain it. Oh, here we go. Tim Potter. Blue beam is false alien invasion using holograms. Wow. Thanks, Tim. PK3501 says, look at the bright side. Put your cell phone in your turkey when you need to cook it. We've got some humour coming in from the bear. That's quite nice. I am fact checking myself, actually. I'll explain about wavelengths in a minute. Sassy Frass, chocolate biscuits, are you not sharing? That's right, sweetie. Come along now, sharing and all that kind of stuff. What kind of chocky biscuits? You know, what are they? Come on, drop some brands on there and stuff. What are we talking on the Chocky Biscuits? This is way more important, what the Chocky Biscuits are. Powder, all of this depopulation 5G is just a bridge. President Trump said we are going straight to 6G. Really? It's going to be a quantum everything. Is going to be so fast your head will spin. Your head will cook, Powder. Maybe. Jake Wright, I may share, ladies. Come along, sweetie. Come along. Chocolate digestive, says Jake Wright. Okay, let's break down the wavelengths, right? So, how to break it down? So let's take the ham bands, for example, which is where most people or currently operate. Sort of the amateur radio, the ham bands, generally go from 160 meters long. So 160 meters long isn't a microwave. The wave is 160 meters long, and the lambda is 80 meters long of it, which is a half wave. 160 meters long, right? In the atmosphere, there's different layers that decay and build through sunshine and nighttime. I think it's called the A, the B, and there's an F layer as well that bounce the signals around. So ham bands go generally from 160 meters long all the way down to pretty much 10 meters on a ham radio, and then you get other radios that do 6 meters, 4 meters and 2 meters and 70 centimeters, but they generally bail out at 70 centimeters. 70 centimeters isn't considered a millimeter wave. It's only when you get to, like, you know, say infrared. If you use an infrared mouse, they're like 2.4 gigahertz, so they're tiny little waves. But you've got to get into millimeters to constitute. At what point the band becomes damaging, I don't really know. But up in those really short bands, but I can do a quick explanation of why they need the band to be so short as well. I am on ham band, says Lawrence. Well, then you know what I'm on about then, Lawrence, right? Right. What's the first part of your call sign, Lawrence? Just asking. Harry Grove, kids. What does that say? Kids. Over in Newcastle, I don't even know what to say. Birdseye. Oh right, okay, you're doing Birdseye. Scammers Basher. Oh, Scammer Basher here. Hi, Scammer Basher. Jack Wright. I am now right. And Powder. Wi-Fi will go to Li-Fi. I didn't know any of this. Which will work off LED lights, and they will see everything. LED lights in street lights, and will only turn on as you come under them. Okay, fair enough. Ricky Police Watch. Hi, Scammer Basher. Hi, Ricky Police Watch. Stuart Walker. Velocity equals frequency times wavelength. Yeah, okay. Bullrock. Simon Coates. I'm on that. The signal has to be both be right frequency and powerful enough to do the necessary damage. Absolutely. So I'll give an example of why they're doing it as well. Oh, here's one in from Joss. I cooked my egg with a 5G technology the other day. It took 45 seconds. What was you using and how much power was coming out of that to do that? Oh, a microwave oven. Yeah, I do that as well. I'll get you. I'm tuned into that. Sassafras says powder. So what shuts down microwaves? ? Put metal in the microwave and what happens? Did you know there's a company selling protective clothing that's layered in metal, like a Faraday cage? Look it up on the internet. It's there. Bullrock. Thanks, Riabo. I was taught some of that in 2015. Skills are fading. No worries, darling. Scammer Basher says thumbs up to Rick. 1Burgo7. I don't need faster internet. Most of the general public do not, and yet they are going to swamp us with 5G waves. More health risk to us for no reward. I think they may see it different from that, but I get that. Burgo7. Thank you, my darling. Simon Coates says, I know I've got a degree in physics and electronics engineering. No worries, my darling. I can go there as well. Powder Sassafras. They are selling clothes to block. Yeah, no, so that's the one. I've seen that. Okay, so you've got that as well, right? So that's the sort of bit about 5G. But here's the example is one of the things that 5G offers on such a short millimeter wave is the speed of the ping rates. They want the ping rates. It's way, way quicker than 3G and 4G. So the example, I was on radio the other day somewhere. Kids having nosebleeds, for no reason in Newcastle. Okay, yeah. Who's covering this? Ian R. Crane is covering it. Is covering that guy that's being taken to court, isn't he? I believe. 5G has the ability to look inside buildings. Wow. Powder, you are love K&D. For our listeners, how many radio hosts actually know about radio? It's a bandwidth, Ria. Yeah, I'm pretty clued up actually, Simon. Yeah, the electromagnetic, I'm not bad with it. And I had a lot to do with physics when I was younger as well. Yeah, force plus mass, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so we're going to move it on. What else have we got? Have you got any more further comments on 5G silo, or where do you want to go with this?
Well, the reason I feel that our governments are really pushing this is because of the automation of everything. Like they want to have robots wandering around our streets, keeping an eye on us. They want to put cameras in every nook and cranny around every major centre. That's why they're trying to bring in 5G. Like originally it was designed to people in Sydney could sit there with little controllers and automate trucks on mine sites out in the middle of the desert. And they've just taken that to the next level. Next minute, they're going to be driving our cars for us. And to be honest, if they're going to use 5G and, as Powder mentioned, 6G, you really don't want lagging when you've got someone else in control of your vehicle. So,
okay,
we have to fight back by holding on to our manuals, I find. Like we won't have a choice if you can't buy a car that you can't drive yourself. That's what they'll bring in next.
Okay, it's the ping rate. So with 5G being such a short and I don't know much about 6G. I know the G means generation, so you can't define anything by the 6 really. I know 5G's been running in Korea, South Korea for some time. But here's the example of the difference. If you was holding a tea tray in the palm of your hand, say with chocolate biscuits on it. No, in this case, you're holding a tea tray and there's a ball bearing in the middle of the tea tray. Right, so you're holding that and someone nudged the corner of the tray. How many goes would it take you as a person to get that ball bearing back in the middle again? So you'd have to try it out to find out, I guess. Imagine that tea tray, and in each corner there are 4 hydraulic rams that are being controlled and given orders over 3G and 5G. In the first example, it's 3G. So if you put the ball bearing in the middle and you give that tray a nudge and you sent it orders over the network to recorrect that ball bearing, that will take about 26 moves to bring that back into the center of the tea tray on 4G, right? Because of the ping rates. Each one is an order, and that relies on the speed of A to B. Where if you run that on 5G, so you've got the same tray with the same ball bearing on, but you're sending orders over the net on 5G, that will get it back in the middle in 3 moves. So that's the kind of difference in the ping rate being, because the millimeter waves are so short, when they come out of an antenna, they don't have much of a footprint. They don't have much. It's almost like a laser beam. It's not like the current 3G where it comes out at, say, a 45-degree angle and puts a footprint out. No, it's really narrow. So the new transmitters coming out as well, excuse me, the antennas move because they follow you. So you imagine a self-driving car going down the road. So the self-driving car is going down the road and it's in an 5G antenna footprint, which is tiny. What happens when you go past the building and it needs to go to another transmitter? That relies on that ping rate. So with that ping rate, that is why they want it for robots, they want it for self-driving cars, they want it for the future of technocracy. That's my bit of yabbering on about 5G. I'll take on to some of the chat. We've also got Tim Potter says I was a physics probe. Was you? Ooh, sounds a bit alien. Sassy Fras, can microwaves penetrate brick or concrete blocks? Yes, they can, says Balrock. I agree. Let me just do this again. Lawrence Thompson, rumour had it CB to make a comeback on Legal FM. I had spoke to Corsica. Oh, that's gone off screen. Sorry, guys, I can't get the rest of that. Jack, I just finished my tea and biscuits. That was lovely. And you didn't share, Jake. That's so disappointing. Sassy Frag, yep, CB radio has been discussed in the USA as well. Many of them in their attics for when they're ready, totally. But you'd have to set up a repeater network to go across the country, and it would take a lot of them. CB radios on 11 meters, and line of sight you'll get 40 to 50 miles. If you put a beam up, you can maybe get 100. So it would have to be every 100 miles at best to get it across the country. Where if you run on a handband at a certain time of the day on 40 meters, you'll do it in one jump. Rough Rider says, with hard Brexit looming, globalists are going to terrorism, scare tactics, enslave and stay. Absolutely. It's going full tilt in the mainstream media. Self-driving cars are so creepy, says Sassy. Absolutely. Gary Gallagher, scary this 5G. Just watching vid on YouTube about the same subject. Morning all. Morning Gary, how you doing? Very worrying. I hope they aren't thinking putting this in schools. Don't. That is so scary. I hadn't even thought of that. It's only been done to kill us, says Harry Groves. It's the rollout of technocracy, isn't it? In my view. Next time I share, ladies. Okay, you better had, Jake. What else have we got? Huge ass bear. I have several CB radios with sideband. Totally, but you still won't get any further because of the bandits on, and we're at a solar minimum. Simon Coates, ask Silo if he's ever heard about the Australian professor who challenged Nicola and Ericsson that mobile phones had a link to cancer about 25 years ago. He was paid off. Silo, are you in the know on that question?
Well, I'm pretty sure cancer and mobile phones were a big discussion, especially in the changeover when we're going from analog to digital. And once again, it's like anyone that speaks the truth. It only comes out if it doesn't go against the corporates. Like they've said, they've paid him off, so you won't hear from him. It's no different to climate changes, which used to be climate warmers.
Right, okay, no problem. And I'll get another one. Sassy Fast, huge ass. That may explain why they want them on utility poles and cut back the tree lines. Totally. It's coming, guys. So I checked out, so because I'm 100% in belief of they are going to roll 5G out worldwide. Whoever puts in the infrastructure is coming. Don't know too much about 6G, and they've done a couple of test beds, and I know South Korea has been running it for a couple of years, being 5G. So you can't tell what 5G is from a name, or 6G or 7G or 8G. G just means generation. You need the actual stats of what it is to see what kind of harm could take place. But somebody put it in the chat earlier saying Ian R. Crane, his name is watching somebody being taken to the cleaners in the north of England for speaking about how harmful 5G is. So keep an eye on that one. Ian R. Crane, his name is. Let me take some of the chats. Huge ass, that's right, Rhea, but it can hit Australia when conditions are good. You can. We're at a solar minimum at the moment. The big players on the handbands are usually on 20 meters, running big beams about 30 meters, 100 feet above ground, and they're serious. These are serious players in the handwells. I could go into it a bit more, but I think it's a bit nerdy, so let's just leave that. Baseball, biscuits on your mum. What does that even say? I don't know what that says. Right, okay, you're having a chuckle. We like a chuckle. Let me move on to another story. I'm just loading up another one. Let's get in touch with a bit of what Act 17 and the Yellow Vests have been doing. I'm just bringing this up here, and here we go. It's a 3-minute take of Act 17 in Lyon. So this picture is from this video that I'm about to play you. So it will be the most sensational 3 minutes. So please bear that in mind as well, guys. Okay, I'm going to bring it up. If you check out your screens, I will have a look. And here we go. This is in Lyon, and it will be the most sensational so far. For those on audio, I'm going to narrate over the top. You've got a load of cops, pretty armour plated clothing on, or whatever you call that, protection clothing. There's a lot of smoke bombs. You've got a few yellow vests moseying around. It looks as though it may have already gone off. We've got cops with guns. What kind of gun is that? Chat, what kind of gun is that? I don't know what that is. That a rubber bullet gun, is it? We've got one holding what I assume to be a gas grenade of some time. Another one with yellow paint all over his protective shield. And the cops are now running on the yellow vests, and the yellow vests are running away. But there doesn't appear to be many yellow vests, though. Someone's down, a civilian's down. So this is in Lyon, guys, not Paris. That's a 40mm tear gas, says Bullrock. Okay. Is that not armed police? Well, it looked armed to me, I've got to say. Yeah, rubber bullet gun, they say. Okay, so this is in Lyon. We've got someone down on the floor, a civilian down. Cops are looking as though they're not messing around. The gendarmes, if they are the gendarmes. Don't know. Cop cars. I need to narrate this, guys, for people on audio. Lot of cop vans. Justice. Fiscal social. Justice. Social money for people. They need more money. Maybe that says. Tear gas.
Why this was playing, Rhea. Like, we've been watching these guys for, 17 weeks now. Now, we get to watch them on the weekend. Is this going on during the week as well, do you know?
No, but there are protests going on, though. As far as I know, it's just a weekend thing, but they've had France through the week. They've had protests at night with Molotov cocktails that the media haven't been covering, and it's largely students. They're protesting against, I think it was 2 kids hurt in a police car chase, and they had 4 nights of it through the week, and you can see the Molotov cocktails going off if you check that out. But it's not a yellow vest movement, though, Silo.
Yeah, we just watched some police kicking the kids down the street.
Yep, there you go. So there you go, guys. The video's just ending, Silo. I'm just cutting and running here and trying to stop it as best I can. If I can find the right button. Oh, right, that's another one. Let's get rid of that. Okay, right. So there's a bit about the yellow vest. Let me get some of the chat. Joss Ambrose, disgusting the violence Macron is bringing on his own people. Good comment. Joss, Stockport Andy. Hungarian military, says Stockport Andy. Okay, I didn't know that. Anne Barnes. Media will not report on it, even UK yellow vest. Tim Potter, Sassafras. You may be right. Merely wanted to share what some say. Nice. Stuart Walker. They do protest during the week in smaller numbers, says Stuart. Okay, thank you, Stuart. Simon Coates. There was a Thursday protest after that lad lost his hand. Okay, so they are during the week. Silo is coming in, it looks like. What else have we got? Jake Wright. There have been riots in France during the week in some towns over the last week. Yeah, Skippy one. The type of riot control coming to UK this summer for sure. And right, Gary Gallagher, stuff you never hear about on the mainstream media. Isn't that a fact? Jake, next Saturday is week 18 for the Yellow Vests protest in Paris across France. Tim Allen, all in black, looks like Nazis. Jake says, yep, Gary, mate needed. Harry Groves, it was Brixton 1981. Now that was a riot. My goodness, that was a riot. We kind of need, we need some of that backbone back, don't we? As a country, I think. All right, Martin Houston, they seem to have got their, what does that say, mercenary uniforms now. Not seeing the cops in jeans anymore. Okay, thanks, Martin. And Sati Frass, starting to feel that the Yellow Vests are losing their effectiveness. No real accomplishment like driving a captured vehicle into a palace. Yeah, I agree, sweetie. Notice how the police uniforms are looking more like a military, says Bergo7. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It looks more military. Right, Silo, have you got anything else for us, or shall I move on to another one?
No, that was excellent. I'm glad that we're covering it. It's a bit like I was trying to research a bit of and bring a bit of Venezuela to the topic today, but you basically got their opposition saying, nah, more sanctions, and then you got the people that are in power clinging on to it with everything they got. Even they had a mass power out on Friday, and I think they used that to cause even more diversion amongst their population. So really, it's the power of information. It's things like our radio show and more people getting out there that is going to help heal all these situations. Like we was pointed out earlier, we've got people saying they've been protesting for 17 weeks now. And really, I thought after a couple, they would have at least made some kind of dent where their parliament were discussing it, or they had speakers up saying their piece. And I don't even know who are their front people or who's standing up for them in their political party. This is the things we need to find out.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to find out if the mainstream media won't cover it, is it? It's just not the easiest thing to find out. What else have we got? Sassy Frass. On the other hand, the imported French have been very quiet. Yeah, I think someone made a good comment. I can't remember who wrote it, that said, are the Yellow Vests losing their effectiveness? Maybe. I think that's certainly debatable, because we get used to stuff, we become desensitized, and things lose their impact, don't they? They kind of do. It's just the way it is. Right, guys, we're coming up for the end of the Aussie section. I'm going to hand it over to Silo before I play some tunes on your finals, Silo.
Yeah, thanks, darling. And I've appreciated being able to do it by myself today. It's been quite eventful. Sorry about my reading skills, guys. I was trying to practice a lot of things at once. And thank you, everyone. Unless you want me to, I do actually have a a follow-up story that I wanted to bring up, if I can just find where I put it. Australia ceases multi-million-dollar donations to controversial Clinton family charities.
Oh, wow.
Australia has poured millions of your taxpayer dollars into Hillary Clinton's scandal-plagued charity. It begs an obvious question. Australia has finally ceased pouring millions of dollars, which might make you wonder why we are donating to them in the first place. The federal government confirmed in news.com.au it has not renewed any of its partnerships with the scandal-plagued Clinton Foundation, effectively ending 10 years of taxpayer-funded contributions worth more than $88 million. The Clinton Foundation has a rocky past. It's described as a slush fund, still at the centre of an FBI investigation, and was revealed to have spent more than $50 million on travel. Well, there you go. There's just a bit of a follow-up to that earlier story done.
That is a bit of a follow-up, sweetie. Blimey, that's like a lead story, that, isn't it? I'm just going to read out a couple before you go. Sassy Fraz, love the Aussies from the USA. Great job, thank you. Do you have a YouTube channel, Silo?
Yep, Riabo. Sunday Long Life.
Oh, there you go. There you go, Sassy. Joss Ambrose, Sassy Fraz, indeed, the imported ones have been quiet. Haven't seen much in the way of mass prayer on the streets. Tim Potter, Killary, and the clones for prison. Morning, Fraser. How are you doing from Hamilton? In Hamilton, our Yellow Vest rally went on without issues. It was fun. Is that this Saturday just gone, is it, Fraser? I don't know about that either. Mind you, we've got the Canada section coming up in a few hours, but next up, guys, we've got Ireland coming online. I'll be on with Nan, or Nanon, however you want to call her. She's going to be bringing us some Irish news, because I've got so much to learn about Ireland and what goes on, but we're going to be coming in with some Irish news for you guys. Silo, thanks for doing what you do, and we'll see you another day. But meanwhile, we're going to play you a tune, and I hope you enjoy it. This was big not long ago, bit dancey, but it's a nice tune. It's a bit sunny.
One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Possibilities. I look like all you need. Let me take the night I love real easy. And I know that you still wanna see me. On the Sunday morning music real loud. Let me love you while the moon is still out. Something in you lit up heaven in me. The feeling won't let me sleep. 'Cause I'm lost in the way you move, the way you feel. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Possibilities. I look like all you need. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Possibilities. I look like all you need. I just wanna feel your skin on mine. Feel your eyes do the exploring. Passion in the message when you smile. Take my time. Something in you lit up heaven in me. The feeling won't let me sleep. 'Cause I'm lost in the way you move, the way you feel. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Possibilities. I look like all you need. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Possibilities. I look like all you need. See wonderland in your eyes. Might need your company tonight. Something in you lit up heaven in me. The feeling won't let me sleep. 'Cause I'm lost in the way you move, the way you feel. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Possibilities. I look like all you need. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Possibilities. I look like all you need.
Now, an intercept of a secret radio message to the resistance from headquarters.
My fellow comrades, the last few days have given us a few setbacks in our march to overthrow the duly elected government of Donald Trump. First, our Russian collusion offensive has largely failed, as our propaganda outlets at CNN, New York Times, and the Washington Post have had to retract or change stories to reflect the problem of unavoidable factual information. Now, Colonel Bernie Sanders is under fire for bank fraud. Agent Loretta Lynch has had to go underground after an email service that implicated her in her good work to help HRC escape scrutiny during the campaign. On the bright side, though, we may still be able to get at least a few jihadists into the U.S. after the court struck down most of the travel ban, and the Republicans in the Senate have embraced enough of Obamacare to make Trump care really suck if they decide to pass it this week. So take heart. The battle goes on. Resist. Thank you.
This completes the intercepted radio message from Resistance Headquarters.
Is your terror cell living in terror?
Now this word from the New York Times to jihadists everywhere.
Is your safe house not that safe? If you want your sleeper cell to sleep safely, read the New York Times.
Jihadists everywhere depend on the New York Times.
I saved my sleeper cell thanks to the New York Times.
For information you can't get anywhere else.
Did you know your phone calls are traced? Did you know your money transfers are being intercepted?
Now, thanks to the New York Times, you will be safe and secure.
I rerouted my terror funds. Thanks to it. We offer at the New York Times quantity discounts for large terror cells, educational discounts for madrasas and terrorist training camps. Read the New York Times and your sleeper cell can sleep safely.
Even in the deepest, darkest cave, you'll be the first to get inside knowledge of what the infidels have in mind to wipe you out.
New York Times, The Infidels, Jihad Journal.
For most people, the funeral of a loved one is to be attended with dignity and respect. But not for these guys. Jimmy Carter, Ted Kennedy, Bill and Hillary Clinton, and the Reverend Lowry are the Funeral Crashers.
Hello? Oh. Well, I'm sorry for your loss. So I guess you'd like for me to say a few words then? Okay. I'll be there.
Guys, you are never gonna believe who kicked the bucket. Jimmy, wake Ted up. This is gonna be the biggest funeral of the year.
Unable to draw a crowd on their own, they seek out any funeral they can to promote their agenda. What better time to bash Bush?
We know now there were no weapons of mass destruction over there.
Secret government wiretapping.
Or attempt to clean up the family image.
I had the honor of working with her on the landmark legislation to make the birthday of her husband a national holiday.
Even run for president.
Leadership is something that many who are called refuse to accept.
And if there's enough time left, they might even mention the deceased.
I don't want us to forget that there's a woman in there.
Oh no, I can't remember her name. Maybe nobody will notice.
6 hours later, and they're just getting started.
Lot was unbelievable.
Yeah, we're on a roll. Hey, let's look in the obits.
The Funeral Crashers, coming to a memorial service near you.
Come on, boys! There's votes in them caskets.
It's complicated. It always is. That's just the way it goes. Feels like I waited so long for this. I wonder if it shows. Head underwater, now I can't breathe. It never felt so good. 'Cause I can feel it coming over me. I wouldn't stop it if I could. Will I take over? Yeah. You know you can't deny. Will I take over? Yeah. I've been hearing symphonies. Before all I heard was silence. A rhapsody for you and me. And every melody is timeless. Life was stringing me along. Then you came and you cut me loose. Was solo singing on my own. Now I can't find a key without you. And now your song is on repeat. And I'm dancing on to your heartbeat. And when you're gone, I feel incomplete. So if you want the truth, I just wanna be part of your symphony. We hold me tight and not let go. Symphony, like a love song on the radio. We hold me tight and not let go. I'm sorry if it's all too much, but every day you're here I'm healing. And I was running out of luck. I never thought I'd find this feeling. 'Cause I've been hearing symphonies. Before all I heard was silence. A rhapsody for you and me. Every melody is timeless. And now your song is on repeat. And I'm dancing on to your heartbeat. And when you're gone, I feel incomplete. So if you want the truth, I just wanna be part of your symphony. We hold me tight and not let go. Symphony, like a love song on the radio. We hold me tight and not let go. And now your song is on repeat. And I'm dancing on to your heartbeat. And when you're gone, I feel incomplete. So if you want the truth, I just wanna be part of your symphony. We hold me tight and not let go. Symphony, like a love song on the radio. Symphony, we hold me tight and not let go. Symphony, like a love song on the radio. We hold me tight and not let go.
Your online radio. The new online radio that makes you happy.
Hey, lovelies, we're back. Welcome to Sunday Long Live Radio. This is Ria Bow, just outside London. We've got the lovely Nan in Ireland. I'm going to be learning loads. Maybe you'll learn loads. I don't know. I'm going to say goodbye to Joss Ambrose in the chat. He's off out to see his grandpa with the kids. Sunday stuff, right? That's kind of nice. That's a family thing. And Lord knows we need to keep it together, and parents need to really install some nice grounded morals and values into their kids. Let's bring on Nan. Hey Nan, how are you doing and what's going on in Ireland?
Hi everybody. Delighted to be here today, and I finally think Nanon might have got her tech a little bit better organised, so hopefully I'll be able to catch all the lovelies in the chat today. Already I see there Sassy Frass has lovely greetings to Ireland, so thanks a million for that, and the four-leaf clover as well. Maybe you could find a few shamrocks to lash in there as well, you know. So you guys were talking earlier on about 5G and stuff, and I was just thinking to myself, God, the pings are going off in Nanon's head here, right, left and centre. And that's what happens, I suppose, when these talks go on, is that the stuff that you're chatting about resonates then with other research that we've done, and it may not necessarily be able to pull up every single detail about everything, but awareness is everything, and this is definitely stuff that the mainstream media are not covering, and I couldn't help but look up there about Project Bluebeam, Ria. I knew about Project Bluebeam myself, but I just wanted to get it out there a little bit because it's one of these things that's a bit fantastical, So it's a NASA Bluebeam project. It's the prime directive for the New World Order's absolute control over the population of the entire. I would suggest you investigate this information carefully before dismissing this as a fanatic lunatic. And another article says here, 1994, the infamous NASA Bluebeam project has 4 different steps in order to implement the New Age religion. This is interesting. With the Antichrist at its head. We must remember that the New Age religion is the very foundation for the New World government, without which religion, the directorship of the New World Order is completely impossible. So that goes with our theory there, Ria, about this one world government, where you have one world government, one world religion, and a one world currency. So I don't know how far on this project is, but that's what the Bluebeam issue was there. There's also other aspects to it as well, that it's like it can project various holographic images onto the sky and can simulate fake alien invasions, and it goes into the realms of what would you call it, speculation. But anyway, that's nothing got to do with Irish news, but I couldn't help it. Just digging into that one.
Okay, I'll cover some air while you're doing it. I'm going to say take the chat because people are saying hello to you. Nan hasn't quite got the drop on that, but things are moving forward though, lovelies. Let me bring on here. We've got, let me go back and get the hellos. Sassy, greetings, Island. And what else have we got? Jake says, I'm hungry now. You just had biscuits, Jake. Get a grip. Robert Jones, hi, Nanon. Jake Wright, hi to Islands. What else have we got? Anne Barnes says, hi, Nanon. Stuart Walker, hi, Nanon. Lots of love. You're getting the love. You usually do, though, don't you? Tim Potter, I used to love Nan bread. Right, okay, we've got some of that going on in the chat. Simon Coates, hi, Nanon. Stockport Andy, hi, Nanon. So you're getting some love there, Nan.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks, Tim Potter. He loves his Nan bird and he loves Nan. So that's brilliant. Thank you, Tim. And thanks to everybody else. Hi, Andy. How are you? Carol Wilkes. How are you? So I am getting my chat together. I'm seeing the chat today. So yeah, that's cool. Oh God, I really struggled, didn't I, Ria, with that stuff.
Bless you.
But anyway.
We've done a rehearsal.
Yeah, a little help from my friends as well. So hopefully I'll get my act together today. Right, I'm just going to head off with one of the biggest stories in Ireland at the moment, which is this woman detained in Syria is believed to be former member of the Irish Defence Forces. And that was the woman that was interviewed by ITV. I don't know if any of the chat saw that interview. It's almost going viral at this stage, but it feeds into this ISIS bride situation. And of course, Ireland would have to be top of its game by having somebody from our defence forces who defected to Islam, went to Syria, joined ISIS, married an ISIS fighter, and is now caught up in this this defeat of ISIS, where they're now in camps, and these women and babies being paraded are looking for repatriation. So I'm just going to go with this story here. I think this is the Irish Times.
Okay, I'll get
just a sec. Yeah.
Let me just.
No, it's okay. I have it.
Go on then.
it's the old push to talk thing. I'll need to go on the other system soon, you know. So forgive me if I just lapse a second while I try and maneuver the tabs. This situation was dealt with by Gemma O'Doherty last night on her live stream, and she was absolutely livid. Gemma O'Doherty was livid last night over these situations and the way they're being portrayed by the Irish media. So this is the Irish Times, probably, I suppose, one of the better publications. An Irish woman who's, sorry, Rhea, I've got an echo on the line there. An Irish woman who is believed to be a former member of the Defence Forces has been identified in Syria as an alleged ISIS member. The Irish authorities have been aware for some time of a former member of the Defence Forces who converted to Islam while she was serving with the Irish Defence Forces. She then left the organisation in 2011 and went to Syria, apparently having been radicalised approximately 1 year later. So I hope the chat are enjoying this story. It's a bit like a story. However, she later transferred to the Irish Air Corps and was serving in it when she converted to Islam, and then she left the Defence Forces. While in the Air Corps, she worked on the government jet. On those duties, she worked on flights taken by senior Irish politicians, including the then which is a Prime Minister to you guys, Bertie Ahern. Security sources said when the woman was in the Air Corps, she worked at times as a driver for Major General Ralph James when he was head of the Irish Air Corps. In that role, sorry, we have a terrible echo on the line. Is it me?
Okay, no, I'll fix it. You carry on. I'm going to deal with this. Okay, off you go then.
Thanks a million, Ray. Security. Yeah, security. Oh, yeah, she worked for this as a driver for this major in the Irish Air Corps. In that role, she would have had knowledge of the security protocols, and given the fact that she is alleged to have spent time with ISIS, she would be regarded as a security threat. Now, the issue there is that what they're implying here is that while she was a driver with the Air Corps for this Major General, she was already Islamized or whatever you call it. She would have been gone towards ISIS at that time, and would have been contemplating perhaps going the full way and heading out to Syria. Perhaps for what? I mean, she was in the Irish Army, so she went to join ISIS. So it's really, really the security protocols here are red flags flying all over the place. However, that's been played down, of course, by the media here. However, precisely when she was allegedly being what has allegedly been the key word here, being doing with ISIS, and whether her presence there would lead to a criminal investigation is unclear. This is the unclear part of it that Gemma was very angry about last night, because it's time that this stuff was cleared up. However, sources in Dublin were unable to confirm last night that the woman who left the Defence Forces and later travelled to Syria was the same woman who has come to light in that country, having gone there to join up with ISIS. It's not clear that the Irish woman in Syria was being detained. Now, that's not true, because they've actually come up with her name. Her name is Lisa Smith. That's come out since this article was written. She's allegedly, Lisa Smith is the person concerned here. She is from Dundalk in Ireland, south of the Republic of Ireland. So details of the Irish woman in Syria first emerged after the ITV crew working for ITV visited the camp in northern Syria. I'm sure you guys in the chat have seen this video where she claimed to be from the UK, but during the broadcast there with ITV, the guy said she did sound as if she had an Irish accent. So when the TV crew intervened, some of those alleged to be foreign fighters and their wives and children, one woman spoke with an Irish accent. Security sources in Dublin have said the Garda and the Defence Forces have been in touch with the family in County Louth, so they do know who she is, of this woman who was in the Defence Forces and converted to Islam and went to Syria. She married, she supposedly went there on her own, Ria, and she had a child while there. So it's not, and I'm not sure whether the ISIS fighter or the ISIS person that she married is alive or dead or captured or whatever, you know. So the end of that story is, of course, that the Gardaí here in Ireland and the Irish government are investigating the issue. But this links in with this whole issue of these ISIS fighters returning to Ireland. You have it right across. I said one stage there that I bet if you were in France or Germany or the States or Australia, you'd have the same story running on all the mainstream media. And that's exactly what's happening. So you guys need to look into this. Why are these stories running concurrently on mainstream media? So from our research, we found out with regard to this mainstream media stuff that 6 corporations in the States have this wrapped up anyway, as you know, Ria. And the what they do is they issue I think it was it Q, labeled them 4 a.m. talking points. So these talking points go out and they're run right across the board on all media. So you guys need to this is why what we're doing is so important, because we're just ordinary people and we have no access to insider information. We just put the work in and we research stuff and we put we put our own talking points out. So that's why radio is so important. And maybe radio, I don't know, Ria, you could tell us a bit more about this, about the censorship issues, because radio is not owned by YouTube, Google, Facebook, Apple. So maybe you could tell us a bit more about that, Ria.
Yeah, sure. Right, okay, so firstly, I didn't see Gemma. So the names you're looking out for if you're new to the island coverage, where you get to hear what is actually going along, because for the last week, because I need to learn about Ireland, I'm ignorant. The word is ignorant on Ireland. Is I follow the mainstream media. That's my gig. I watch what they do because it gives me a feel for what their governments are doing. RTE as a news site is like, whoa, it's like, what is that? It's like it's not even a comic. I don't know what it's like. CBC in Canada, it's just like nothing. It's like a colourless world kind of thing. So with radio, no, there's no censorship. I spoke with the board op and the owner of Republic Radio, where I start on Monday, as well as the other stations. And no, the only thing we can't do because of the commercial advertising is swear. That's why I'm so hot with the hosts on here. You cannot swear. You can say your piece, but you can't swear. And that's why I asked the people in the chat not to type swear words in. Because if the hosts have to start double reading everything, it's not gonna work for flow, you know. So that's why I ask, if you comment in the chat, don't swear. Because if we're just rolling through this and we're picking up chat and there's swear words in there, we can get in major trouble and slung off the radio. But answer in short, Nan, there is no censorship on the radio. So that's why we're going the radio route.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, that's a reasonable enough request and something that everybody should be able to abide by. I'm not necessarily prone to swearing, but I have delivered a few. I have a few favourites that come out.
We must talk about that.
No, they're meek and mild. Dog and Pony Show is about my favourite at this stage now, because it seems to just capture everything. I was just looking at Gemma O'Doherty. I see Rashford there saying he watched Gemma O'Doherty's video. She was talking sense and she looked really drained by it all, though. And you know something, Rashford, you're absolutely right. I got a very foreboding sense watching Gemma last night. She was extremely angry. And I should link that in with, because I'm going to cover some of Gemma's new movement today. I did mention it before, but I didn't get into it as much. I just noticed its hailstones are hopping off the
same here.
the earth here.
Now, let me ask you something. Hold you a second. So,
Gemma's new movement. It kicks off next Monday in a hotel in in County Meath, and already there's the NGOs are out in full force. I saw hashtag something or other to get onto this hotel that Gemma is actually using to try and get to the hotel to ban her meetings already. Can you imagine that? Now, this is not a first for them. We have the Irexit Party here and the National Party. Now, these NGOs are out in full force, launching campaigns to stop venues from hosting National Party meetings, Irexit Party meetings, and now Gemma. I mean, she's coming under severe pressure, And when I go through some of Gemma's points, she's running on an anti-corruption platform. In other words, it's a bit like the Donald Trump drain the swamp affair, where she believes that if the corruption and this cronyism was tackled, that we'd be living in a much better society. It's also, when I was looking at Gemma's points, her 20-point manifesto, it was very much like what the yellow vests we're looking at. So we have a really good French researcher that she keeps in touch with me and she sends me some very good stuff. And she translated the yellow vest demands, and I've been meaning for weeks to go through what they are. And they're very, very ordinary requests, a bit like what Gemma has done herself, So, hang on one sec, Ria, just catch there for.
Okay, I'll get this.
Right,
let me get the chat as well, because the chat are here. Let's just get the chat, Nan, and then I want to ask you a question about Gemma. Let's just carry some of these chats here. I'm rewinding back to, here we go. Gary Gallagher says, I don't think it's about any political party anymore. It's more a fight of good against evil in the dark days we live in now. Very different from the world I once knew. Isn't that a fact, Gary? Do you want to pick up on that one? Is that the way you see it? Is that the way Gemma sees it? And I'm particularly interested, Nan, on what particular part did Gemma pick up on? So first, what Gary Gallagher said, then what did Gemma pick up on?
I agree with Gary Gallagher. This particular, what we're doing and the citizens' movements, if you want to call it that, can be boiled down to the good versus evil. Evil being the globalism, that this plan, this globalist plan has been in operation for eons. And funny enough, up to this point in time, it seems to have gone under the radar. The level of deception, I believe, is monumental. It's difficult to describe. And people who are wakening up to this are they're being shocked. They're in disbelief that this plan could have been in operation all this time. And they're beginning to see things that they couldn't see before. And what I think is that people have felt for a very long time that something is wrong. And I think that's a very, very common, it's probably a consciousness thing. Just a second. It's probably a consciousness thing. And they're finding out now what they perceive to be wrong. And I always, the only thing that keeps me going is two things. Number one, that this globalist plan couldn't possibly be as bad as we think it is. And I keep looking for evidence to that. I'm not finding any, to be honest with you. The second thing is that there's another thing that's not widely known, but it's known among the researchers, and that's the Trump phenomenon. And according to, I'm going to mention Q, and I wasn't going to say the word Q, but according to information that's come down via a channel that was never open before to the world, it came down via the 8chan, and from there went on to other platforms like Reddit and Gab that people are not that familiar with. Completely bypassed all of this media corporations, as in CNN, MSNBC, ABC, all the alphabet media corporations. It bypassed Facebook, Google, Apple, and all of the control mechanisms, and went directly to the people. And that's what Q is. So Q come out with some very interesting drops recently with regarding this control of the media and what we think is this globalist plan. I'm not sure, Gemma, is that clued into it? I don't think she's been on the case with regards to this as much as the researchers have. I believe she only sort of woke up to this herself a little while ago. She was very much, as a journalist, award-winning Irish journalist, she would have investigated, say, Irish issues of corruption. That's how she lost her job. She was investigating corruption in the Gardaí and the targeting of one particular Garda member called Maurice McCabe. She, who was targeted by our government here under child sexual abuse charges, and all his family were put on the register, and this man tried to fight back. This is another story that I could cover some other day, but Gemma began to bring forward this story, and as a result she lost her job in Dennis O'Brien, Independent News Media, which is another news media in Ireland, owned by oligarch Dennis O'Brien, who's one of you were talking about the Clintons earlier on. So he's Digicel, Haiti, Clinton donor, Irish oligarch, you name it. And he owns this whole news corporation. He also owns a lot of the radio stations that he's bought up especially local radio stations, which have now been reduced to playing inane music with very little commentary on them. So they're all being homogenized into drivel.
Question. Well, let me get in there because you're still going again. Do we know if Dennis O'Brien is hooked in with the CFR?
Good question, but there's a lot of stuff going to come out with the Clinton Foundation. That's another issue that's going under the radar. And if it does, if the Clinton Foundation breaks, this is one of the drain the swamp processes that's going on at the moment. So at the moment, she seems like it's untouchable. You're perfectly right about Charles Ortel. And the other thing is Charles Ortel has done, he's done the financials on the Clinton Foundation being a charity. He's got them on the tax returns, the filing of their accounts. He's got them where it hurts. He's the guy that handled, I think it was the Enron, was it Enron he handled? Audit on Enron. He's one of these sort of forensic accountants type guys. He's done something with Crowdsource the Truth, Jason Goodman's channel, who's maligned by some of the researchers, but we take information wherever we can get it. He's got something like 250 hours of evidence against the Clinton Foundation with slides, PDFs. He lists out the laws that were broken. So all the evidence is already out there regarding to the fall of the Clintons. But as you know, these people are never accountable, because when you get to that level in the cabal, there's a complete lack of accountability. They're completely unaware that anything resembling a society even exists. They're inclined to look at ordinary people, and this includes the middle class, think that they're not going to be affected by this. Well, they are, because these agendas are coming for your property, they're coming for your pensions, they're there's going to be a final takeover. We've uncovered stuff like the 16-year plan to destroy America. We always thought that America was Obama. But America is not Obama. We've actually tapped into the actual American people themselves, the patriots of America, and they are leading this charge. People should know that there's another America that wants to get back to their constitution. They want, and any country that has a constitution, that constitution is a protection for the sovereignty and democracy and the people who live within that country. Now, Ireland has a constitution. It's less than 100 years old, and already it's been ripped to pieces by the EU, which is designed, and I'm just going to say this, and I've heard it said before, that Ireland is a test case. Ireland could very possibly be a test case for this globalization and mass immigration. Alignment with the Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. We have Leo Varadkar's Agenda 2040 for Ireland, and that's the one that Stephen Molyneux ripped apart and got shadow banned on YouTube for, because he dug into the financials on that, and also he dealt with some of the social aspects of it.
Okay, let me jump in there then. Can I just get in there a second? Let me take some of the chat, because they're rolling in the door. Sorry to just come over the top of you, Nan. It's not something I really want to practice. Let me just get some of these lovelies, because they're contributing to what you're saying. Agreed, Nanon, says Gary Gallagher. Tommy Robinson, I had a community... Oh, right, that's about yours. Yeah, go to Tommy Robinson MSM, by the way. Tim Potter, US needs radical reform or ending. Sassy Frag, the globalist plan is the worst thing the people worldwide. I'll give an opinion on that in a mo. Gary Gallagher, biggest intel drops in history and no surprise, Trump team behind it with military. Tim Potter says the Kalergi plan. Gary Gallagher, their military said as much itself. They are fed up with fighting globalist wars, not what they signed up for. Tim Potter, eat, consume, obey. Totally, I say that one as well, Tim. Sassy Frass, end the UN, independent nations, language, borders and cultures, massive deportations and non-indigenous and those of culture who do not assimilate, make Western civilization great again. Absolutely, my darling. Amen to that. Beverly White, freedom fighters worldwide must unite, says Beverly. Lovely. Julian Taylor, do we have a plan for Tommy Robinson? We'll do that in a minute, but we're a bit off context. But great comment though, Julian. I'd love to get into that with you a bit later. Anne Barnes, the Kalergi plan. This is one of the reasons the government do not want Brexit. Anne Barnes, 2019 is going to be the people's year. Go on. Tim Potter, deep state is evil to the core, says Tim. Damning statement in from Tim. Gary Gallagher, Kennedy had the right idea, break up the CIA. You'd have to stick your head on the other side to ask him that now, because they soon finished him off, didn't they, in my view. Sassy Frag, at Julian Taylor, would love to see Tom and his family come to the States, and preferably Idaho and Texas. They can't, won't touch him either place. Sassy Fraz, I'll be on the radio in Texas starting Monday. PK 3501, look up Agenda 2030. Hugh Jass, hasn't enough come out about the Clinton Foundation to take it down. It has, but it's their network, isn't it? I think they have dirt is the general chatter on the net. Who have we got? We've got someone new. Look, what's that? Isla's dad. Can I just? Oh, I can't really call you dad. That's not really cool. What does that say? Elsa's dad, maybe. As Sassy Fraz, you cannot make Western civilization great again without strong Christian faith. Great comment, Isla's dad. Sassy Fraz, PK30501. Exactly. It's available online. Read it compared to the laws elected putting in place. Bingo, bingo, bingo. God, there's loads of them. Are there any more? I'm not going to read any more because I'm Sunday roast yummy, says Jake. You like your food, don't you? Where's them chocolate biscuits, sweetie? Come on, get them around here. Well, we need virtual chocolate biscuits, don't we? So, okay, Nan, sorry, but I want to get the chat. They're in there commenting. I want to get it. Over to you, darling.
Oh, thanks for that, Rhea. Fantastic comments coming from the chat. I'm so delighted to see so many people clued into the issues that I'm just actually skirting today. John Wayne's gone, wait until you see what the influx of 200 million Africans do to our nations. That's going into this UN Global Migration Pact. There was I featured this week. I was sort of like a dog with a bone this week. Guy Verhofstadt, who's one of these EU bureaucrats, posted out on Twitter that the African-European contract that's going down at the moment categorized something like, I wish I had it up, but I don't, 20 billion consumers with $1.5 trillion worth of business. So this African issue is purely got to do with people being widgets or commodities. Now, the other major issue with this is that, with regards to this UN Migration Pact, is that President Trump came out with an executive order that took effect on the 1st of January this year. And he actually wrote that order early 2018. So it was a year later that this executive order is to take effect. And what he was talking about was human trafficking. Now, at the stage, I didn't know what human trafficking was. So obviously other people do, but I didn't. So I started looking into it. And my Lord, these NGOs, I'm going to use the word allegedly, but if you look at it, I've come across information that says that these NGOs are getting $3,000 per refugee that they end up with on a boat and dropped off anywhere. So we know the story about Italy, about this. We have the Irish so-called UN peacekeepers, the Irish Navy being used to pick up these people in the Mediterranean, so-called, ferry them over and drop them off in Italy. Now, Salvini has something to say about that. They've rampaged through Greece. They have been facilitated all the way with credit cards and backpacks, and they've been given leaflets as to where to go. Viktor Orban in Hungary has put up his defences against this. So has Poland to a certain extent. Ireland is the total opposite. We are, come here, we're even bringing ISIS fighters back here. And Gemma was on that case last night as well. But I'll go back to Gemma in a minute, Rhea, because there's serious issues going down in Ireland with regard to all of this, which feeds into my theory about this test case business. So yeah, the Clintons, Gary Gallagher, the Clintons are biggest in America at this. Yes, they are. The foundations, these charities, 501c3. The other thing is all these foundations being set up by Obama and all of these, you mentioned the CFR people earlier on, Rhea, so it feeds into this theory that we have, that there's a globalist cabal at the top. You mentioned President Kennedy, and he gave a secret society speech just before he died, and it's possible that he was referring to these secret societies of global elite that have this plan to. Definition of globalism would be absolute control over, sorry, I'll read that again. Absolute control over absolutely everything. So that seems to be the plan, because they truly believe, these people believe, that this world would be a better place if it was controlled by what they perceive themselves to be this higher intelligentsia of people. And, we see it in operation, the job losses, youth and unemployment is massive in the EU, AI leading to job losses. With the migration of the industry to poorer third world countries, you have people struggling to pay the bills, losing their jobs. People have mortgages, but if you look at the Agenda 21, you'll sort of read that they don't want normal people owning private property. That's going to be a thing of the past. Already, they're coming after private property, as in homes, on several new moves. One being that, say, for healthcare, for the older generation, all the nursing homes now are private, and all the homes, businesses and lands that have been families for generations are now all up for grabs. They assess the wealth of the older person, and that has to go towards their care in these private nursing homes that are all full of shareholders and all of this. So already there's moves. The pension funds have been raided already. They're trying to cover that over. So people are not going to be able to access these pensions. Already the deposits are minus percent, on deposits are like, 1%, and these banks are lending out at between 4 and 5%, and credit cards up to between 18 and 25%. So, the struggles are increasing for communities and for humanity, basically, the rest of humanity, other than this global elite at the top. Evictions and repossessions in Ireland. There's a tsunami. There's already been a tsunami post 2008. There's another one coming as well. And I've been reading stuff there about how the courts are actually gone incognito. The courts are gone silent because they don't want the press covering the repossessions of homes. And there's several people in Ireland already in jail, like Ben Gilroy, and other people who are trying to represent these people who are defenseless against the banks, whose paperwork is not in order half the time. Their mortgages have been sold on to hedge funds and all this sort of stuff. So they have no idea who they're dealing with even. And it's just like down comes the gavel, get out. And there's no contingency plans for where these families are to go. And there's a huge hidden homeless crisis in Ireland, where you find families back with grandparents. You have people living at couch surfing with their friends. Now, Gemma, there was a massive march for homes in Ireland this weekend, and I didn't tune into it actually, but Gemma came out very strongly against it last night, and her point was that this homeless stuff is an industry, and she called it the homeless industry, where these charities are raking in the funds under the guise of homelessness. They're not actually managing to find homes for people or to solve the problem. The other mask aspect of this is that these charities are hogging the limelight with I mean, it's government should be doing this work, not charities, So this appeal to the emotional side and the feminine side of people. This is how they work, and she actually was so livid last night on the broadcast that she said, if anybody was on that homeless march yesterday, get off my channel. I couldn't believe it when she said that. So that's how strongly she feels about this man.
I like that kind of spirit. Okay, I'm going to jump in there. Let's get some of the chat here because there's a load of it, if you don't mind. Good coverage though. So big up to Gemma O'Doherty, and we've got John Waters, and we've got Gran Torino as well. So they're big ones. Don't forget to check out, guys, the Island Twitter page, which is @we_Island. So check that one out. That's where you'll find out more about Ireland. Certainly I'm watching it to learn more. I'm going to go down some of the chat here and try and get it into context here. We've got love Trump the man. Martin, this is why multiculturalism simply cannot work, especially if Islam is one of those cultures. Clinton are the biggest in America at this. Stuart Walker, people are just batteries at the moment. When they roll out free energy, most of us humans will not be needed, hence the purge. Tim Potter, Soros open borders, isn't it, Tim? Simon Coates, Soros has spent 80 billion on open borders. Sassy Fraz, yes, the human trafficking bill was global reach as well. NGOs are owned by the elites. They are modern day slave traffickers. Damning statement from Sassy. Thank you, Sassy. Beverly White says 15,000 illegal miners went missing in 1 month. Industry scale rape. Tim Potter, taxi boat service for the Kalergi plan. Everybody knows the Kalergi plan. Guys, if you're listening on audio and you don't know the Kalergi plan, look up the Kalergi plan and please navigate it for yourself. If you want to come back and report back, you're more than welcome to. No wonder Europeans are sick of it. What else have we got here? Sassy Frags. American gave generations of youth to fighting Islamic radicals, and UK brings them in. Americans do not take this well. The UK government is nuts. Amen to that, Sassy. Fraser McBurney says, if you want to see what black African migrants can do to a country, look at South Africa. Thank you, Fraser. Gary Gallagher, yeah, and us Brits now. It's Sassy. Tim Potter said we would be slaves forever. No. Robert Cuffwell, Queen Leo of India destroying Ireland. Queen Leo, I like that. That's a new one. I haven't heard that. Like that, Robbie. Destroying Ireland, European puppet. Simon Coates. They want Europe to be a homogenized brown low IQ race. Damning statement in from Simon. Sam Graham, hey Sam and big love thanks for joining us, and big love on a Sunday. Sounds like communism and radical destruction to me. Great comments on Sam. Tim Potter, yes Simon, with nobody able to question anything. Oh god, there's loads. Look, who else has written in that I haven't read out? Tommy, Mainstream Media, Jack Wright, Outcast was in there somewhere, wasn't she? I think, oh there she is, at Simon Coates. If you want more info on Assange and his family cult, I can post it to you on Discord DM. Can't post link here. If you want to get in our chat room and meet some of the lovelies, just go to our website, type in Sunday Long Live Radio in your browser. You'll see the Wix website. Click the chat room, come in. You will land in quarantine. You'll be asked a couple of questions. See if you're not a sort of spy. Not how would you know anyway. And you'll be welcomed in and meet some of the lovelies here as well. So you're welcome in if you want to. I'm going to pass it back over to Nan. I think I'm just reading a few more down there as well. Simon Coates. Right, that's it. Back to you, Nan. And you've got about 4 minutes before we take a break.
Perfect, Maria. Thanks a million. And Gary Gallagher is right there in the chat that when I mentioned the NGOs and this human trafficking and all of this. He says that the Arab money is behind these expensive mosques popping up everywhere. That's another issue as well. So, the very good point there, Gary, because as I was sort of half alluding to there, the funding of all of this is costing millions. And, we know about Soros Open Border Foundation. And as far as I'm concerned, he's the one, he probably is one among many foundations that are facilitating this. And the people need to wake up fast. They need to wake up really fast, because in Ireland we have NGOs ruling the roost here. They're almost subverting the policy of even governments. Even governments are now subject. The NGOs are getting more media attention than the actual government themselves. And our government, as Gemma will tell you, is absolutely all major political parties all on the same page, including Sinn Féin, which to me was the biggest disappointment. And I'll just finish off by saying this, that this UN Global Migration Pact was one of the biggest eye-openers that I have ever come across in your face. And the fact is, nobody knows about it. And Ria, you were saying you don't know about Ireland. And the reason you don't know is because all of the media are pumping out all of the NGO propaganda, all of the government propaganda, and the Irish people themselves don't know. So don't feel bad that you haven't heard anything about Ireland, because that's the reason why. And that's the reason why a few people have had to drag them out and start talking. And I don't know if it's too late for us or not. I try to trust that what President Trump is doing, and there are issues regarding Israel and stuff that we may have to just suck at, but that he seems to be, draining the swamp. Just put it that. And this swamp draining is taking a long time.
Yeah, we lost you there, Nan. I don't know what happened. You're still there, but then I'm going to go to break. Let me just check to see if you're still there.
Yeah, I'm here, Ria. Yeah. I just see Elizabeth Tudor there saying Sinn Féin are Marxists. Unfortunately, that's correct, Elizabeth. And this Marxist ideology is creeping into the narrative now. And this communist Marxist ideology, as well as the Sharia ideology as well. So very sinister, very nefarious.
Okay, let me jump in there because we need to go to break, so we're up on the clock. Right, guys, if you're just tuning in, you're listening to Sunday Long Live Radio with me, Ria Bow, just outside London, the lovely Nan in Ireland. I'm learning about Ireland from Nan, and hopefully you are too. We're going to go to a break here. We'll see you at the top of the hour, but here's some Ward Thomas. These girls, two English sisters making a noise in Nashville.
We were right back where we began.
Number one means you're always on top. Your number one radio.
I can still remember those times when whiskey drinks came without limes, and no one cared about calories in beer. Now there's skinny jeans and hair salons, and football hits are frowned upon. Tobacco is a bad curse, but not carrying a man purse. I can remember days gone by when blue jeans had no button fly, and men were men and full of pride before the manhood died. So bye-bye to the American guy. Trade your Chevy for a Prius, change your white bread to rye. Those hunting rifles are illegal to buy, and now everyone gets trophies who try. 'Cause keeping score might make someone cry. Now pedicures and latte blends have replaced playing poker with your friends. That's not how it used to be. And for many years Old Spice held the throne, and now it's Justin Bieber cologne. And women weren't in the combat zone. I'm afraid that manhood has died. So we keep singing bye-bye to the American guy. Trash your old zipper Levi's and get some button flies. Take your truck and SUV and just kiss them goodbye. Singing this'll be the day manhood died. This'll be the day manhood died.
Number one means you're always on top. Your number one radio.
No
Online Radio, the new online radio that makes you happy.
Hey lovelies, and we're back. Hey Enoch, anybody that I haven't said hello to, if you're just tuning in, this is Ria Bow just outside London. Apparently, according to the chat, I've done a lot of different shows. I've got Nan in with me from Ireland, and I'm learning about Ireland. I've seen some new people say hi, and I always want to say hi to new people. I'm just cruising. Go Mad Nomad. What a great name. Go Mad Nomad. How cool is that? Hey, Go Mad Nomad. How are you doing? Go Mad Nomad. I love rhythmic names as well. Anybody else? I'm just skipping back through. Rushford. Hey, Rushford. Love the mum and daughter standing up to the leftist NGOs in Ruxley. Thank you, Rashford. How you doing? Roughly where you're from? Just a country or a region? Nothing too accurate there, but it'd be nice to know where you're from. Enoch's back with us as well. Who else have we got? Silo's in the chat. Anything else? Sassy Frass Nan. They love you, Nan. What else have we got? What? Yeah, I'll read some of these out. Apparently I was on Smashy and Nicey. Oh, how good was that? Come on. And I was also on Alan Partridge. I might be in the North Sea actually, broadcasting somewhere according to the chat. What else have I been on? Dempsey and Makepeace as well. That's hilarious. I love that. Okay, so we're going to learn some more about Ireland. Certainly I am. And on Nan's comment about the reason I don't know, it's not just that great point that Nan made. It was, in the UK, they don't touch Ireland news. They don't touch, if you're busy, got your head down and you're working and stuff. Hey, Jane Austen, how you doing? I've just seen you in there. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Jane says someone should invent something that automatically turns on YouTube when Ria is streaming. I'd pay for that. You should know anyway, sweetie, actually. I've got to say, Simon, Ria, did a lot of people work for charity, but she doesn't like to talk about it. But in the UK they don't cover Ireland. They just don't. The only thing, currently, certainly, that's going on in the UK is one about it's just a backstop. That's all you hear. It's just about the backstop. It's the long and the short of it. And I was going to bring up a funny thing then, but I can't get it to hand. But that's another day. Right, let's go over to Nan to learn more about Ireland. What have you got for us, Nan? And no Nan on. Let's see if we can get her back. Oh,
hi.
Oh, no, here we go. Go on.
Hi, Ria. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guy. I totally lost the connection there, and I had to just reboot. So, I couldn't hear anything. So, you're back anyway. So that's fine. You're saying.
Okay, I'll cover some dead air if you want to get some.
No, it's fine. I'm back now. That's fine. I just couldn't hear a single thing, and I had to just reboot there. So it sounds as if we're back. So I'll crack on here, Ria, with this. As usual, I've loads of things to say, and I'm inclined to not get through the stuff quick enough. So I'm going to try and crack on through some of the major issues here that we're facing. But this time I want to talk about Macron, and it's just Emmanuel Macron has suggested that anyone who's been convicted of, in inverted commas, hate speech should lose access to social media for life. Take that in. Anybody convicted of hate speech should lose access to social media platforms for life. So we have two issues there. We have hate speech laws coming in. These are on the back of the UN Migration Pact. People should be aware of that as well. That with the UN Migration Pact, on the back of comes a framework for legislation, for altering the legislation within the countries. So nobody can speak out about this migration, this replacement of the European population. I'm just going to come out and say it because I'm fed up skirting around the issue. So our Irish crowd here, all the universities, our internet watchers, loads of new companies springing up all over the place. Internet watchers looking for hate speech, designing bots, designing legislation for hate speech. We all know hate speech is basically we the people trying to voice our concerns is now hate speech. Nanon is sick and tired of normal Irish, ordinary, hard-working people being called Nazis, fascists, racists, anti-Semites. That's the new one. This anti-Semite thing is all over the place. I had to look it up even to find out what it was. The whole, what other names? Islamophobic, homophobic. What other words have we got? Oh my gosh, so many of these words, all imported, all imprinted on conversation. It's absolutely outrageous at this stage. And here we have President Macron coming out with this hate speech stuff. And everybody has to be silenced for life. Sorry, just go away and die or crawl into the nearest cave or something. I'm getting annoyed as well. But
tell him now.
President. Yeah, the president brought an online censorship idea up at an annual dinner of the Representative Council of Jewish Institutions in France, stating that a new way to tackle online hate speech should be tabled for May. So it's coming in a couple of weeks. And the Jewish institutions in France. Now, why would that be mentioned? The European fight must continue, but it's too slow for Macron. Macron said comparing those convicted of hate speech to football hooligans banned from attending football matches. Right? So there's your NLP for you there, Ria. Plenty of it. We're all football hooligans, as well as the other labels that I attempted to cover, and there's loads more. France is set to embed regulators in Facebook to examine how effectively the social network tackles hate speech, according to Breitbart. How the government will enforce the ban remains unclear. We know how they're going to do it. They're going to do it with all the big corporations, Google, Facebook, Apple, all of these social media platforms who have gone way past any remit that they ever had. Anyway, I continue. According to them, it remains unclear. With Secretary of State for Digital Affairs, Munar Majoubi, saying the IP address is what Twitter has on each user who publishes a message on its platform. It must also, as soon as possible, send it to the justice system to quickly identify the author, and then we can continue. Take that in.
He's a moron. Nan, you still there?
Sorry, Ria.
Okay, go on.
It's no longer acceptable today that platforms that have the means to help justice and the police to identify the person who has committed an offence online take several weeks or even months before giving the information, Majoubi said. The new proposal would mark a significant shift to the current punishments of fines and prison sentences. Some have reacted to the proposal with criticism, including the French journalist Gabriel Robin, who said the proposal could lead to anti-establishment voices such as mass migration critic Eric Zemmour being excluded from social media. Never, I repeat, ever has a Liberal government taken so many repressive measures, he said. Macron and other globalist politicians have continued to push for increasing laws and regulations to combat hate speech and so-called fake news online. I'm not even going to continue. I think you know exactly what this article is all about. The only issue with this is that it's absolutely true. This is coming down the line here. And Ireland is at the forefront of this. We are plagued with these new companies popping up all over the place, monitoring the internet, monitoring speech, closing down the National Party, the Our Exit Party, Gemma O'Doherty, anybody who speaks out, Grant Torino, Dave Cullen, Computing Forever, 365,000 subscribers this guy has. He's amazing. He started off a couple of years ago doing computer videos. He's decided to come in behind this anti-globalist regime. He does amazing videos. Computing Forever, Dave Cullen. We have other Irish guys here called The Dawn and Critiqued, who are fantastic young fellas. They go through the CSO statistics. They keep an eye on these stats that we're being blinded with. The only thing, Ria, is that they God love them. They're effing and blinding out of them every 5 minutes. To be honest with you, I wouldn't blame them, but
I love that.
They do. They do fantastic work, and I love them as well. Now, the other thing is here, Q. Let's call it the Trump campaign, okay, for people, because the Q is divisive. A lot of people don't credit Q. It's irrelevant to me, absolutely irrelevant, because we need to get the information wherever we can. Now, this week, there was, well, actually the researchers knew about this about a year and a half ago. So the media is behind on all of this stuff due to the nature of the comms, as we call it. So you can call it the comms that have bypassed this whole thing. So the comms that we're getting at the moment is that the CIA had spies in all government departments. The CIA running candidates for the House elections in 2000. This is in the States, by the way, right? But this happens all over, as we know, with the Five Eyes, the Nine Eyes, the 14 Eyes, and all that crack. So the CIA spy plus tech insert into Google and Facebook, Twitter, etc., etc. Now, there's another bit of information that there about the LifeLog project, LifeLog, LIFELOG project that ended the CIA, which was a database of on every human being they could find. That LifeLog project ended by the CIA the day that Facebook started. So this Zuckerberg stuff and this hoodie Zuckerberg appealing to the young people, it's all a ruse, to be honest with you. So Facebook is a cover for DARPA, and this is what Facebook is going to come crashing down very soon. I haven't used Facebook for about 3 years. Well before any of this stuff started, because my heckles were up regarding Facebook. But now this has been confirmed. We know this. This is no longer tinfoil hat territory. So in all RT data, I don't know what that means, Ria, you probably do. RT data, inputs and listening, camera and GPS metadata. So listening, camera and GPS metadata is being harvested and accessible to Langley. Now, we know Langley is one of these, US military CIA type bases, you call a Langley base, I think. So the NSA and the NSA and the CIA. So it would seem that it was that the CIA, the FBI, and elements in the Department of Justice have all been part of this globalist push, and it would seem that Trump and company have actually. So the NSA, we could look at the NSA now as being white hats to a certain extent. In other words, they have it all. They have it all. So they have the dirt on all these globalists. It's just going to take time to take them all down. So the CIA bypasses data encryption on phones and tablets, targeted towards elected officials. There's a whole issue there about private meetings by elected officials and things called a SCIF, which is a protected environment against this type of surveillance. So there's even things called remote activation with no logs and no key. So ghost in, ghost out. Escape shoot. This is another thing that's really weird. That an escape shoot in Facebook for Mark Zuckerberg. Security and escape vehicles. What is he hiding? Very serious fear. What is that fear, Mark Zuckerberg? So Zuckerberg is in the sights at the moment. What do you think of that sort of surveillance stuff, Rhea?
I'm just laughing at... Firstly, if that's your husband making the noise, hey, at the back, keep it down. Right, so secondly, Enoch's gone, oh damn, I've become an emo. You probably made me laugh, Enoch. I love that. Let me get some of the chat, guys, because there's loads of chat rocking around in here. Let's get this. I've got to scroll it all the way back up. I can't go back up too far, so put it in the chat now, right, so I can read it out. Pete Willis, real time. That's out of context. Facebook, Pete Willis, real time. Sassy Frass, yes, on Facebook. Get off. I'm not on Facebook. I guess some people still are, though. Hey, you make your own choices, though, right? Sassy Frass, cell phones are listening and will answer back that it is happening to a friend. Creepy. I'll talk about that in a minute. Jane Austen, Elizabeth Taylor, me too. You should have seen their faces at uni, right? That's out of context. Enoch becoming an emo. Oh man, that's my thing for the weekend. That is, that no doubt about it. Yeah, we've kind of, so the buffering you're getting is our end as well, but it's kind of, I'm gonna kill a bit of air whilst we get the stream back as well. Apologies, guys. Oh, and down. Oh, is it that bad? Is it? Right, I'm just gonna, oh, here it comes, and we're back. Let it come back. Sassy Fraz says buffering again. Yeah, that is come back now. Elizabeth Taylor, my son had been taken to scheduled places to be I can't read that out, but much love to you, Elizabeth, and a happy Sunday to you. Is still Enoch being an emo is hilarious. Right, so this whole privacy thing online, guys, I've just got to jump in and say, you know what? There is no such thing as privacy online from any state department. Any state department at all. They can access anything, right? Encoding means it has to have a key. They will have the key. It's really that simple, okay? So you can be private from a regular Joe Schmo. Yes, privacy is obtainable, but from any state department, there is no such thing as privacy. They can get into absolutely anything, and they've been doing it forever as far as I can see. And so I want to bring back the headline that you brought up. So is it just Ireland, Nan, where that comment came in the headline that if you get gauged for doing hate speech, you lose social media for life? Is that just an Ireland thing, or is it like an EU thing, or is it a global thing?
No, that was Macron's speech. Yeah. That's an EU thing, but as I explained before, by the way, I've lost all my tech, so I'm back to scrambling here again. Hopefully I'll be able to manage. This is a European thing, but as you know, Ireland is full on EU. And everything that happens, in other words, Ireland is almost obliterated at this stage with regard to any say in anything, because we're already owned via the banking crisis and so forth, which is being hidden as well. So this stuff is going to roll out here. Now, it is rolling out, as I said. We have DCU, the head of the hate speech, and all these hate labels. It's funny how they accuse us of hate speech, yet they actually invent all these labels which are designed to set people against each other. So it's not gone unnoticed, and it needs to be called out, you know. So yeah, this is Macron's directive to the EU coming up this May, so watch that. I had something else there on Macron as well. I seem to have lost a lot of stuff somehow. Something went bananas here. So yeah, I wanted to go down that censorship route and bring in the behind the scenes thing from the other comms that we're getting coming from the States with regard to the CIA. Yeah, you're absolutely dead right. Up to this point in time, nothing is secret. Keystrokes, voice, what else, Rhea?
Nothing is private. Nothing is private from the State Departments anywhere. So whatever country you're talking about, whatever spy department, be it Russia, US, UK, Australia, Five Eyes, Israel, anywhere, their departments will be able to get in, because all they've got to get is the key, and they'll have cryptographers that can get the key. So they'll run programs, run the key, and once they've got that key to get into an encrypted chat, nothing is private. They've been accessing it forever. And don't forget, if the clue's in the title, how many people are using a computer with an Intel processor in it? Quote, I'm doing air quotes, Intel. Do you know what I mean? It's like, there's your clue right there. They are that emboldened, I've got to say. Let's take some of the chats. The people are writing in here. Enoch says, well, seeing as he was only on Facebook for Tommy Robinson, there's sort of no point in being on there anymore. Night and Day LCB. Hey, LCB. Paul Stammer, that's exactly what live being doing, LCB. I've got that out. What I've been doing. Okay. Simon Coates says, that Riabo, have you heard of the 77th Brigade Joint Threat Research Intelligence Group? I have, Simon. They're a big deal, aren't they? But they're supposed to be a bit more secretive than us talking about it on a show. But that's the current chat at the minute. Have you got anything else for us? If not, I can run some stories, Nan.
Just to say that, coming from the comms that are coming from the States, that, patriots have been selected as threats or foreign disinformation agents, though they have attempted to disguise this fact, target and rumours all threatening voices, and eliminate free speech to maintain control. First test, control of the narrative, and that's what's going on here, Ria. So it's just further proof that why are they doing this? Why are they? What are they so afraid of? We would hope as well that this Drain the Swamp would put some type of controls over these tech giants. I told you my stories have disappeared here, so I'm just going to go on what I already know.
Make it up.
No. Huawei are running 5G in Ireland. You were talking about that earlier on. So I had a story there on Vodafone. But the story is not about 5G. It was about Huawei itself being the mega spy of, I suppose all these Intel chips, as you call them, or whatever you call them, with backdoors into your life as such. So with the 5G, it's like it's the final solution, I suppose, with regard to this, thing before we all get actually chipped. The RFID chip story, where they want your DNA and they want absolutely everything. Now there are people lining up for these chips already in various companies. I did see documentaries about that. Anybody who does that needs their head examined. The other serious issue with regard to this control of humanity is the social, what do they call it? The Chinese social credit system, whereby millions of people already have been stopped from buying train tickets and plane tickets in China. China now have re-education camps that if you don't come up to the mark as social credits, there's journalists all over the place in these camps being re-educated. They also have the families in quarantine that should these dissidents, I suppose, or deplorables, put a foot out of line, then their families will suffer. So they have them captive, basically. And I always say, Hillary Clinton's biggest mistake was calling half of the American people deplorables. A basket. A basket of deplorables, she called them. And that was her death sentence. So it gives you, not death sentence, but it was the beginning of her demise. But it gives you an idea about how they view people, which is really deplorable. Hang on a second, I'm just going to try and find some stuff here, Ria, but I wanted to bring up that censorship.
Go on then.
No, I just did.
All right, let me get the chat. Because there's loads in the chat. Pink Girl. Hey, Pink Girl. How you doing? Hey, Uria. The police assaulted based army at the Yellow Vest March. Okay, I didn't know that either. Loads of stuff. Many minds are better than one, aren't they? Let's go. I'll go from the bottom up. What have we got? Hippie Earth Mother. I deliberately push in order to get banned from Facebook. Still waiting. It's not easy. You have to go in your browser and delete the cookie. So just go in. If you need help with it, go in our chat room. I'll show you how to do it. I'm sure you already know, but if you don't, I'll help you do it. You've got to take that cookie out of your computer or tracker. You have to take it out, okay? Social credit scoring is being implemented all over the world already under guise of hate speech. Absolutely, Enoch. And also, don't forget, guys, that most of the camps in China are largely full of Muslims while they get re-educated. They're re-education camps. But I've got to say, right, bit controversially as well, that with the communist state called China or any communist states, they'll come out and say you can and can't say and do this, and you can and can't say and do that. We're in that world, except they say one thing out the front of their mouths and another thing out the side. But they are starting to move their side of their mouths around the front with the kind of headline that Nan's just covered, which is if you get caught doing hate speech, well, you've got to define hate speech. Who's God in this example? Who's calling the shots? Bloody, bloody, blah. It's going the wrong way at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and that is why we're going on to radio, because they love it. LCB, can anyone oh, that's gone offline. Jay, oh, it's all moving really fast. Amy, not army. Amy, not army. Laughing out loud. Okay. Jane Austen, research. What does that say? Shungites. A stone that protected the radiation 5G. That's an interesting one. Enoch, being shadow banned on the web for at least 10 years, but it always lets me know I am over the mark. That's a good way to view it as well. And hi to the Swede Speaks. I think the Swede Speaks dropped in from Latvia as well. Good to hear from you, my darling. I hope you're healthy and well. You got it lined up, Nan?
Yeah, I just wanted to go down the line of that. These strategies have, been devised way back. I've just come across a cultural strategy for the Islamic world. It was devised in coordination with ISESCO and the OIC General Secretariat, and was adopted in its amended version by the 5th Islamic Conference of Culture Ministers held in Tripoli in 2007. Now, that's all about sensing the importance of Islamic communities and minorities in the West and the world at large. It's a vital part of our ummah, whatever that is, and one that contributes to bridging cultural gaps between the Islamic world and elsewhere. And in a bid to immunize the 3rd, 4th, and even 5th generations of those communities settled outside the Islamic world. So to immunize the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th generations of those communities who settle outside the Islamic world against cultural assimilation and loss of their Islamic identity. ISESCO reflected about developing a framework for cultural action outside the Islamic world to serve as a reference for cultural centers with both their subsidiary institutions, Islamic associations, which lead the major manifestations of Muslim culture and life outside the Islamic world. Against this backdrop, ISESCO, which is probably, I don't know who these people are, but they're probably one of these major foundations or think tanks or whatever, devoted special attention to Muslims living outside the Islamic world, be they migrant minorities, original citizens. Under its successive action plans, it has devoted several programs covering education, culture, science, and communications to Muslims outside of the Islamic world. It also contributed expertise, consultancy, and qualification programs, and conducted such activities as dispatching teachers, covering training sessions, specialised workshops, and the publication of books, studies dealing with Muslim migrants, vital issues in accordance with the values of Islamic civilization. So just to point out that these particular programs are running in all Western countries at the moment, where we have the teachings, it's running out in the schools where the teaching of Islam is going on. The Western children are running with this Islamic. They need to learn about Islam and all the holidays and all of that. We also have mosques setting up all over Ireland with separate entrances for men and women. We have schools where they're trying to, just run this out as well in the schools. And it's so strange because you have this ideology that's perhaps the most austere on the planet. And for the Western children, you have teachings on LGBT, transgender, getting to small children choosing their genders. You have abortion for Western white women mostly. You have family planning for Western white women. You have all of these hate speech laws, all designed for us, and yet they are the antithesis of the program that they're trying to roll out in each country. So there's a bit of a divide there on that. I'm not sure if the trans community and the LGBT community are aware of the fact that should this ideology come in line, that they're probably going to be in the firing line. I'm not sure that they realise that. And the leftists are out screaming for this ideology. So I'm not quite sure how they think they're going to be immune from any of this, So, this is just the thing. I need to just pick up another story here.
Okay, I'll take the chat, Nan. Okay, here we go again. Sassy.
Actually, what I'm going to run with very quickly, because I've been threatening to do it. For quite a while, is to go through, just to mention briefly that Gemma's New People's Movement is starting up next week. First meeting next Monday. And what she's said earlier on, she's gone through the anti-corruption pillars. She calls them the core pillars. So they're very, I'll just briefly go through them. Probity, accountability and transparency in public office. Now, Gemma has a lot to say on each and every one of these issues because as a journalist, she would have been privy to many of the tribunals and stuff that has gone on. And the criminal and financial sanctions for public servants who abuse the office and citizens' rights and taxes, replace and depoliticise top tiers in government, departments, the Gardaí, the HSE, RTE is in there as well, Ria. The courts, TUSLA. TUSLA is our child protection agency, which has come under some severe scrutiny in recent times. Oversighted bodies and other state agencies. And this is an issue with these state agencies almost being separate arms of government in themselves, being overseen by EU regulations and so forth, and not necessarily serving the country. And they'll use Ireland as a base. In other words, this is Ireland, this is the Irish government, this is all the NGOs, but they have no respect whatsoever for the actual island of Ireland or anybody who lives in it. So this is where the thing gets out of hand. It's bureaucracy and technocracy gone crazy, So she goes for the banking as well, create an ethical banking, state control of money, the money supply, and end the vulture funds and evictions. huge saga in Irish history about that. End orchestrated mismanagement of the housing crisis and the homeless industry. And she is very vocal about that whole thing. This Homes for Everybody means this building program is going up for these migrants. Meanwhile, we've got our own homeless Irish and our couch surfers and our victims of the banking crisis. But so, it would seem that a vast proportion of the new builds and stuff like that are all designed to house these migrants. So end all state funding of the media and the RTE license, a bit like what you guys are doing there with the BBC. State-funded RTE, break state media relationship, and we have that is because the Irish media in total is like the press. It's like the press corps for the government and the agenda, if you want to call it that. No alternative media whatsoever in Ireland. So she's going for these types of things. End state funding of the NGOs, dysfunctional charities, and ban Open Society Foundation. So if you just think about each one of these core pillars, they are so massive that each one of those could take up almost a department, and Gemma's sort of operating with volunteers and basic patriots trying to tackle these issues. The next one she has is tackle the causes of declining public health, end water fluoridization, promote Irish organic products, natural medicines and therapies. Now, there you go, big pharma. She reckons Ireland should be the Garden of Europe, that we should have Irish produce, organic. All our water here is fluoride in the water. Massive cancer occurrences in Ireland as well. So this, you're talking there big pharma, but you're also talking small farmers being legislated out of existence. And there's all sorts of mechanical supports for farmers that preclude them from actually doing what they want to do, where they're getting subsidies for various nonsensical issues, So another one would be remove the cultural Marxist. There you go. The cultural Marxist, and I'm going to have to look into this a little bit more as well about this Marxism and this communist leftist ideology that seems to be pervading Ireland at the moment. She mentions Agenda 21, which is another UN document, and I'll probably go into the UN a little bit more because I think the UN is going under the radar, to be honest with you. UN is the engine of all this globalist control, and the Agenda 21 specifically deals with the planet itself, like forests and bogs and rivers and lakes and the seashore, and actually housing as well and development. And the biggest euphemism of all is the sustainable development, where they want these smart cities. This is what they want: high-rise towers with people living in them, all renting, so that you're under the cosh and there's no freedom left. She goes for, she says that these ideologies are running through the education system, which they are. And also, globalists are history killers. So be very aware of the history being rewritten. And this is happening in Ireland with the release of some new 3-part history series being worked on to rewrite the Irish history. So to restore a central role of history and Irish. Next one, end uncontrolled immigration, repatriate illegal and criminal non-nationals, leave the UN Migration Pact and Agenda 21. Viktor Orban has come up during the week. I had a story there and I lost it, but I know it. It was Orban has just announced a package for Hungarian people whereby families with 3 or more children are subsidized to X number of euros. He also has he subsidizes them into buying a car. He also has invited or broached the point that he's offering Hungary as an asylum for people in the West who are escaping, Europeans in West Europe who are escaping these no-go zones that are being set up by, I have to say it, mostly Sharia type, people who operate under a type of law that is separate from the state that they live in. So they're trying to recreate their own lands in Western Europe, and all of that. I'll just say something at the end with regard to that as well. What's happening here in Ireland? So, end state funding of next one. End state funding of NGOs and dysfunctional charities and ban open societies. Yeah, I think I read that one before. Next one. Tackle causes of declining public health. Yeah. Remove, end uncontrolled migration and repatriate these criminal non-nationals. Here we go. Free speech and free press. Respect the Constitution. Restore electoral integrity. I'll just go with already all our major parties are running with migrant candidates, some of them verging on the absolute incredulous, like I dealt with this before, a failed asylum seeker who was exposed by the Sunday Times as having told a completely fabricated story to the authorities, was running for one of our major political parties here in government, one of our major political parties here. Now, all the other parties as well are running workshops all over this country for migrant candidates from detention centres and from other little small businesses. And they're running workshops for these candidates to run for election in Ireland, whereby somebody like Gemma O'Doherty, who's trying to recruit candidates maybe to run for the EU elections, is completely the jackboot comes down immediately. So there's the disconnect there. So she's on to the free speech thing. I mentioned that with the hate. Free press, we don't have any. Respect the Constitution. Nah, it's been chipped away at big time by the EU. Restore electoral integrity. We're not sure about this election stuff, rigging and so forth. No 5G. End construction of industrial wind turbines and other environmentally damaging projects. Gemma has a particular issue with the wind turbines that are going up all over Ireland. She doesn't feel that they're a green alternative and they're a blight on the landscape, which Ireland is mostly tourism and farming, and as well as the big tech concentrated in the cities. So these wind turbines don't seem to be, there's massive grants for all of these. So it's a case of follow the money, follow the money. I'm nearly there, guys. I hope you find these few. These are Gemma's 20 pillars for her new movement, her new citizens movement in Ireland. And she's running under the anti-corruption ban. And she calls her organisation ACI, Anti-Corruption Ireland. So the next one she goes for is justice. And she has several cases that she would have investigated over the course of her journalistic career. And she has discovered that, and Gemma comes out and says this, I'm not saying it, but she is, that Ireland has probably the most corrupt police force on the planet. I'm more inclined to come to the conclusion that within every one of these organizations, that there are so many good people within these organizations who are muzzled and who can't speak out. But at the top, you have an elite group who are plugged into this globalist agenda and empowered by Brussels, which are unelected as well, bureaucrats and technocrats, and that they have, the rank and file Gardaí muzzled, basically working as security for the state. So Gemma would have investigated many murders in Ireland, and it's her contention that of the 10 major murders that she's investigated, that the culprits have been identified in at least 5 of these cases. And that somehow or other, despite all the evidence, a little bit like what we see with regard to the Clinton Foundation, nothing is happening. So they're being protected in some shape or form. Now, she would have an insight into this. So she says, justice for Father Niall Malloy, Mary Boyle, which is Ireland's longest missing child, Reynard Murray. These are Irish cases. I know all these cases, but she just mentioned Sophie Toscan de Plantier and other victims of Garda corruption. So they're all of those cases that she mentioned are all sagas in their own right. And I think she's doing something on the Madeleine McCann case as well. So the next, I'm nearly there, folks. The next one is develop medic-led health services, diminish the role of the health service executive in Ireland, break the state medical links with pharmaceutical firms. Now, Gemma's father was a pharmacist, so she has a nose for this big pharma and all of this, and the vaccines and the meds and all of this stuff. Next one, justice for victims of the HSE, and she has a picture of a syringe here. So I presume this is the vaccines. The HPV vaccine. Many Irish youngsters are heading across to Europe for some type of therapy that seems to be effective against their injuries, but of course denied by the state. Hold perpetrators responsible. Ban the HPV vaccine, investigate link between childhood diseases and vaccine. That's the autism MMR stuff. Next one, protect the natural heritage and landscape. Keep the natural resources in the ownership of the Irish nation. We're going to face into a Greek situation here where we're going to have the next crash they're going to be buying up our lakes. Well, already they're trying to privatise water here and stuff like that.
I've got to jump in there. I'm sorry, but you're out of time, so you need to do your finals, Nan.
Right, okay. I think I've given you guys a bit of an idea what's going on in Ireland, and just to raise some of the issues, the major issues that we see facing us coming up very imminently. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Nan. And if you are just tuning in, this is Ria Bow, just outside London. Nan's in Ireland. We are Sunday Long Live Radio. Up for you after the break is the Canadian lads that are coming on. We've got Bullrock and the Bear. They're going to teach me and maybe you some more about Canada with any luck. But meanwhile, we're going to take a tune. I hope you're enjoying it so far. Thank you for doing what you do, Nan. And I'll see you on the other side of this.
Are you drunk enough now to judge what I'm doing? Are you high enough to excuse that I'm ruined? 'Cause I'm ruined. Is it late enough for you to come and stay over? 'Cause we're free to love, so tease me. I made no promises, I can't do golden rings, but I'll give you everything. Tonight. Magic is in the air, there ain't no science here, so come get your everything. Tonight. I made no promises, I can't do golden rings, but I'll give you everything. Tonight. Magic is in the air, there ain't no science here, so come get your everything. Tonight. Tonight. You acting tonight. Is it loud enough 'cause my body is calling for you, calling for you. I need someone to do the things that I do. I'm healing on, energy's taking control. I'm speeding up, my heartbeat's dancing alone. I made no promises, I can't do golden rings, but I'll give you everything. Tonight. Magic is in the air, there ain't no science here, so come get your everything. Tonight. I made no promises, I can't do golden rings, but I'll give you everything. Tonight. Magic is in the air, there ain't no science here, so come get your everything. Tonight. Tonight. You everything tonight. 'Cause I need a green light, day and night. Say that you're mine, 'cause I need your green light, day and night. Say that you're mine. Say that you're mine. Say that you're mine. I made no promises, I can't do golden rings, but I'll give you everything. Tonight. Magic is in the air, there ain't no science here, so come get your everything. Tonight. I made no promises, I can't do golden rings, but I'll give you everything. Tonight. Magic is in the air, there ain't no science here, so come get your everything. Tonight. Tonight.
Number one means you're always on top. Your number one radio.
We've all heard the young, angry voices on the left forming mobs and losing their collective minds. But please, don't get angry, because somewhere a mother is crying. Somewhere a father is banging his head in shame. And somewhere a grandparent is disinheriting the little numbskull. So smile and enjoy the moment. This message brought to you in the public interest by the EIB Network. Now a message from President Barack Obama about today's ATF.
My fellow Americans, in the past, the ATF just regulated the sale of alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Pretty boring. But under my administration, we've expanded their mandate to boost the nation's economy with cool new programs like Operation Fast and Furious, where we sold over 2,500 illegal firearms on the Mexican border in record time. Operation Blackout. To help sell new cars, we gave away free cases of liquor to anyone buying a government motors car with a DUI conviction and a suspended license. And Operation Puff More. We need a new generation of smokers to pay taxes. So we rewarded Atlanta school children for their good grades with a carton of smokes.
Today's modern Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Who knows what they'll do next?
Holder, put that bottle down and leave that alone.
A lot of us are not going to let that happen.
Ever wonder how Barbara Boxer keeps that uptight, uncomfortable look all day long? She's got her thong on. And now you can keep it uptight too. Celebrate spring with the environmental thong made with dried leaves, moss, and twigs. Or keep leaks to yourself with a dependable Pat Leahy model. It only leaks when you want it to. All our boxers are unisex and come in only one size, extra, extra small, for that uniquely uptight look that's so fashionable with your left-wing buddies. Now you too can look uptight and uncomfortable all day long. And if you ever feel a smile coming on, just cinch it up a little higher. Just ask Ron Reagan Jr. So just throw out the old boxers and get your thong on with the Barbara Boxer Thong Collection. Check out the Barbara Boxer Thong Collection wherever left-wing loonies are found. Now, a message of fairness from President Barack Obama.
To move our nation forward, we have often used affirmative action to right the wrongs of past discrimination. Now is the time to complete our nation's journey by ending discrimination of the ugly.
Studies show that the ugly are likely to earn 10 to 15% less than their counterparts at work. And the aesthetically challenged are shut out from some occupations entirely, like lingerie models.
I'm sorry, I'd love to hire you, but we don't have anything in your size. Ever.
Barack, did you hear this, man? Yes, dear.
Movie stars.
What does Ben Affleck got that I don't have?
Well,
changing the law may even bring some social benefits beyond the workplace.
Mr. Flint, Miss Pelosi is here for the December issue cover shoot.
Oh, close it down. I quit.
For more information on how you may qualify for Uglo American Affirmative Action, contact your representative or the nearest mirror.
Discrimination. It's an ugly thing.
Chapter systems are offline.
Number 1 for today's hits and all-time favorites. The new online radio that makes you happy.
Hey, lovelies, we're back. This is Sunday Long Live Radio. I'm Rhea Bow, just outside London. Type in Sunday Long Live Radio in your browser, and I've got the Canadian boys on. We've got Bullrock and the Bear, so enjoy them. We're going to learn about Canada. I'm going to learn about Canada. And someone passed a comment earlier in the chat when I played Sisters Doing It For Ourselves. We are doing it for ourselves, but the caveat is we're coming to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. It's not an on our own thing. It's like we're gonna stand with you. It's a side by side thing, you know. It's as simple as that. Good to see people in the chat. Come say hi, because the boys will say hello to you. But we've got Bullrock on the Bear joining us now. Bullrock, what's the biggest story in Canada your end?
Well, we have a lot of unraveling going on, Ria. We have, and all our listeners in London, we have SNC-Lavalin starting to get really cornered in our courts. The Supreme Court just recently turned down a recommendation, I believe, to defer prosecution to SNC-Lavalin. And a lot of this veil is starting to lift up on this. We have everything from suspected dirty dealings with the Tides Foundation. We have apparently procurement of prostitutes for Muammar Gaddafi's son. We have favoritism within Canada ourselves, and there is more and more. It just keeps getting worse and worse for this business. And Ed here has been following this as well, and we've been trading news stories and tidbits back and forth. So, Ed, what do you think of this SNC-Lavalin stuff? What's it like on the east side of Canada there, in your perspective?
Oh, man, like everyone in the know is talking about this. It's fitting, though. The weather here in just outside of Toronto, we're looking at 6 degrees Celsius. Overcast, kind of gloomy day. We got snow to the north. And it just seems fitting with the kind of mood of the country right now. Like all this corruption going on, it's going to be outed. And I think we still haven't seen what's really going to be coming out. They've been trying pretty hard to push us back down. There is more coming, definitely, because they are trying so hard to keep this under wraps. So, Marty, you want to get into the first article?
Absolutely. Before I do that, I just want to reiterate on that is the mainstream media is really guarding this one. This is some massive pearl clutching. I have not seen the likes of this since basically a lot of these very serious Syria scandals involving these alleged gas attacks. Like, I haven't seen the media grab onto a falsehood in Canada like this since then. But anyways, let's proceed on to this article. What we have here is, hold on a second here. Ed, you want to take a couple chats while I resolve this? I seem to have misplaced this article. Just give me a minute or so here.
Sure. Saying hi. Enoch, haven't spoken to you in a while. Noah's in the chat room. Simon Coates, Tim Potter, Jay Wright, and Hippie Earth Mother Ambrose. I love that name. What's relevant right here? Tim Potter, I read the Gospel of Thomas. Interesting, but a little confusing. I'm not familiar with that. Is anyone else familiar with that? Maybe that's something I gotta take a look at. There's people that are saying in the chat that they need a massage. Elizabeth Taylor, Tim was the Gospel of Thomas, all about our ability to communicate directly to God, making organized religion unnecessary. Again, I haven't looked into that. Sorry. Jay Wright, good afternoon, mate. Bull Rock, you ready with that article? Or should I get into it?
Actually, I am ready with that article right now. Thank you. So yeah, the biggest story in the news out this way in Canada, as I said, remains this SNC-Lavalin scandal. Aside from these yellow vests, that's still a major item right now. But now that this SNC is going on, the mainstream media is trying to really focus on this. So here we go. This article was appearing in the Globe and Mail on 8th of March, a couple days ago. It was penned by Sean Fine of the Globe and Mail. He's the justice writer, and Robert Fife, the Ottawa bureau chief. So here we go. The Federal Court of Canada has dismissed a request by SNC-Lavalin to review a federal prosecutor's decision declining to settle criminal charges against the company out of court. The Federal Court of Canada has declined to review a federal prosecutor's decision to proceed with the charges of corruption and fraud against the SNC-Lavalin Group. So for those of you outside of Canada who may not have been tracking this too keenly, what has been going on, and this connects to a lot of the stuff and the dirty dealings that have been going on all last month between Justin Trudeau and especially between Gerald Butts and Jody Wilson-Raybould, if those names are vaguely familiar. What has been going on is Justin Trudeau had apparently one meeting with Jody Wilson-Raybould where he apparently deferred issues to Gerald Butts. That's my best hypothesis on that. And afterwards, Gerald Butts and Jody Wilson-Raybould subsequently had 11 calls where Mr. Butts, who is Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's top aide with suspected dirty dealings, pressured Jody Wilson-Raybould, who at the time was the Attorney General in the cabinet position, and she wouldn't give. Like, the pressuring was in the direction of go gentle on SNC-Lavalin. We want them to continue receiving bids, etc. just look the other way and try to do everything you can to avoid prosecution. But she stood her ground and said that, no, we're not doing this. This is too far. This is too much, and I'm dropping she basically put her foot down right then and there. And this proceeded to have her punished punitively and arbitrarily. She was removed from her cabinet position and shuffled into the Veterans Affairs Canada cabinet position. Shortly afterwards, she subsequently resigned from cabinet altogether, and now apparently she is being muzzled from speaking in the Justice Committee. So what are your thoughts on that, Ed? I understand that you've been following a little bit on that.
Yeah, I was watching some kind of kangaroo court proceedings that were going on Wednesday afternoon. I forget the name of the actual proceedings. But it basically was Gerald Butts, they were doing an investigation. He was not sworn in, so he did not have to testify under oath. The other thing is more than half of the people directing questions, which were scripted, by the way, and Gerald Butts reading scripted answers. It's just a horse and pony show as far as I'm concerned. And what I found striking was at the end of the thing is after about 2 hours of testimony going back and forth, the Conservatives, which sit in the opposition, they also had some questions, and there's also discussions brought up about evidence and if they would provide the phone so they could actually review the text messages. That was brought about by the Progressive Conservatives. The Green Party also had a question. The NDP also had a couple questions. But when it's all said and done, they voted to confiscate that phone and actually look into what was on it, and that got voted down. So we got a horse and pony show. It's just a diversion. They're leaking out what they want to leak out. They're directing the narrative. We're not getting the real story, what's going on here, and far from it. But it does give that appearance that we're getting some information, but it's being controlled. Marty, over to you.
Oh, it's awful. Like watching the absolutely disgraceful display from CBC News. Like normally they lie by omission, and their commentary, they usually throw their nonsense in the commentary so that they can kind of justify it. Well, that's just the opinion. We're not responsible for the opinions of our commentators necessarily. So that they know their game, right? And they've been doing that. But this time they had their politics, like one of their top politics representatives, along with a few other staffers who are supposed to be objectively calling this, like jumping in and justifying these ridiculously silly moves from the speakers, that these motions, like the Michelle Rempel's motion to release those texts from the cell phone, was right there. I mean, as new evidence is presented in that Justice Committee, that is the place. She did everything right. She even objected to the motion, and she's 100% correct, you know? There is no way any other judge would have acted in such a fashion and overruled on such fallacious and nonsensical, ridiculous grounds, Ed. This is something that the mainstream media is really guarding. And this is something, if you've seen Trudeau's body language, with any of you out there keen on body language and innuendo, you can just see it in the cameras. You know, you can just see it in the cameras. He knows he is done. Well, I'm going to take a few chats here now, Ed, as well. It looks like this has got a lot of people's interest in the chat here. So yeah, Elizabeth Taylor says, Trudeau's understanding of things are clearly totally waked. He is unfit for office, and that is something that a lot of Canadians have been saying ever since 2015 there, Elizabeth. You're going to go up the other way this time. Let's see here. No way, says Bullrock and Ed. Good to hear you guys. Trudeau is in trouble. Thanks to him, Macron and Vardacar need eyes on. Yeah, that's eyes on this. That's exactly what we're saying. The veil is being lifted, folks. And hopefully one of these times we're going to... it'll be that final nail. And it'll snowball. The whole lid off the deep state will come off. Everything you will see it. Everything will begin to patch itself right up. Well, Ed, I think I'm going to proceed on with this article. We're going to try to unpack this as much as we can today because there are connections in with other issues, but we're going to proceed on with this article. So, explaining that such a review had no reasonable chance of success, referencing Federal Court Justice. Okay, sorry. Okay. Federal Court Justice Catherine Kane of Montreal stressed the independence of prosecutors and the Attorney General, an issue at the heart of the political dispute that has shaken Ottawa and led to a dramatic hearings at the Commons Justice Committee. Under a 2018 federal law, prosecutors may negotiate an out-of-court settlement known as remediation agreement with companies that face charges. Okay, what this means is the Liberals were starting to pass bills to make it easier to get rid of their corruption. And in Canada, we've been tracking this a lot. It was basically bill after bill, motion after motion, and they all seemed written just to protect the next moves that they were going to take in whatever closed council the LPC is involved with. Like, who knows? And this is where it starts to point to the globalism right there. Because another thing a lot of Canadians have been really noticing is that the Trudeau government, the LPCs, they seem to be receiving of orders from overseas or for at least entities that no one in Canada has voted for. So yeah, quoting from a 2002 Supreme Court ruling, Justice Kane said, "The quasi-judicial function of the Attorney General cannot be subjected to interference from parties who are not as competent to consider the various factors involved in making a decision to prosecute. To subject such decisions to political interference or to judicial supervision could erode the integrity of our system of prosecution." She added that the request for a judicial review has no reasonable prospect of success in the context of the law and the governing jurisprudence of taking a realistic view. She said the reasons the courts do not interfere in prosecution's decisions include that doing so would bring the justice system to a standstill, and that the courts would compromise their own independence if they supervised prosecutors. Now, this is actually an interesting point here, and Ed, I want to hand this over to you here. Want to get into second opinion because this is starting to look an awful lot like the Trudeau government's nature of the damage is to basically turn the justice system in on itself, creating a whole bunch of judicial confusion, while they can just quietly skirt around their own laws and escape scrutiny and escape culpability. What are your thoughts there, Ed?
Well, sure. You got to point out other people's failings. It's not Trudeau that was trying to manipulate the law system. They've pushed this clearly onto Butts being the scapegoat. They're going to throw somebody under the bus. Judy Wilson-Raybould, who was the Attorney General, they attempted to get her to come out with this deferred prosecution agreement, keep this buried, keep this hidden, keep this quiet, keep business as usual, the corruption, and allow that to keep going on. But you got to ask yourself, like, what's going on here? Again, I keep referring to it's a horse and pony show where they're misdirecting all this information. Everyone's trying to blame everybody else. And at the same moment, everyone's trying to say, well, I'm doing the right thing. And the Attorney General is saying, well, I'm doing the right thing. Everyone's doing the right thing. And yet no one's getting charged yet. And then to add insult, they bring in a new Crown attorney who just happens to be the politician for the riding where SNC-Lavalin is based. Does anyone else see any conflict of interest here, or is it just me?
Oh, Ed, this is going to be big. The lid is going to be ripped right off of this, and you're going to see, I imagine you're going to see a lot of stuff. All the arrows are pointing in such directions. Like if anybody needs to get a little bit of a background of why this is so important, like just let me talk about the scope of what SNC-Lavalin does. They are a very large enterprise in Canada. I'm going to go in through a little bit of a background right here because I get the feeling that a lot of you may not be the gravity of this is significant. So unless this is explained right, the gravity won't. It's got a strong global connotation. I'm just having a hard time with the words. Anyways, I'm going to explain a little bit about SNC-Lavalin before I continue with the article. SNC-Lavalin Group Incorporated is a Canadian company based in Montreal. And so that's basically the central hub here. And in the background, recently, ever since the election and ever since Trudeau won, Hillary Clinton has been visiting back and forth from Montreal as well. So just keep that in the back of your mind. It provides engineering, procurement, and construction services in various industries, including mining and metallurgy, oil and gas, environment and water, infrastructure, and clean power. So yes, and you can kind of see how this is very critical to the green energy program that has been going on all over the world with climate change, green energy, this, carbon tax, that. You can clearly see these guys are in a position to benefit highly on anybody who grabs onto this climate agenda and steers their government policies towards it. They can easily just buy materials up from these guys. SNC-Lavalin is the largest construction company by revenue in all of Canada as of 2018. And that's it right there. This company, pardon me, sorry there. a little bit under the weather there, so folks, I apologize. They are the Canadian wing of this globalist agenda in regards to climate change. And underneath the surface, there's a lot more going on. Some of the other directions that this is pointing in is there's apparently a hypothetical Nixium connection, which is really kind of simmering under the surface. Whether or not that's true or false is going to be revealed in the future. But we do know that there are some shady things similar to their activities going on, because apparently they were involved in the procurement of prostitutes for Muammar Gaddafi's son fairly recently. And there's also, like I mentioned earlier, connections to the Tides Foundation, Tides Canada. So you have George Soros. I mean, it almost looks like this is the main road in London, England right here, where everything just intersects right at the center. You know what I mean? Like there's no main road there. It's just the nature of London, England itself is right. It's the central hub. All roads go to it. And that's basically what SNC-Lavalin does for these construction procurement projects. Everything comes to it. Climate change agenda, a lot of this Tides Foundation agendas. This would be who is probably saying yay or nay on pipelines behind closed doors. Who knows? We can only talk about a little bit. It's all hypothetical. There's a lot of stuff being thrown in and out of the media, and it's all going to be under investigation soon. And hopefully the people who deserve to be scrutinized for this get it, because this is really going to erode the confidence of our nation. Ed, what are your final thoughts on this before I continue, like on the nature of SNC-Lavalin? You have anything to add on to that, or what are your thoughts?
I've got so much more to add, but let's take some chat here. Night and day. The minute Gay Sox gets booted out of office, the better off all of Canada will be. Hope it's soon. You know what? On the surface, I'd say, yeah, you'd think it would, but this agenda, this globalism, the Agenda 2021, 2030, it's playing out. It's being moved into, you can see these policies showing up on municipal levels where they've brought in laws like a simple one. You can't cut down a tree anymore without a permit. That's part of Agenda 2030. That's just the tip of the iceberg. We got some more chat here. Beverly White, Ezra did a great show on Tommy. It was a general legal overview and what Ezra Levant calls greatest development of 2019 YouTube, Credible Media. Tim Potter, the elite is an ugly octopus with nasty, sucky tentacles in many countries. Yeah, it's kind of starting to look that way, isn't it? Night and day again. Marty, Ed. If Trudeau loses office soon, it is likely the immigrant situation can be reversed in Canada. Sorry, I already got that one. Whereby the influx can be stopped. We're not going to stop that quickly. If you look at the Conservatives, which are leading the polls right now at about 40%, I believe, they've also signed on to the Paris Accord, Agenda 2020 and 2030. Sorry, 2021 and Agenda 2030 by the UN. They're condoning that. They're signed on to that now. We got an election coming up, so now they're starting to say, well, maybe we're not going to endorse that. Elizabeth Taylor says, well, Trudeau won't be able to say he didn't know nothing. He is deeply entwined in this mess. Oh, big time. Enoch, weren't Gaddafi's sons in prison? Or were they freed? Elizabeth Taylor, I wrote entrenched, my eyes ain't working today, so nor are mine. Enoch, you cannot read Agenda 2030, which includes Agenda 21, without becoming red-pilled.
Yep, I'm going to interject there quickly, Ed. Sorry. Gaddafi's sons, I think what was going on was mentioned. I think it was where Muammar Gaddafi was actually still in power. I'm not too sure on that, so don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure a lot of this stuff with SNC-Lavalin, they've been crooked for many, many years. And a lot of this stuff may have happened while Gaddafi was still in. So yeah, just sorry about that, Ed. That one was kind of burning a hole in my eye.
Clarity is good. Let's keep going with that. LCB, emissions and particulates 2022. Sadiq Khan started the banning of log fires. Actually, I think we had that here provincially with the Liberals saying you can't have wood-burning stoves in your house anymore.
That was actually the Ontario Liberals, yes, but I do remember that. I do remember that was one of Kathleen Wynne's energy policies in Ontario that was very controversial. She was doing everything in her power to outlaw the wood fireplace in favor of natural gas or some other green energy thing there, Ed. And it was such a farce the way she did it. So sloppily done, closing plants down to save seats, wasting a whole lot of money. But I don't think I have to lecture you on that, Ed.
Yep. Enoch says they're trying to ram the agenda up our back doors night and day. Marty Ed, it's a shame the immigrant situation is so well established. We're all in the same boat on that one, unfortunately. It seems to be a worldwide phenomenon. Actually, it's restricted only to Western countries, if you take a look, is it not?
It actually fundamentally is, in my opinion. If you look at all this manipulation, it always seems to be targeting the most developed countries, you know? Like imagine how much well off we would be if we didn't have any of this Tides Canada manipulation going on in the West Coast at all. Or any of it, really, over the last several decades. Like, no NEP, none of this. Like, we'd have pipelines everywhere. We'd have a decentralized and and, you know, like a decentralized and a government that has more faith in itself to serve Canadians. We would have a stronger economy. We would still have a middle class, I think. But I honestly think that a lot of this favoritism and a lot of this corruption, outsourcing of our jobs is all linked to just a lot of the government just losing touch. If they hadn't have done that, we'd be all right, I think. And I think now they're finally getting the backlash.
If you look at, sorry to step on you there, but I got to bring this up. This week, there were some people that came up from the States, actually, and they were talking in Vancouver or Victoria. Anyways, it was related to the United We Roll convoy, which has been pushing for pipelines being built. Now, if you look at the Rockefeller Foundation and some kind of offshoot of the Tides Foundation, they've been lobbying the Canadian government under the auspices of the green policy, reducing our carbon footprint. It's all at knocking back the oil production in Canada, restricting the oil production in Canada, not allowing the oil to get to seawater, and kind of trying to crash the economy. I think this is a plan that they're working on, and it goes deeper than that. We can look at Alberta. I think there's over 120,000 job losses in the last year, and yet they're still bringing another 10,000 immigrants to Alberta. Like, this doesn't make sense to me, Marty. You got to read on this.
I have been. It doesn't surprise me at all. I'm just reading some of these other details for our listeners here about SNC-Lavalin. And they're also apparently quite a multinational company as well. They have operations outside of Canada. And that doesn't surprise me that they're going to start playing those games with foreign workers and migrant workers while Canadians get the shaft. It's quite clear that their agenda is not necessarily focused primarily on Canada. They look to be strictly a globalist entity. Like here, according to Wikipedia, SNC-Lavalin has over 50,000 employees worldwide with offices in over 50 countries and operations in over 160 countries. Yeah, and some final details on SNC-Lavalin. Like they do everything like design, studies, consulting, financing, as asset management, engineering, construction, procurement, and operations and maintenance. Their infrastructures sector provides services from financing, buildings and maintenance. Their oil and gas sectors includes upstream, midstream, and downstream projects across the life cycle. So a lot of this is very comprehensive and complete what they do. Like they're built to, you just tell them what you need to do and they'll go do it. I mean, this is a key company. Like if you were going to be George Soros and you were going to have an agenda for a nation, you would need to target a company like this. And then you could pretty much corner the construction market, get projects rejected, approved. And if they can swing their lobby money around, you can even get governments changed, I bet. So yeah, this is, again, I'm going to reiterate that this is probably going to be the lid on the veil. I mean, this is like that tab that peels up off the corner, you know, that dog ear, Ed, that, you know, as soon as you start pulling on it, the rest of it's going to peel right off. I'm kind of hoping that's what happens. You know what I mean, Ed? What do you think about that?
Well, I'm wondering if it's going to be revealed that these payoffs and kickbacks and bribes, is this common in the industry? Is this happening all over the world? And if they open this can of worms, how many other contracts are going to be looked at? Or will they even be looked at? Maybe that's the whole idea behind this not going to the courts. Maybe they don't want to open that can of worms. Maybe they don't want the world to know that this company is very corrupt and this is a common practice. We don't know that yet, so I'm just making assumptions here, but It's come to light in one situation. I hope this isn't widespread, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's common practice. Take it away, Marty.
Yeah, I believe it is. I'm willing to bet that there are massive companies in England, massive companies in the States that used to be along with this. And if you look at the big players of the globalist agenda, like France, Germany, you can probably bet that there is a large corporate entity, private sector, that is wrapped up in this just as much. And they're being pulled around and tugged around by a Soros-friendly entity or an entity friendly to the Tides Foundation or the Open Society Foundation. And so I think here, this should be, I'm hoping that for the world, if this succeeds in our courts, that this should give the world an indicator as to where to look in their own nations if they haven't already got their finger on the pulse. And we will see what we can do. This Marty, is good. This connects. Go ahead.
Can we take some chat here in a moment? Sorry.
Yeah, I think we should. I got some things to read up on here, some more final notes on SNC-Lavalin. We're going to finish this article off as well, and we will be taking a break in about 15 minutes or so.
Okay, I'll take some chats now if you don't mind. Beverly White, Australian Liberal Party putting $3.5 million in climate change initiatives. The climate change initiative, tie that to Agenda 2030, please, if you would. Simon Coates, of the 2 million migrants that came into Germany, 85% are still unemployed. Wow, yeah, what does that say? And over what time? Is that over a week, or is it 85% unemployment over the last 2 years? Will these people ever get employment? So again, they're trying to crash the German economy because social policies cost money. Who's going to pay for that? Beverly White, while the rest of the world is moving towards the national right, my government moves to the left. Beverly, sorry if you could put that in the chat, and referring to what government, please. Martin Houston, what is the point of importing unemployed people? Is this something economies are short of? Well, I don't know, that maybe there's some jobs that some people don't want to do, and who knows, maybe they will take a job sometime. Martin Houston, or unemployable because of cultural and educational differences between countries. Elizabeth Taylor, 93% were sheep eating up all the propaganda, similar to today. I'm wondering if she's referring to what was going on before the First and Second World Wars. Sassafras, foundations, and it's not a happy face beside that word. Enoch, Martin Houston is, in answer to your question, virtue signaling. Tim Potter is pointing out Bibelberg. Well, the Bibelberg group, Marty, you want to get into that? You want to touch on that at all, or?
Yeah, for sure. I got, if you look in the back behind the scenes there, I got a little something for you to look up for me in the background there. Yeah, the Bilderberg Group is, to me, one of those closed council private entities that you keep hearing about in the news every now and again. Their security, what we do know from the media and some of their adventures within their group, is they are very, very heavily regulated, and their security is top of the line. We have seen everyone from Lauren Southern try to get into this with her media crew. I think it was her and Tim Pool, I believe. I can't remember if it was 2014 or earlier 2013. They were over there. They're trying to get into Bilderberg. And I think they were partially doing it as a joke. And but they ended up finding this. They've been searched, they went right through everything. And it was ridiculous. And they had security confront them in the hotel left, right, and center, and they were eventually thrown out of a hotel when someone found out who they really were. They made every excuse because it was apparently the right-wing media, the rebel media with Tim Pool. And they knew that they weren't necessarily going to go by the script, so to speak. So, yeah, Bilderberg is definitely a part of that. We have some chats coming in. Yep. Elizabeth Taylor, Bilderberg equals cabal. Yep. Enoch, working our way up. No one can get close to the Bilderberg. That is apparently quite true. Lauren Southern certainly couldn't. Tim Pool couldn't either a few years ago. Dumbbell 133, welcome into our chat here. 158 million now working in the USA, highest number ever. Go Trumpy. Yes, that's actually a little bit of a segue into some good news. Lowest unemployment rate, I suppose, in a long time. I'm just wondering where that 158 million number is coming from. I think the population of the US is Well, I have as working population. I think I know where that is. The eligible working population. That's probably it there. Night and Day Plumbing Solutions. Marty and Ed. Immigration is one thing, but what appears to be happening to the Alberta oil industry seems to me to be a travesty. Is that too late to turn back the clock? I'm not too sure if Ed got that one already, but I think it's never too late. You know, we still have, like, a lot of people in Canada, and I think all over the West, even in England, you have to appreciate that a lot of your civil structures are still in place. You know, you still have people who can enjoy benefits. They absolutely need it, like if they're crippled or if they're on an old age pension. You also have a lot of people who can still go to the hospital and all this kind of stuff. I just think that a lot of people need to keep it on the plot of that these things is what is being eroded. They are not destroyed. They are being destroyed. It's just, we can't jump to the conclusion and just throw in the towel now and just say it's going, it's gone. I used to think like that. I know that's after you take the black pill, it's hard to take the white pill again. I know, it's really hard. But I'm not asking anybody to adopt the other extreme. I'm just asking people to appreciate that I think things are starting to bend in the other direction now. And the momentum is starting to come on our side. So yeah, we're going to check now to see if Ed is back with us there. Ed, what are your thoughts on that? You know what I mean? Like, I find myself going to a lot of this apathy and anger that we all feel. And I'm noticing that it's residual in a lot of people. Like, I think a lot of people like me logically understand that things are getting better, but the passions, like, we're still run raw. Like, the things we have been called and the things we have had to do to dig to the truth, you know, that's just not going to go away overnight. What are your thoughts there, Ed?
Well, personally, my thoughts are they're trying to bring in communism or socialism under the veil of Agenda 2021 and 2030. We're fighting the narrative. We're trying to bring it out, call it what it is. And I don't think most Canadians would agree with communism, at least not my generation. Now, the younger ones, they've been told all about virtue signaling. These far leftist ideologies have become pervasive in the school system. You've got teachers telling their kids how Trudeau is the best prime minister we've ever had. So the brainwashing, it's going on. The fact that we're calling it out does not fit their narrative. So of course they're going to attack us on every front they can. Now there's those people that are awake to the situation, and there's people that are still believing what mainstream media is saying to be the truth. And they're influencing those thoughts through mainstream media. That's their control right now. And we're breaking that down, especially through YouTube, Facebook, people posting articles. Why do you think they have to come out with a policy where they're going to pay government-friendly media $595 million? That's all I can add to that. I hope it sounds okay. I just have to reboot the computer. If I can get some input on that, please. And
outside of that, I know you kind of have no choice but to come on air and do that kind of stuff. Yep, you do sound fine to me on the line. But yeah, we got to get back to this SNC-Lavalin stuff. We need to wrap this up for our audience here, and we're going to move on to our next topic soon after we go through our break. But let me go back to this article that I've been using to unwrap this for our audience who may not be too keen on what SNC-Lavalin represents yet. But yeah, they where I left off here. I left off here with like the reasons courts do not interfere, the whole moralizing and objective moralizing as to why courts don't do what they do. But yes, well, more on to what SNC-Lavalin's been up to is SNC-Lavalin said it is disappointed. We applied for judicial review in the hopes that such a review would elicit the reasons for the decision taken by the director of the public prosecutions not to offer SNC-Lavalin a negotiation of remediation agreement. Well, like I said, the nature of this remediation agreement is just another gateway for the Liberal Party of Canada to further corrupt our political process. Yeah, this was said by the media spokesman Nicholas Ryan in a statement. Our objective was to negotiate a remediation agreement that would have been both in the public interest and in the interest of our innocent stakeholders, our employees, customers, shareholders, and pensioners. So yeah, clearly a deflection because, yeah, look at all these innocent people we have working for us. Ignore the corrupt CEOs who have facilitated this, but look at all these people. SNC-Lavalin will vigorously defend itself against the charges in court if no remediation agreement is possible. And this just shows some of this low ball tactics that these companies will adopt. They are literally using their own staff as human shields to try to further their corruption. Well, again, don't go after us. Don't go after us. like, if we do this, we'll go into receivership, all these jobs. I mean, I mentioned this last week that this business is big, but you can avoid that. All you have to do is target the CEOs and the big wigs who are causing this corruption. And that is something that it flabbergasts me, that we can't summon a judge, we can't summon a legal team of prosecutors and well-intentioned police in a timely fashion to go after these businesses before they rewrite our laws, before they set the stigmas up that foreign investors look at our country as a whole and say, no, I'm going to try somewhere else. And it just bothers me, you know? We have all this in the wake of the Western civilization, all of them outsourcing their jobs. It's hit Canada as well. And if we sour our own pot like this, it just gets worse and worse. And it is because of these crony tactics that constantly go unchallenged and unchecked. It sets a sentiment of apathy in people that just don't want to try to be any better anymore. And I don't know. It makes me feel pretty rotten for our judicial process there. I'm going to hand it back over to you, Ed, so I maybe see where I can wrap up this article before we have to go to break.
Marty, one thing we got to point out, excuse me, there was a deferred prosecution agreement that was formed back in 2014 or 2015 under the previous Conservative government. Gerald Butts and Trudeau, I don't think they were too happy with that one, so they rewrote it and they kind of slid it in the last budget that was accepted, voted on, approved. So that law was actually written, it was slipped in under a budget bill, and that's now Canadian law. Now, the fact that Judy Raybould refuses to use that is quite interesting, but it is damning that the Justice Minister or his office wrote it, someone slipped it in there, and they're still trying to push us hard. They don't want this coming out. They don't want this to go to trial. And I'm going to take some chats here for a minute, if you don't mind. Grapevine, how's it going? Waking up is tough. We the people are all talk, and the leaders know this. Nothing will ever be done to change the world. Wow, it's moving fast. Let me see if I can bring this one down here. Oh, geez. Anyways, Dumbbell 33. Concentrate on getting rid of the halal and hawala systems in Canada. That's a new one, hawala. Bullrock, you ever heard of that?
I have not heard of I've heard of halal. I've not heard of hawala. I would imagine it's kind of the same, perhaps. But before I dig into hawala, that's a new one for me too. But I do know that the halal industry, it apparently was exploited. Like, do you remember hearing that whole thing in Canada? Like, a lot of Canadians will know this. We have a restaurant chain here that kind of got directly involved into this. It was called Earl's. They're kind of like a middle high-end restaurant. You get like steaks, all kinds of good beef products there, like prime rib and all this. They wrapped themselves up into this halal scandal, if you remember that. Ed, do you remember them?
Yeah, I remember that. And you got to point out that halal, there's usually some kind of a tax associated with it that goes to Islamic, be it mosques or the people that are, what's the right term? Or it's not a blessing, but they're kind of, they got to control the way the food is processed or the meat is killed. Or how halal basically just means permissible. You know, it's basically the same thing as kosher. Very, very, very similar because it's rooted in the same thing. But there is a financial benefit to the Islamic community, is there not?
There is. Through halal, it's not like kosher in this regard, because halal, what it does is a percentage of this money, it doesn't just go to Islamic causes. Apparently, it goes into apparently somehow the Muslim Brotherhood procures a sum of this money, and they use it to front terrorism.
Whoa, that's a pretty incriminating statement there. Can we take some more chat here, and then you can read on in that article if you're ready, or how do you want to do this?
We got less than 10 minutes for a break, so let me wrap up this article. I tried to use it to unpack, but there is so much here to unpack for SNC-Lavalin. You know, it's see here, where do I go? Well, I'm just gonna kind of skip to the bottom here. There's still a lot of stuff here that's just minutia. that doesn't really matter for anybody outside of Canada. Here, let's see here. Justice Minister and Attorney General David Lametti, a Montreal MP, replaced Miss Wilson-Raybould when she was demoted to Veterans Affairs in January, said a deferred prosecution is still on the table. So yeah, you can kind of see the remainder of the story come together here. If you take the timeline of this, there was an issue with SNC-Lavalin going to the courts. Jody Wilson-Raybould began to review it. Justin Trudeau got a hold of her, referred her to Gerald Butts, or the other way around. Gerald Butts called her 11 times. She dug in her heels, didn't budge. She was going to push forward the prosecution without taking this deferred agreement. She was then demoted to Veterans Affairs, but then they promoted this guy, David Lametti, as the new Attorney General, who obviously is in bed with the Liberals a little bit more than she was, who was going to promote this deferred agreement a second time. So yeah, outside lawyers retained by the Director of Public Prosecutions has opposed a judicial review, calling the decision not to negotiate a remediation agreement a classic case of prosecutorial discretion, and that's not fair. We've been hearing that earlier in the article about how the prosecutor shouldn't interfere with their own this and that, but it's not necessarily the case. That's what the Trudeau government's trying to get them to do, and when they're trying to clean their process up. And they can just kind of see the judicial confusion is really trying to create a tug of war as to who is right if you don't quite know what to look for here. You know, this process of deferred agreement should be the red flag for anybody who is actually in the law to know that the direction that the Liberal government's trying to pull this proceedings in is obviously wrong, no matter how much they try to lie about it. So, yeah, it's important to make sure that we don't let ourselves get hoodwinked by the silliness that we got here. Yeah, in the court documents, it said that SNC-Lavalin has made permanent transformative changes to its business practices. So you can kind of see the blanket statements are coming out, and it's just more smoke and mirrors. They're still going to fight, and I honestly hope that they don't end up on top this time. So yeah, this is what's been the biggest news item in Canada so far. This is the one that the mainstream media has been obfuscating a couple of other issues, because we're going to let you know that the other two big items the mainstream media will not tell you about is the ongoing Yellow Vests. It is evolving. We're starting to form more unity movements in here. The RIC is being passed around. It's gaining support and traction with certain groups. We recently sent the idea of what the RIC represents to some federal parties in Canada to see what they think about it as well. That's pending to see if any of them get back to us. I hope they do, because it is a fair piece of legislation. The citizens do have a right to decide when a government should change. Normally it's by the electoral process, but they do have a tenure to serve us, at least in a few certain ways. And the other one is the ongoing scandal involving the Canadian Forces and the CDS, General Jonathan Vance and Vice Admiral Mark Norman, apologize for that, where, again, an LPC-friendly group got a ship deal under the table. It was illegal, and it should not have been honored. They, basically what the Liberals did in 2015, as soon as they took power, they saw a shipbuilding contract going one way. They decided that they wanted to steer it another way towards a Liberal-friendly interest to construct these ships in Montreal. Funny how that city keeps coming up. And they had some dissenters in that who said, no, this is not an ethical process. Vice Admiral Mark Norman was the highest rank of that dissent. He took a few documents and he said, no, this is what's going on, and this is what the law says. You can see this is wrong. And of course, our bureaucracy turns around and says, no, you've just released classified information. Now you're up on charges. And a lot of these stories are disappearing from the mainstream media because of this SNC-Lavalin thing. But we're not going to let those slip under the radar. We're going to mention them here for you guys here. And yeah, the Yellow Vests, like I said, unity movements are forming. We have to maybe, a few of us have to take our actions to the drawing board. I understand that. But at the same time, it's evolving, it's growing, it's progressing. And I understand France, they're still going strong. They're at, what are they at, Ed? Like, are they into the, week 30 or week 31? They've been going at, I don't know if it's been that long, has it?
Well, I think this whole thing started to open up in November, so it hasn't been that long.
I was going to say, no, I'm thinking of something else. I think it was like 17 or 19 weeks. So November at some point, you're right.
I know in Ottawa we're at week 10 now. So probably 16, 17 weeks in France. And
yeah, they've been at it for, that is persistence. I mean, you can need, like, when a movement, like if anybody wouldn't know what a fake or a real movement is, you just look at the longevity of it. You know, it illustrates real frustration that everybody's feeling all over the West. And the fact that it snowballed, like the Yellow Vests in France started, then there was Yellow Vests in, I think, Belgium. Then they had the Yellow Vests in Canada. Like, and it's all predicated on this fuel tax. It resonated with everybody in Canada, fed up with the carbon tax. And we started our own, mainly in the prairies. And it even spread to the eastern provinces. The Maritimes got into this. We had Yellow Vests in from Newfoundland in Ottawa, in from Quebec in Ottawa. And that is unprecedented. It's usually west and east in Canada, west versus east, kind of like how it's like Scotland and Ireland versus England. You know what I mean? It's the other way around now. Now we have like everybody coming together. Like in England, picture like if you had common interests in Ireland, Scotland, and England coming together and going right after Theresa May at the same time. That is what this whole Yellow Vests, this SNC Lavalin, all of this corruption is starting to do in Canada. We're at our tipping point. Everybody has had enough. So yeah, I'm gonna take some final chats before we go into break there. So I never get to do the chats really too much, but I'll do a few here. So yeah, they got like we got some correctors in here. Dars Hughes says 18 weeks, week 17 in France from Sassafras. Mikey B, hi Sassy Grass, week 17 in France. Sassafras, 18 weeks. I stand corrected. Dumbbell, so much respect to France on that. Dumbbell, absolutely. I never expected them in a million years to do this first. You know, as soon as I saw Tommy Robinson get arrested that first time, I thought it was going to be England first. It was such a shock to see England not do it and France do it instead. But yeah, Dumbbell again, Mikey B. Hey, brother, showing some love in the chat for the listeners. Night and Day Plumbing Solutions. If you would love to help support the development of Sunday Long Live Radio and better experience for all of us, donations can be made via PayPal to riabo@hotmail.co.uk. Absolutely, folks. We are a growing entity. We plan on being the future of radio. And, well, part of the future of radio at least. And any donation, any support you can offer us would be greatly appreciated. Sassy Frass again, I stand re-corrected by Mikey B. 17, 18, 19, 18, 17. Sort it out. Mikey B again, hey Dumbbell. Mikey B, sorry, Sassy. Yeah, just back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, Dumbbell, night and day. I have newfound respect for the French. They are tough, clever, and resilient. And Sassy Frass, Elizabeth Taylor, I believe that Brexit vote gave Americans the push they needed for Trump. Well, that's an interesting sentiment because that happened at the same time. The whole Trump thing, Brexit, it was great. I mean, I honestly think that that's momentum. And that's actually connected to the same the same actuator that started the Yellow Vests. You have the hopefulness of Trump being elected, but you got to understand that started in 2014, 2015, and that may have fueled the Brexit sentiment. You know, because Trump was in the news, in Twitter, all over the place, making fun of politicians, criticizing Obama, ever since basically the whole birth certificate thing. And yeah, it's amazing how when it's really important, when the people really want something, it'll show. It'll show in a movement that is persistent. Where maybe, you know, well, we may use different words, new players may change and all this, but the nature of the movement is the same. Frustration and apathy. And people just want change. But anyways, we're going to take a tune now. You are listening to Sunday Long Live Radio with Marty and Ed the Bear in Canada. I come from the prairies, nice cold Manitoba. Ed comes from Eastern Canada, Ontario specifically. And we will be back after this.
And I know she'll be the death of me, at least we'll both be numb. And she'll always get the best of me, the worst is yet to come. But at least we'll both be beautiful and stay forever young. This I know, this I know. She told me don't worry about it. She told me don't worry no more. We both knew we can't go without it. She told me you'll never be alone. I can feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it, but I love it. Oh,
Online Radio, the new online radio that makes you happy.
And now, a belated Oscar nomination rant from two guys who know what a camera is for.
The Justice Brothers. After recently learning that the Oscar-nominated actress for The Black Swan
was not black,
we decided to investigate this year's Oscars.
and to our surprise, there were no people of color nominated. No black actors, no black films, nobody even painted a set.
Nothing. The King's speech was nothing like I Have a Dream. Just some pasty uptight English dude trying to say pancake and dog for 2.5 hours.
For 2.5 hours? That's entertainment?
True Grits, a major motion picture by Soul Food, didn't get nothing.
And even though as a people we have been relegated, humiliated, and segregated to low-budget ethnic comedies,
it's buckwheat all over again.
we didn't even make it into the running for a comedy Oscar.
Amen. This year's favorite to win for best comedy is about a bunch of really confused white people, and the kids are all right.
It should have been The Kids Are All White.
Hollywood, it's time to come out of the closet and leave the hood behind.
Sharpton and Jackson, the Justice Brothers. Next year's Oscar hosts? Not a chance.
What are you talking about?
I protest. You can count on it.
Attention Newsweek readers, there's never been a better time to receive or renew your subscription to Newsweek.
Wow, I haven't read that liberal rag in years.
What if we told you about our new amazing subscription offer that not only guarantees you'll have an entire year of Newsweek delivered right to your door, but it also makes you a publishing magnate.
Okay, I'm game.
For only $19.99, you'll receive an entire year of the slightly slanted news coverage, opinion, and interviews you'd expect from Newsweek.
I'm not sold yet.
And by checking our special Buy the Magazine box on the bottom of your subscription card, we'll give you the entire magazine for only $1.
Yeah, I'm getting a year's worth of the magazine.
No, you're taking the entire Newsweek operation, staff, printing press, and our debt.
Newsweek, huh? Hey, you got a deal on Playboy?
For this amazing Newsweek offer, call 1-800-BROKE-RAG. That's 1-800-BROKE-RAG. Newsweek, another failed institution of the liberal media. Introducing Barney Frank and the long-anticipated premiere of his new CD, Gay Wedding A Go-Go.
If you're going to San Francisco, be sure to wear some flowers in your ear.
If you're going to San Francisco with that special somebody, don't forget to take along the wedding album everybody says is just fabulous.
No one will ever vote for us to get married, so we're going to the courtroom instead.
And what same-sex wedding would be complete without this all-time favorite?
If monogamy is the answer, then who's the wedding for? I just saw your lover as he headed out the door. Where is Bob? Where is Bob?
With Gay Wedding A Go-Go, choosing the music will be the easiest decision you two will ever make.
I thought I was going to be the bride. Now I'm going to be the bride. Well, I just had my hair done. But I bought this dress, and you're stepping on it. Get off!
Barney Frank's Gay Wedding A Go-Go. Available everywhere this record is sold.
Stand singing love, honey, I just want
Your online radio. The new online radio that makes you happy.
All right, we're back here on Sunday Long Live Radio with Canadian segment with Marty and Ed, and we have been earlier discussing the biggest news items in Canada, which was this SNC-Lavalin scandal unfolding with the Supreme Court now sticking to its guns and allowing prosecution of SNC-Lavalin apparently to proceed to its next stage. And we outlined for you all how this could potentially rip the lid off of how corrupt the Trudeau government really is. Now, we can't go into too many of these details, but we did highlight how and where we speculated as to who's involved and how this could be possibly connected to a much larger global ring. So this is some massive drama going on all over the House of Commons within the Justice Committee, and potentially it should reverberate all over Canada and begin the process of the so-called awakening away from the globalist agenda. So yeah, we're going to discuss now about these ongoing Yellow Vest protests in France. It's gone on an article yesterday. 17 weekends, they call it. So yeah, so I'd say about 18 weeks, 17 weekends. They've been going at this. It's been brewing. And it started off with a fuel tax no one was happy with. The proverbial straw right there. People hit the streets back in November. And they've been going at it every weekend since. And I honestly expect it to pick up in the summertime, Ed. But some people are even speculating that the numbers are lowering. So I don't know about that. Have you heard about any of that, Ed? Numbers lowering for these Yellow Vest protests?
Actually, just last week, I was looking at some of the looking for articles under YouTube, trying to get some live feeds, and there was only a couple state media sponsored live feeds, and I think the numbers were 5,000 to 10,000. But I'm not buying that one. And there was only 2 articles when you did a search for Yellow Vest France protests. So it's being scrubbed. I'm not buying it. I think this thing is growing, and the live feeds that you get on sometimes on Facebook, you're seeing hundreds of thousands of people, like endless long streams of protesters. So they're trying to keep a lid on this one.
Oh yeah, I do that. Like here, I'm going to take a few chats here from Dumbbell here. Every bit of cabal filth will just be a distant memory in time. Stand strong. Yeah, that's a good sentiment there from Dumbbell. So yeah, we have to make sure we get things on the go, and we have to make sure that we just keep our heads up, Like Dumbbell and I have talked off the air as well, and it's the same thing, like even I get underneath even I fall under the other weather, kind of gets into your guts a little bit about how, is this ever going to end for us critical thinkers? But yeah, I think it is. We're heading in the right direction. And I have to tell that to myself. I think we should all tell that to ourselves. Everything's working in the direction that we need it to, at least for the time being. So yeah, we got more chats here. Beverly, no, that's just now out of context there. Enoch, LCC is trying to break the Muslim Brotherhood stranglehold on life, but he has an uphill battle. Yeah, that is true. Now, if anybody's been tracking the news back from a few years ago, the Muslim Brotherhood were actually in charge of Europe. They want to be in charge of Europe. Egypt. They were in charge of Egypt under Mohammed Morsi, a very open and public Muslim Brotherhood figure. Now, before El-Sisi took power, he was doing a lot of bigoted actions towards certain ethnic minorities in Egypt. They were apparently quite friendly with ISIS. And after a while, the military didn't stand for it. They formed a temporary junta under Colonel Sisi, overthrew Morsi, had him arrested, held an election where Colonel Sisi was elected President Sisi. So it is not a dictatorship. It is no longer a junta. President Sisi is, in fact, the legitimate leader of Egypt. So yeah, but we're going to move on now from Enoch. Sovereign nations with language, border, and culture cure globalism from Sassy Frass, and that is true. Like strong nationalist and patriotic sentiments improves the culture of the nations or the country they're in. So yeah, you don't want a nihilistic, globalistic, Marxist force. That just erodes culture. That's one good thing that collectivist governments do, or collectivist that mob mentality, that hive mind, there's not really much of a culture there. It's very minimalistic. Now, from Enoch, it is all about fear. Elizabeth Taylor, thank the heavens there are still some good people in power in Canada. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right there. We have a few. We got to get them in power, but there are still a few in and around that are still talking all right. But yeah, there's a whole lot we can unpack with all this corruption here, but we got to keep it on topic here. Like Mikey B about the Yellow Vests again, numbers were up in Paris yesterday. So again, hinting that the media is probably playing games that you said there, Enoch. If you want any thoughts on that, apparently you are quite right. Not believing in this either myself. What do you say there, Ed?
You know what? Let's look at the big picture here for a second. You've got the UN, where the majority of countries are either Islamic or Islamic-controlled countries. You've got the non-aligned movement driving their agenda forward. It's starting to become obvious who wants to control the world. Now, are the elites going to be using the Islamic countries to further their agenda? It's just one question we should be looking at.
Well, with that mentioned, I honestly think what the elites are doing is they know exactly where these refugees are coming from and where these migrants are. Like, if you see what's going on with the ships in the background that have basically been marking this decade, where they've been basically ferrying migrants from Africa across that strait right into Southern Europe, into Italy. All of that was going on while Syria was going on. You know what I mean? And it bothered me then that no one was really noticing that. All these migrant ships and all this stuff that are going on. Like Lauren Southern caught wind of that with Brittany Pettibone. If anybody remembers, they were on, I think it was the Northern Star. They stayed on that ship for a while and did a bit of a kind of a live documentary as to what they were doing and what this whole thing represented. Now, I'll leave it up to anybody else's opinion whether that was a good idea or not, but it really opened up people's eyes as to these NGO migrant ships going back and forth, using the Syrian war as an excuse. And a lot of these boats were using Libya as a hub. I mean, Libya, after Gaddafi was brought down, turned into a hell of a human trafficking center. And migrants usually end up going there under a promise of a good life. They're lied to by these traffickers. They're segregated by gender. And then they're shipped into Europe. The men usually end up going on the boats, and the women, who knows? You probably don't want to know. But yeah. But it is good to see awareness everywhere. People are definitely coming together, and they are doing what they can to bring it all to light. I'm going to take a few more chats here. Simon Coates, EU saying we need multiculturalism. We are already English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh, French, Spanish, German, Polish, Czech, Italian, Portuguese, Australian, Dutch, Hungarian, Greek, Danish, and Swedish. Yeah, it's everywhere, guys. Enough people are probably just going to get upset, and it's just going to be like another. It's going to be. I picture the labor movement. It's starting to look a lot like that. So, dumbbell. After aeons of deception, Ouroboros is almost permanently broken. These are planetary historic times. Yeah, the Ouroboros is a reference to an occult symbol. It's a snake essentially eating its own tail. And that's what he's referring to. The cycle of corruption is finally becoming broken. Where we vote out a bad leader, they get corrupted by lobbyists, and we keep voting out bad leaders. That cycle's eventually going to be breaking. Yeah, some dumbbell saying, stay strong, make those around you strong. Yes, absolutely, folks. Martin Houston, Simon, multiculturalism does not work. Is you have Islam in the mix? If you have Islam in the mix, I think what he was trying to say. Jack Wright, yep. Simon Coates, Sassafras, thumbs up. Enoch, this is on track. Dumbbell, yes. Elizabeth Taylor, I'm going to get some bags of soil and plant taties and get into growing from there. I think taties like potatoes. Dumbbell, you all have more energy than you realize. Oh, yes, we do. We just need to actuate it. That's the problem. And that's part of why I go with the media and the education system. Like, how do you mentally actuate your potential? Well, you tell your kids they have potential. You don't tell them they can be anything in the world. No. You don't take that lefty nonsense. You tell your kids that they have potential that they must actuate. You focus on what they're good at. You focus on what they like. And you find a practical way to build on that. And it's really that easy, folks. If you've ever had kids, I don't even have to tell you that. Mikey B, Yellow Vests are a worldwide movement. Yes, they are, Mikey B. It's good to see a lot of you guys are coming on board and seeing what they really are. I mean, if you want to go on Facebook, just type Yellow Vests or United Reroll. If you're in Canada, I would recommend that one. They are growing. They are a growing movement. They're all over alternative media as well. And there's a lot of people who are just observing and digging. There's Gary Gilbert on the Facebook and on YouTube, one of the main Yellow Vest guys who's in the media. Few people. There's Rudy Bruce. If he rubs you the right way, I would recommend maybe looking at him. But he doesn't rub everybody the right way. But hey, this is for all of Canada. This is for all of the world. You know, the movements aren't going to get along. Like I have an article here. Numbers down for the Yellow Vest protests. And that's just the lying that they're going to try to tell. But in the face of this lying, you have to understand. Like take a look at some of these movements that are within the Yellow Vests. Like from an article, 9th of March, 2019. In France. Take a look at this first line. Women, some carrying pink balloons, led the calm and orderly Paris March, advocating for equal rights and equal pay a day after the International Women's Day. I mean, that's a page right out of like the 1960s feminist movement right there. I mean, that's like a second wave feminist sentiment there. Like they come out of the woodwork, you know? They go on to say, like, if you go on to read some of these articles, you would see between the lines, aside from the points they're really trying to feed you directly, you see who's coming together. You got migrants from Europe. You got other Muslims coming in who are fed up with it. You got black people who the media says they're not in with this, but they are. You got Aboriginals. You got white people from Europe all over Canada. It's just the common theme is they're sick and tired of not being listened to. You know? Ed, it's a bit different out west out this way. Like, a lot of it has to do with a lot of apathy and ignorance. Like, the prairies have been ignored forever. But on your side of the country, where you got all the money and you get all our equalization and transfer payments, blah, 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 what is the main protests going on over there in Ontario? What do they say over there mainly?
Well, let's look back a couple weeks at the big truck protest. Now, there was an article in the national paper, the Toronto Star, one of the Star newspapers, where they said there was, if you count it, 30 trucks, large trucks, and probably 30 or 40 smaller trucks. So it means 60 trucks rolled into the protest, and yet there are only 80 protesters. Now, most of the people are still in these trucks, but if you look at how many people were out on the grass and on the lawn of the Parliament Hill, there's got to be easily another 80 people. So they're trying to diffuse this. They're trying to minimize the effect that Yellow Vests are having. A lot of people were showing up, greeting the truck convoy in towns like Sault Ste. Marie, Thunder Bay, and Arnprior. So you got maybe 60, 70 trucks rolling in on the convoy and possibly 1,000, maybe 1,500 people showing up to greet them. Come on, like, let's spin the narrative and make this a lot muted than what it actually is. That's just one thing I got to touch on. So yeah, carry on, Borak.
Well, that's exactly another one of the media's little tricks. I mean, if you're not out there beating up a window or worrying the police or carrying a placard and wearing a Commander Cheese shirt, you know the media is not going to call you a protester. You know, they may even try to call you a counter-protester. Like, look at all these people in opposition to the Yellow Vests, and really, they're just saying, we support you, you know? Always watch for that kind of manipulation, and it's good that you have a keen eye on that, Ed. And I honestly think that I would hope everybody should learn to see that kind of manipulation where they try to frame people in such a narrow perspective so much that they don't expect anybody to fall into it. And this is a way the media does it to use it to their advantage. They will only call a protester in with the Yellow Vests if you're like in some sort of picket line, worrying the cops, causing a disruption, or yelling at, screaming at somebody. You know what I mean? This is how they make it look like the numbers are lower than they are. But I can tell you from out west, from my perspective, that these Yellow Vests are very popular. I would say almost 1 in 2 people out in the prairies are supportive of the Yellow Vests in some way, shape, or form, or at the very least sympathetic. And I honestly think that number is going to be reflected all over the world, just, you know, relative to the different cultures and opinions of each nation. Like England will have their sentiment. I don't even know if they have Yellow Vests in England so much more than they have, say, just their own patriotic sentiments of, we've had enough. Like Nigel Farage could get UKIP going. They did have the EDL. There's a Pegida and an Identitaire movement there as well. And yeah, who knows? These movements they all coalesce in the end. Like for some countries, the Yellow Vest is just another name for a different movement doing the same thing. France, they have the Yellow Vests, and it looks like they've united the left and the right for some of the things going on there. Maybe someone in the chat can help me out there. If there's anybody out in the French area there, I've been hearing a lot of this about how the left and the right are out at the same time, and they're kind of not at each other as much as they used to be. So I'm not too sure how true or how false that is either. Ed, have you been hearing about that?
From what I've witnessed, the last few Yellow Vest protests in Toronto, there has been no opposition from Antifa. They just haven't shown up, and it has been advertised. So there's been there's been some issues down in Hamilton where one of the guys got beat up, but I don't know. I'm just going to let that sleeping dog lie. Now, what I did notice, though, is Trudeau was going to make a appearance at a rally at a Canadian Tire route in the, I don't know if it's in the Prairies route in Alberta, but it got canceled. And I think the reason why it did get canceled is a lot of people were complaining to the Canadian Tire and calling in and complaining about it. And there was also a big movement of Yellow Vests that were going to descend on that Canadian Tire, and it was going to be a Yellow Vest protest. So people are not happy with Trudeau or his policies. People are waking up, and they're actually starting to stand up, and this I find is a good thing. And if you look at the common theme, there's a lot of protesters saying UN out of Canada, Trudeau must go, build the pipelines. This is all counter to the global movement, which is UN Agenda 2021 and 2030. And then you'd also have people going online and they're talking about what these agendas are going to do to the average Canadian and how it's going to drastically change the life that we know. That's at the core of the issue. People want a good, solid country, a good standard of living, and that's being threatened, and it's being all done quietly. To me, it's communism taking a foothold in Canada. Marty, over to you. That's all I can say about that.
Yeah, that you basically are going on with the same thing that has been all over the world. Communism being implemented through our own very generous groups that we were all brought up from your generation to my generation to support. And it was all just one big front. You know, we were all said to support equal rights and this and all that, and then they started exploiting it to promote radical feminism and uncontrolled migration. You know, we were all shown that the police can be brutal, the police can be vicious, the police can be thugs, and then that got exploited. Now they're trying to tell us that all police are potentially that way, that they're all thugs and criminals of a sort in a uniform. I mean, you can see how the left exploits these things to start to undo the fabric of our societies, respectively. You just got to target the strongest aspects, and it all starts with the simple Alinskian gaslighting. You take what Saul Alinsky said, you just start fomenting doubt, protests, make things look terrible, take control of the media, take control of education, and as soon as you have those things under wraps, it's just a matter of time. You should only need one generation. You know, so I'm going to take a few more of these chats. See if I got any answers here from the French question there, whether or not the left and the right's united. So I'm going to start here with Sassy Frass. Wear a mega hat and see what happens. That's not in context there, but oh well. Mega hats will get you beat up. Mega hats will get you harassed. That is a big, interesting point, though. The left will just lose it. It's like the red towel in those Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner cartoons that they used to have the bull episode with Bugs Bunny holding the red towel. That's what the red mega hat is. The bull. That's the left. They'll just charge you. Anyway, Stockport Handy. We have Diane Abbott clouds at the moment, and I think they are farting, but that may be thunder. That's okay. That's funny. Macron won with 28% of the vote and only 46% turnout, 12% support. That doesn't surprise me at all, Simon, if that's true. CL Van Horn says, how about I want to take that dead cat off that judge's head? And yeah, no thanks. Macron, hilarious, their little sun king. That's a reference to the apparently in Behind the Veil, it's Macron's wife who's in charge, and she is significantly older than Emmanuel Macron himself. So yeah. Enoch, and that is why they are deplatforming us. Yes, they deplatform us because we speak the truth. Elizabeth Taylor, love all the great info and insight and everyone brings to the table here. Night and Day Plumbing Solutions, Simon Coates. These kinds of winning percentages sound very familiar. Few, and any politicians gain office with truly winning figures. I mean, look at Trudeau winning. I mean, honestly, look at all these people who have won these elections who are really rotten. And you can just kind of tell that they shouldn't, no way does it even look like they should have been in power through a legitimate election. So we're moving on. Beverly White. I saw a clip this morning, and apparently Yankee Victors UK have Leavers and Remainers together. I'm not too sure what that means. Elizabeth Taylor, I want an invisibility cloak, and I want to sort them all out. There have been many sleepless nights where I just saw it there. If I could just get in the way, if I could just get into some of these government buildings and do unspeakable things, problems would all be solved. But we just got to remember to keep our heads up. You know, there's nothing good that can come out of thinking like that over a long period of time. Take it from somebody who's almost lost everything for that. Me. C.L. Van Horn. China gets to make much pollution. India, too. Cool or whatever, or no scrubbers generating power. But we cannot because of environment. Actually, that one, I'll elaborate on that. It's because of these whole Kyoto Accords, green energy platforms. They speak tough to China, but you speak tough to India. But you see, they always get these like 20-year grace periods. It's always something, you know. It always looks tough on paper until you get into the minutia of it, and you see the worst polluters are never held to account. Or the money never gets held to account. You'll never see OPEC organizations. You'll never see big oil. You'll never see big construction. You'll never see the biggest populated nations ever held to account. They always pick on the little guys. It's a scam. If you're little and rich, you're going to lose your lunch money. We'll just leave it on that one there. Dumbbell. The 90% of the climate scientists polled was actually just 2% of the experts polled. They cherry-picked the fanatics. So, yeah, 2.8%. I kind of flood my words there. Carol Wilkes, Jake, I'm word for him. Don't know what that exactly means. Dumbbell. And they all said it was the pesky humans ruining the world. Well, it is pesky humans ruining the world, but we're not all pesky humans. We just keep finding ways to put them at the top. We got to stop doing that. Simon Coates, when your head is in the sand, you are on your knees. Absolutely. Sassafras, U.S. Democrats flooding the southern border with record apprehensions. The Democrats in the U.S. hour has passed H.R. 1 to allow illegals to vote Trump. Will veto. That shows you the U.S. leftist intent. Yeah, there's a lot in the chat here. And it all looks like it's on the same subject of what we're doing. It's frustration, it's apathy, and it is just anger at the establishment. Sassafras near the bottom here. China is the world's worst polluter. Japan's Fukushima too. Oh, there's one to mention there. Now, that's something with the Fukushima reactor. I don't even know why there's not a meaningful effort from the UN or anything, because that thing is leaking radioactive waste into the Pacific Ocean, and it has been doing this for years. And it's just not stopping. Like, the damage isn't, and they need to scrub that. I mean, we're so focused on what each political party in the West is doing that a climate disaster like that, like Japan's been left to deal with that on their own for the most part. I don't know if there's any UN initiative to help them, or if China's even stepped up to put things down to see if they can clean that up and help them out. The America, I don't know if they're helping that out. It's terrible. But yeah, the world's biggest polluters are never really held to account. That was bringing up yellow vests. Well, why V's equals yellow vests, just to correct me. All of these years, no action. That's the big thing. That's why we're all here. We are sick and tired of it. It's not just no action. They're acting against us. All of us are here is because we're frustrated with the censorship. And the censorship is what's making us all ignorant. Elizabeth Taylor, if you want funding, you have to toe the line with what they are pushing. Tobacco, vaccines, and GMO, etc., etc. Yeah, that goes into another scandal with Canadian media, where the Trudeau government announced an initiative to only pay liberal-friendly news agencies, or agenda-friendly, I'll say, with government money. So they're basically taking taxpayer money in Canada and supporting the wrong media agencies. Like, you know that none of us will ever get that. That's why I have to rely on all you for your lovely support. It's because we know what we're up against. You know, they see us get big, they'll just start stealing our tax money and make themselves bigger. And the more they do it, the more it fuels us. So I say, let them do it. Let them do it. It's to the point now where it's just momentum's going to come our way. So yeah, Sassafras again with the whole Russia. Russia should help Japan on this. They have experience. Yes, they do. Chernobyl. That's a good point. They had to deal with decades of that themselves, where they had to basically shutter Chernobyl and leave it as a radioactive wasteland. And some of these people who were pregnant in the area, if anybody remembers the scandal of it all, the babies were being born with birth defects. And at first they were trying to cover it all up and they weren't telling anyone. But near the end, once we started seeing the end of the Iron Curtain, a lot of these truths started to come out to the West. And you can definitely see that they've had to deal with this and that they should definitely have experience. And it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be too badly with birth defects so much. I think Japan could cover that. It's just, I'm thinking about the wildlife and the environmental fallout. I mean, that's going to wreck the life of that, probably the eastern side of their Pacific coast there in Japan. I mean, that's awful. Night and Day Plumbing Solutions. Hi, guys. Can I ask you, wherever possible, to keep expletives out of the chat room? We often have children peeking over mom and dad's shoulders when we live in here. Many thanks. So that was just a warning for all you guys in the chat to keep it civil. I have to keep it civil up here as well. It's just what we got to do. Kids should hear these things that we talk about. And I honestly think that I would like to see more people in the West parent and child dialogue about politics. You know, Ed, I'm going to hand this over to you so I don't ramble and carry on, you know? I honestly had this sentiment about politics and education. If we don't talk about either, we're ignorant to each.
Well, we need to give guidance to the children because they haven't been around that long. They haven't had much experience. They only hear bits and pieces. I'm thinking maybe we should take a tune in about a minute.
Yeah, we'll take that note.
Okay with you?
Yeah, we'll take that note in a bit. And we're going to take a break right now. Back after this.
She stood in the street, smiling from her head to her feet. I said, hey, what is this? Now, baby, maybe she's in need of a kiss. I said, hey, what's your name, baby? Maybe we can see things the same. Now, don't you wait or hesitate. Let's move. Let me tell you now. I took her home to my place, watching every move on her face. She said, look, what's your game, baby? Are you trying to put me in shame? I said, look slow, don't go so fast. Don't you think that love can last? She said, love, Lord above. Now you're trying to trick me in love.
radio that makes you happy.
Hello, and we are back, everybody. You're listening to Sunday Long Live Radio, the Canadian segment with myself, Marty, and Ed the Bear in Eastern Canada. And I would just like to take this moment to remind you, if you would like to help and support the development of Sunday Long Radio, donations can be made via PayPal to riabo@hotmail.co.uk. Much support would be appreciated. Yes, we were just explaining last time about a lot of the connections to these globalist affairs and the growing ignorance about how the biggest polluters through this green agenda are not being held to account. And a lot of these ecological disasters, mainly Fukushima in Japan, have been allowed to just go and go and go. We've been taking some chats on that, and we've seemed to have we seem to have forgotten how important these things are. You know, like Sassafras in the chat here, huge ass bear. Yes, lots of us in the Chernobyl area, healthy. Lots is thriving in the Chernobyl area, I should say. Healthy or still hot, don't know. But the Russians clearly handled that one. It took some time, but I think they did. They just have to clean at it. Yep, Jake Wright, good God, laughing out loud. Probably someone in the chat there. And Sassafras again, have to wonder if Japan isn't giving the USA a little payback with Fukushima. They shouldn't have bombed Pearl Harbor. Isn't giving you... Yeah. I don't know where to go with that one. Kids are getting brainwashed in schools, pushing globalism and gender issues, LGBT, BS, the rainbow flag agenda. Oh yeah, that's something I brought up in the past on previous shows about how this sick sexual education agenda that I hear now is creeping into England. That has been teaching kids that gender is fluid as young as they are, like 4 to 6 years old, that they can partake in sexual activity as soon as they're like 10, 12 years old. If you're in Canada, it's just vile. This is stuff that kids are not prepared for. Absolutely vile stuff that people should be really tracking that their kids are learning in school now. Huge ass bear. Japan and Russia are too busy still fighting over islands from World War II. Well, that's something that I hope that they could at least put aside. But yeah, a lot of people don't seem to have their priorities in order today. Night and Day Plumbing Solutions, talking of Chernobyl, they recently built a state-of-the-art canopy over it to prevent leaks. The original cover was leaking. And Dumbbell 33, the United States will surpass Saudi Arabia later this year in exports of oil, natural gas, liquids, and petroleum products like gasoline, according to the energy research from Rystad Energy. Yeah, there was speculation on that dumbbell. I honestly think that Trump earlier, I think it was in 2016, he said that the U.S., it was either on the campaign trail or after he won the election, but the U.S. is sitting on literally a black gold mine. What I mean by that is they have so much untapped oil like Canada does that they can just tap into it and they can just make OPEC irrelevant if they wanted to. And I honestly think we should shift in that direction. The less tankers that are on the ocean, the less incidents we're going to see adding to the scope of the pollution in Fukushima. It'll help protect our ecology. You know, if we really take a critical thinking approach to this, like keeping the ships off the water is more important than any kind of pipeline spill, any kind of train wreck. You know what I mean? But I don't want to ramble on. Ed, what are your thoughts on this? Like the water ecology, the pipelines, the trains, what are your thoughts?
Well, let's look at the big picture. What's going on here? If you look at Agenda 2021 and 2030, there's talk about, ending world poverty. That's one of the issues that Agenda 2030 addresses. Now, how are we going to do that? Is it going to be through wealth distribution? That's the way it looks to me, the way it's going. If you look at all the work that's been done with the Tides Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation and these NGOs, they've been working for years to shut down or limit the exports of Canadian oil. And the U.S. has been ramping up their production. So obviously those interests, multi-billionaire interests, are going to gain. They're going to benefit. And I got no problem with the U.S. Ramping up their oil production. But why do we have to shut ours down? And the fact that this Agenda 2030 is playing right into that. So crash the economy here in Canada, bring in the leftist narratives, change policy to get flooded by international migrants. We know with technology, we're going to have less demand for jobs. So why are we bringing in all these immigrants? It doesn't make sense to me. Unless you're following the Communist Manifesto. And
Which is, I think.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think I was going to say, I apologize for that. I think you hit the nail right on the head there. A lot of people call it communism, fascism, whatever, but it is a global tyranny, and they are not concerned with any of your needs. They're concerned with their own needs, and that's what I think is at the crux of all of this. I mean, they don't care if you're Muslim or if you're Christian, or if they have Muslims killing Christians. As long as the wheels keep turning, what do they care? You're a number to them. You're a statistic. You're something that appears on a chart and a graph, and they don't want to get into the nuance of what a human being is. That's the cold hard truth of it. Is under a neo-Marxist doctrine or any kind of authoritarian doctrine, any human being is reduced to a number and a statistic. And I think that's at the crux of the matter there, Ed. What are your thoughts there?
Well, so these democratic policies / liberal policies, have you noticed how many Democrats have been stepping down, getting charged? Trump talks about draining the swamp. Maybe this is a swamp he's talking about. Maybe it's to eliminate communism or socialism, which is what the Democrats are jumping all up and down about. That's what's making the most noise, is these green policies, and they're using this to bring in socialism into America. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't see communism being a good thing. Socialism, okay. Medicare, yeah, it's a good thing. Taking care of our weakest, yeah, I agree with that. But we need a good, thriving, solid economy. And it's worked well for us in Canada. Look, after the Second World War, right up until, I don't know, the 70s, maybe early 80s, and then it all started to fall apart. Taxes went up. Our standard of living went down. You can't ignore the fact that this is happening, this is going on. Marty, over to you.
Yep, I'm going to take a moment here to take some of these chats now as well. So we're starting at the right at the top here on the YouTube chat. Martin Houston, so much for the CO2 we used to have is now locked up in chalk and limestone, out of the carbon cycle permanently. I'm going to have to look into that, but that actually does sound interesting. So yeah, I'm not a big believer of this whole carbon dioxide thing being the great Satan of the ecology. There are so many other, like water vapor acts like a greenhouse gas, for God's sakes. So yeah, like sassafras, no agendas ever. A constitutional United States here. We will fight for it. You know, I will say I disagree with that. I'll tell you why too. No closed council agendas. I mean, it's good that we move together and progress as a people, but when you really get to the bottom matter of it, it's the things that go on behind closed doors which do the most damage. And if we get rid of that closed council mentality, I think just only have ideas that people want to bring out into the light. And I think that if our society starts looking into that direction, like going after these Bilderberg groups or these Bohemian Grovers or these secret perverted societies like NXIVM, we're doing that anyways. We're fed up with them anyways. And you will start to see some honest government start to form, and you'll actually start to see people start to have esteem in that honest government. And that's where it's key. The people need to be proud of their rulers. They need to give that consent of the ruled back to the rulers. We're rejecting it because they don't deserve it. And nothing's working properly. That's the thing. That's what brings chaos, when no one wants to work together. But anyways, yes. Yeah, we got Martin Houston, those bloody mollusks. Yeah. Dumbbell harp was also used at Fukushima. Like 9/11, they used many tools. I wouldn't be too surprised. Apparently, there was some weather manipulation going on with those California forest fires, if you're into the conspiracy into that. Dumbbell, yes, heard that as well about Fukushima. Dars Hughes, end world poverty with socialism. Yeah, we'll try the same thing over and over and over until it works. That's socialism. Kalergi sounds like something once would something. I'm having a hard time reading. Kalergi sounds like something one would cough up in winter, or something I get every fall. I get my Kalergies, and I sneeze and I get ragweed poisoning everywhere. Elizabeth Taylor, they want us to kill each other to save them. The bother and mess. I don't know, but I don't know if they want us to do it to that extreme, but I honestly think it's a lot of ignorance. They want us to work in their factories, and they want us to be just dumb enough to keep the machine going and not smart enough to say anything about it. That's just my opinion on that. Enoch, every human life is granted value by the government. Sassafras, go Wazzy Patriots, keep it at it though. They are still pushing it locally here in the USA. This is through regional funding. Oh yeah, the Aussies apparently. I saw another chat in here. Apparently, they kicked out their climate change agenda. That's good news. Well, I think I've had enough in there in the chat for the time being. There's a lot. It's going by really quick, guys. And I'm having a hard time keeping up with you. Like some of your guys are literally handing us our material right now. And it is good to see so many people in the chat becoming well aware of what is going on in their communities and what is going on globally at the same time, because truly it is all connected. I mean, if you're wondering why you have a hard time finding a job in some of your more decrepit communities, it's because some globalist sent your job to India, to China. If you're in the 60s, 70s, they sent your job to Japan. It's been going on for decades. They closed down Flint, Michigan spectacularly. That was GM under Roger Smith. The same procedure, same decades-old procedure. Send the job somewhere where the labor's cheap, the regulations are lax. They don't care if you die in the factory. You're not dying here. You got NIMBYism and cronyism coming together. So, Ed, yeah, I think all of us have been affected by this labor. You know, like I had to go to school to be a millwright, go into construction, dodge being laid off every winter, reduction of hours. And then I ended up going into the army. And then I ended up moving to the prairies. And I'm seeing like the career is gone. You know, what do you think? Like, how do you feel about people of the generations, like Generation X, Generation Y? They're not going to get careers, or some of these guys aren't even going to get houses. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, here's the thing. You've got socialism. First of all, it doesn't work. If it was so great, how come standard of living of Cubans has been slowly coming down, especially after the Iron Curtain fell? Cuba was getting lots of money. Life wasn't too bad, but they were very controlled, the Cuban people. They couldn't speak out about anything. You look at the way they're living, you speak out against the government or their policies, you go to jail. Is that what it's coming to? The media was controlled, but who does really well? I don't see Castro, they're doing quite well. There's a few social elites and the people at the top of that communist chain, they do very well. And there's a few globalists that do very well. So it's taken the money, it's taken the wealth away from the people. We're being controlled. We're being told what to do. And how does it show up in my daily life here in Canada? Well, if you look at the economy right now, there's been no job growth in Canada for the last 3 or 4 years to speak of. But every now and then you see an article, 90,000 new jobs created. But they ignore the 100,000 jobs that were lost in Alberta? Come on. Like, you really think we're that dumb here as Canadians? We can see it. We can feel it. Things are slowing down here. We're definitely in a recession. It's coming. They're trying to crash the economy by stopping the pipelines. The Liberals, perfect example. Take a situation, cause a problem, and now they say they're going to build the pipeline. So they buy the pipeline, and they make these issues come to the forefront. So yeah, we're going to move away from a carbon-based economy. So we're going to bring in all these environmental assessments and all these environmental, stop the pipeline from being built, and then let's play with it. And they wind us all up. They get us upset. They're trying to divert the real issue, which is the UN sneaking in socialism under Agenda 2021, 2030. And I'm not going to rant any longer on that. But we can take some chats here. Sassafras says, moral relativism, even in the churches. Dar Hughes, Kalergi plan. No borders, no countries, no blacks or whites, one big hole. Kalergi plan, check it out. Yeah, that thing's been brewing for 40, 50 years. Agenda. Dumbbell 33. Trudeau will be exposed. Little Rocket Man is keeping his generals at bay by saber rattling. All good. Jake Wright. Just now, the Sun newspaper have posted pics on their website of Tommy Robinson House. Night and Day. Martin Houston. If you also multiply the amount of platforms these shows go out over, we have a very healthy audience, week in, week out. Beverly White. The left gave already gave us Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, Pol Pot, Mao, Che, and Fidel, which led to the slaughter and starvation of millions and millions of men, women, and children. Yeah, you can't deny history, but I wonder how they're going to rewrite that in what kids are actually. learning about. Does anyone on the left realize that these travesties have been committed? And it was just the last century, so we're going back there again. Sassafras. Trudeau does not get good press here in the USA. The eyebrow thingy, yeah. What's with those eyebrows falling off? Elizabeth Taylor. Dumble, I think AOC and CO are sent to put the cat among the pigeons so that Hillary can come out to the rescue of the party and USA. Okay, let's look at that one. It's a pretty interesting statement again. So it's the movement again about socialism, and they want to bring it to the USA. Trump is standing against this.
Okay, hold on. I got to interject here. Sorry, Ed. We're starting to run low on time, folks. Getting a little bit of the tap in the side here. I did write an article on some of the moral relativism. I've been doing some digging in moral relativism and moral objectivism, but really, you got to look at the root of it: moral objectivity and moral relativity, and those concepts that are in Western education. Sorry about that, Ed. Ria's gotten us back here, nudging me in the side here. Yep. So we got about another few minutes, granted by the graces of God. So yeah, what are your thoughts on moral relativity and moral objectivity now that we're on that topic?
Big words, Marty. All I'm going to say is we have something that's shown to us, and it's not the reality. Would that kind of play into that story?
Sorry, say again. It's not the reality. Like which side? Like
we go through our daily lives and we see things going around us, and there's that creep of socialism coming in, and then there's the stories that we're actually told, and through the media that we're told to believe.
Yeah. Oh, I get that. The way I unpacked moral relative object within the article I just linked, I put a link in there in the chat. If anybody wants to have a read of that, they're welcome to. It also links to canon.com, another one of the operations that I'm involved in on the side. And I recommend, if you're into that subject matter, criticize me, see what you say. I don't know. I'm not too sure. I hear that that's a really tough subject to tackle because it's a really touchy one with certain educators. So, yep, we are now forced to say goodbye to everybody. We have had another good show. I want to thank the chat. There's a lot of people really taking care of the world issues, really taking care of their awareness of it. And it is really good to see that we have finally seemed to be hitting a turning point. Ed, what are your closing statements on that? I am really impressed with today's show and how switched on the chat was today.
Yeah, it's a great show. And people, we got to get this message out. There's a lot of people that are just too busy in their daily lives, just trying to make ends meet. These conversations with your friends, get on the platforms. Don't be shy. Stand up. Point out the obvious. We got to deal with this. Marty, your closing comments, please.
Well, I can add to my closing comments here is don't be afraid to work with people you wouldn't necessarily. I mean, like, do this in baby steps. Like, I don't want to see like groups like Patriot Prayer and Antifa deliberately trying to force peace. No. Look for people who are getting as disillusioned, as put out, and don't even care about their ideology. Just try to help them, Try to objectively focus on the problems on the ground in your community, especially if you know they're rooted somehow in all the globalism, the apathy, and all the nonsense that everybody's going through. Like, we have yellow vesters that aren't yellow vesters. We have the Brandon Bear Clan Patrol. They go after and they're targeting the meth crisis in Winnipeg and Brandon, Manitoba. We have anti-poverty activists in Saskatchewan, going after crooked government agencies and doing everything from looking at the housing crisis and looking at all the other lack of opportunities in the prairies. These are all people who you wouldn't think working together, who will. They will. You just have to get into their problems and realize it's all connected. The reason everybody's upset is the reason that I'm upset. The government's losing touch. They're not listening to the people. They're not meeting our needs. And we're getting frustrated. So, yep, I'm going to leave it there. You have been listening to Sunday Long Live Radio with Marty and Ed, closing it out today, I believe, for Canada. And I just want to remind you that you can support us, the show here, by sending a donation via PayPal to riabo@hotmail.co.uk. There we go. Almost couldn't find it, but that's it for now. And we will see you next time. Take care. Bye.
It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time